things, aren't I? Supposed to keep saying things, right? Yeah, let's go live. Let's go live. Go live. Go live. Hi, you're with Scott. I'm the Super Choffer. It's midnight. It's always midnight. This is your right to your left here. What we're doing today is B-side channel, armchair knobhead, armchair dick. Oh my! He's just started up. He's put this stream up. Armchair detective more hated than Chris Watts. So we've got to watch it. I just got to see what he's about to say. 3 minutes before he says that. Before he says that, I found this really interesting one today from Lizzie Taylor. And in this, Lizzie Taylor has got a segment in it that outlines...
So I wanted ideas show and thought him bragging about how he hangs around the shadows and how he's got 30,000 subscribers.
But they can't understand it. Well, the armchair detective's got nearly 30,000 subscribers in 4 months. That's why here. What's he doing? What's he doing? He found the shadows. That's what he did. When you have the DA from Colorado quoting you.
Oh, by the way, I'd work non-stop watching that video. Bloody my friend.
I had a big Facebook group. Oh, look, Chris Watts is carrying a baby out. And that was the shadows they're on about. I'm the only one that knows a shadow under the truck. The shadows. No one saw it. Not one person. Yeah, I found the shadow under the truck. One of the children was still asleep. They both died in their beds.
So, oosh. Somebody else in his chat gave him all his ideas on that Chris Watts thing. Oh my days. That's what I found out from Lizzie Taylor. I uploaded it on her channel, it's there on her channel. Seems like they got the receipts. Wow. Most like his whole. Sorry, I just had to run upstairs and back. His whole thing, like that's his whole thing. Who he is, his whole like big bollocks on the internet, predicated on BS, predicated on other people's work, handed to him, and then he blocked them out of chat. He's on. Oh, he's supposed to be on now. Where are you? We've got his chat underneath on my screen, so you can see that there. That's his chat. That's not you. But it might be too much for me to juggle having two chat windows open on the screen. So I just put his chat on the screen. You're here, and then when the video comes out later, once it's processed, YouTube will have you on the side as well. Hello, Fiona. Hello, Pat. Hello, Brutally Honest Marv. Hello, Fantastic Ether. Hello, SM. Hello, Saz. He's doing a special live because he's more hated than Chris Watts. Chris Watts murdered his family. Armchair detective. I don't think he's more hated than Chris Watts. But if you've ever seen an example of narcissism staring you in the face, there is one. What a massive narcissist. Like, what a massive narcissist. More hated than Chris Watts. Here's that good photo I had done. Those, do you remember when we had that good photo done of me? Can you find the good photo? Can somebody find the good photo of me? Get one of the people that subscribe to do it. Get one of my, what does he call them? Wenches. He's wrenches. Get one of his wrenches. Get one of his wrenches, witches. Grey-haired old hag, wenches. Get one of his Get one of his wrenches. Span it. Look, they've got the big good picture of me. Get that old picture of me when I used to look. When I had the what is it? The glasses? Is it had the nice glass? Well, I used to have a bit of. I'm wearing my nice shirt. That's my good picture. He's not on. Where is he? Do you think he's teased us? Do you think he's doing this to tease me? I wasn't going to just jump on. I was doing other shit today. You want to see my Twitter? Do you want to see my Twitter? Been having a fun day today. We've been doing a couple of edits. I'll tell you quickly this. On the main channel, on Super Choffer, when you check out Super Chuffer now, things are moving. I tell you, things are moving. They're motoring along. Because we've been doing these little videos. Someone requested it. They said, look, your lives are great, and the lives are there, and you go to the playlist for the Nicola Bully playlist, and you go there and look at all these lives. Oh, they're really good. There's loads of them. Oh, there are quite a lot, yeah. I suppose we've done a few now. All, on a specific point, body language analysis, really. That's my main thing. Getting into it on the lives. And then some people have said, oh, have you seen this? Have you seen when Paul said this? Or have you said, what do you think of this on the CCTV? And I'm like, oh, we talked about it in a live. So you should be over there looking at the live. And they're like, oh, I don't want to watch like 3.5 hours, 4 hours of you chuntering on, chuffing away. Some people like it. Like, you're here now because you like the lives, aren't you? Hello, YouTube lady. Hello, Fantastic Ether. Hello, Lorna Taylor. Hello, Lefty Lucy. Lefty, on this channel, you're here and talking. On the other channel, you got yourself timed out. And you can come back, I can unban you, but you put a comment about abortion on the video, and we told you specifically this is not a conversation about that. And like, I understand your point that you think that people who do abortions might be considered murderers. Like, that's a point you have. I understand it, but wasn't for that video. We were doing about serial killers and the tier list. So we asked you nicely not to do it, and then you did it anyway. So I apologise if you're now blocked from that, or banned from the chat, so to speak. But we'll have you back. Like, I can undo that, but you have to promise not to, if you're told not to constantly go on about something, and then please don't. But nice to have you here. So I'm not, I want you to know that you can come back, and it's not like a big issue. It's just that that's what happened. So so we're doing these big lives, and people have said to me, oh, your big lives are too big. Some people don't want the big lives. I'd rather there were shorts. I can't be asked to Nicola Bully shorts. That's like another step. Maybe one day do that. I can't. Me personally, I find shorts to be a bit of a laugh, a bit of a joke. If you're having a bit of a joke, if you've got a little joke, put it on the shorts. The rest of it, I've videos mainly videos then. So we've got these now. We've got these. Oh yeah, you don't have to wait. Armchair Detective, if you want to watch him, you don't have to watch him. You can watch us, and we'll keep him to account whenever he decides to turn up to his own stream, which he's scheduled for 10:15, and he's not there. We were looking at a little bit of this, weren't we? This Lizzie Taylor I was showing you, she did a good video recently talking to one of his mods. That's really interesting. We can look at that if he doesn't turn up. And then, so I've got these lives, and I've got these short videos, we call them, videos. And so people have asked for these, and so I just did them. Somebody said, can you do this? Can you do this? Yeah, I can, yeah. There's Nicola Bully CCTV's fake. This is the one where we compare her and Emma, and the way, the picture of her and Emma. And so that one, these two, in just a day, I've banged 20,000 views. Wow. I'm so grateful. And it's also sharing that word about what we think about the case, and maybe some Armchair Detective can get something out of that for his next video. Because on the lives we talked about this one, didn't we? Look, you see my thumbnail there for that woman. We talked about her friends 8 days ago. What was he doing? What was he doing? What was he doing? 8 days. What was he doing? Let's have a look at what he's up to on his videos. Oh, it's not here. Maybe it's on the other one, because he's got like 2 channels that are confusing. Like, there's like Armchair Detective, the real one as well, which implies that the blue one isn't the real one. Anyway, what's he done? Oh, he's done a video about her friend, and how she looks like she's dressed like Nicola Bully with the same hat. Do you remember that from 8 days ago when we did it in a live? So at this point, right, what's going on with Armchair Detective? I mean, someone in his live has given him $200, which is fucking insane. Like, I feel sad for those people in his chat. Someone's giving him $200 in their chat there. I feel sad for them. Like, it's part of the narcissism that they would be that, like, coerced, and that, what's the word? We did a lot of learning about narcissism on my stream, and narcissists see people as resources that they can tap. And if you want to be tapped by me, then there's coffee.com/Ganji. You can buy me a coffee instead of sending me a super chat, or if you want, you can send me a super chat, it's fine. But yeah, narcissists see people as a resource they can tap, and that's what Armchair Detective clearly does to his wenches. And some of them are that down the road with it that they will give him $200, $500, like they will give him a lot of money, and it's silly. It's absolutely silly. It keeps him on this never-ending drip gravy train. He thinks it's a gravy train. It's not that. He's not earning, super bucks, but $200 for the night's work today, Armchair Detective. Well done. Ooh, Nobody else needs to tip now. If you're watching him, you don't need to tip. That one woman's got you covered. I don't know what's wrong with her, but fucking hell. Broadmoor inmate says it's himself. It could be his mum. It could be, right? Some people believe that you should get the tip jar rolling, so they like put some tips in so that other people see it and think, oh, somebody's giving him, oh, that must be legit. Someone's giving him all that money, it must be legit. I'll give him some money as well. Some people do that. You know, some people like to get the tips jar going. If they've got a goal, they like to, you know, start to seed the pot with the goal. But I don't think he's that. I don't think he'd want to lose because you lose a bit, like, you know, 10% or whatever as it goes through the system. I don't think he'd be prepared to lose the money. I just think he literally has a couple of people that over the years he has managed to manipulate. Like, narcissists are manipulators, and if they're watching him, then they're exposed to his manipulation. And if you're in a vulnerable position, that's the perfect person for a narcissist. It works because it's not because it doesn't work because he's great. It works because narcissists can manipulate vulnerable people. So my guess is at some point this lady's fallen in with him at the wrong moment. Anyway, it's sad and we feel sorry for you, and you can come here and you can be here instead. You don't have to tip that awful man. He will probably use what we're doing today as some sort of like shield. Oh, they're trolling me and I need your money because they're trolling me. Well, all you have to do, Alan, is stop being a dick in public. You know, stop ripping people's content off. Stop being a bolshy arsehole. You know, stop saying all those things about those people, which I'm going to dig into deeper, but I don't know about this Chris Watts thing. But the things he said about, you know, he's getting sued by some of the people that are isn't it the people that were murdered, like their loved ones are now suing him. Like, you know, seems a bit off. Why do I always slag Alan off? He's entitled to his opinion. Susie, he stole my work in wholesale. I don't know if you've seen this before, but I got a channel called Send Trees. This is really clear and really obvious, right? So I've been on the internet for a long time. You know, I've been around.
How's Cat and Jasper? They're good.
Alan was not relevant to me. Yeah, not relevant to me for years. Then all of a sudden he came into my world because
I couldn't be happier.
Huda London sent tippies. Loved your previous live stream. R.I.P. Nicola Bully. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you very much, Huda London. 5 hugs for you. So I do body language on the internet. I used to have a different body language channel. It's been a while, but what I know is that when I want to cover these body language things, I need an upload so that I can scroll through it, move through the frames. So when this thing kicked off with Nicola Bully, I was interested in the case and I wanted to do a body language video on it, and he did this Channel 5 interview, Paul Ansell.
He calls me Alan Vinny Scum. Yeah,
Oh,
he's suing me for defamation.
There we go.
I've never threatened him. I've
we
never
go.
harassed him. Why he watches me, I don't know. Yeah, he's
There we
suing
go.
me for defamation. There's thousands of channels talking.
You wanted to cut me off now. So what happened was that Alan ripped off one of my videos from one of my other channels. He took it completely. I edited the Paul Ansell interview. I took out all the adverts and all the Channel 5 crap, and I put it up on my channel. And then Alan took it completely and uploaded it to his. Just ripped it from the internet and uploaded it to his. Like, what a scumbag. And he didn't know who I was, and he didn't know what I was, so he didn't know what he was getting into. So the reason is that I don't like him is because he stole from me directly, and then when he tried to apologise, he didn't make an apologise. He made one of those narcissist apologies where he made it all about himself and about how I didn't really do any work and about how I shouldn't apologise to me anyway. And the money he made off the video he didn't give to charity like I asked him to. Alan is a grifter, a liar, a cheat, and a grifter. And the more and more I uncover about him, the more I discover about him. There we go. What's this now?
I come here tonight with a heavy heart.
A heavy heart with a passionate speech that you've planned. A heavy heart. What, are you depressed? You said you were.
I tried. All we want you to do, AD, is to stop talking about the Watts case. That's all
You're
we
doing
want
it now.
you to do.
You're doing it now.
If he stops talking about the Watts case, I'm out of here.
What?
I've tried. This is my 3rd attempt. I haven't done a Watts video for 3 months. And
Do one
it
now.
doesn't matter. They hate me more.
You're doing it now.
They're chameleons.
Is he hitting out?
We're helping Shanann's family. I know what.
Somebody in chat tell me about these.
Family now.
Somebody in chat tell me about who these Frankie Ruziks are and stuff, because I reckon these are the family of Chris Watts, the people he murdered. Like, I reckon that's the family of the people he murdered, yeah? And they're the ones suing him.
What I do, it doesn't matter. We tried appeasing them. Some of my spanners in the past have even talked to them. Dear Dr. B even went on their shows. And so have others. I said, don't talk to them. It won't work.
Well, you're talking about them
You
now
can't
on the
reason
internet.
with hate.
Well, you're hating right now. Or
You can't go to dictate.
being hated, don't deal in hate. Being hated, don't deal in hate.
Come to
Alan.
this young man hates me more than Christopher Watts.
Who does?
Hates me more than Christopher Watts. And so do these gang stalking teams that think they're helping
So now you're putting words in people's mouth.
Christopher Watts. And none of them ever hated Nicola Kessinger.
He just wants to
Nicola
say all their
Kessinger
names.
was the reason.
What it is, right, he's got nothing. Alan's got fucking nothing today. What's Alan got today? Alan needs to grind his organ grind again. You know, he's got $200 for this bullshit somehow. So he's on there. Tell you what, the funny thing with Alan today is he's already got the $200. He don't care anymore. He'd rather not bother now because he's got the $200. So now all this is superfluous. He's wasting his time. No one else is going to tip him. So like, he's had his $200. Alan needs to grind the organ, doesn't he? He needs to grind the organ. So he's out here just grinding the organ. He hasn't got any content for you. What's the purpose of today? I'm the fucking victim. I'm the victim. I'm such a victim. They are bastards. So what it is Alan is doing basic narcissism 101. He's pretending that he's the victim.
There was a young
Self-flagellation.
man called Christopher Watts who it seems murdered his wife by strangulation and his 2 children by suffocation.
This is digging up the past, isn't it, Alan?
That's a simple story. You might have seen it on Netflix. You might have seen it all over the world. You might have seen it in Discovery. You might have seen it on Dr. Phil.
But none of them give you credit, do they, Alan?
You might have seen it in the 1,500,000 videos.
None of them give you credit now. Thank you very much, Slinky Socks. You're going to get banned quick. See how quick you got banned?
Here, that's got 300 people watching him.
Banned.
Being dragged through the courts in his own country.
Who are you talking about,
for
Alan?
Defamation.
You.
Because of a vendetta.
A vendetta.
Of hatred, as they have to focus on someone.
Get your arms out. I love it when you get your arms out.
Watts.
Get your arms out, Alan. Look,
He's
this
in
is
prison
an
for
arm.
life. They can't focus on Kessinger.
Muscle.
He's disappeared. I know.
See that?
Get him.
Alan's arms are all made of like butter.
I've
Alan's
been
arms look like a
terrorised
load of butter in a
for
condom.
5 years. My family has been called in the middle of the night. I've had death threats. I've been doxxed.
Doxed. Go on, prove it. Prove it. You don't say shit like that on the internet and say, I've been given death threats. No, with that, he's got one tweet. You know what I mean? I've got death threats. I've been doxed. Prove it.
Not disclosing people's addresses and stuff.
Disclosing their addresses. Apparently you self-doxed,
What's it
didn't
called?
you?
Someone tell me. What's it called again? Not freedom of information. Anyway, you can't dox people's addresses in my country.
Right, yeah, there is a law to say you can't dox people. Yeah, Alan, obviously. It's like a kind of online harassment. However, what you've got a responsibility with and a problem with, Alan, and I'll say this very quickly before we get into any more of this, is he's taking their email addresses every time they tip him. He's taking their email addresses when they sign those petitions, and he's taking their email addresses through PayPal. And I don't know what people like Alan do. Like con men, remember we're talking about con men who are looking for a vulnerable audience of people they can grift. I don't know how many emails these women get from like Nigerian princes or people that need their help, like Alan. But I bet he's got other things going on in the background. You know, I bet he needs those email addresses.
And now they've raised £40,000 or dollars to take me to court. Now
Why on earth would people whose family have been murdered raise loads of money to take you to court, Alan? Why would they feel they need to do that? Either you've got right in on the truth and you're exposing some dirty secrets, or you've been bullying them for years and it's the bane of their life. Why don't you stop?
Is what they're trying to get off me. They're not trying to close my channel.
They can't.
YouTube have backed me to the hilt.
No. YouTube haven't backed you.
They're doing it.
That's a lie. That's a lie, isn't it? YouTube don't back people. Like, yeah, YouTube haven't contacted Alan and say, Alan, we're backing you to the hilt. Like, YouTube just doesn't give a fuck. Like, you can't take the videos down unless you go through this XYZ court process. And it's not the whole channel, because they can't go through the whole channel, can they? They just want you to stop talking about this one specific thing.
I'm only a small channel. I can't raise 40,000 like they did. I can't do it.
No, you shouldn't.
I don't have a card. I don't have a
about?
victim card to do it.
Victim card. You're playing the victim card now, you fucking prick. Aren't you? Oh, poor Alan, he doesn't have £40,000. What would he possibly do? Can you solve the case by giving him money?
I've started
beggar. You're a beggar, a dirty beggar.
Crowd justice.
You started crowd justice.
That's a waste of time, because crowd justice won't give my solicitors the money until the the target's reached 25,000.
You should have done a GoFundMe like Emma and Paul.
My sisters are saying to me now, I want money.
You moron.
I've already give them £2,400.
Bollocks have you.
Which I'm going to prove.
You see how he stuttered over that?
I'm gonna
I'll
show
prove
you
it.
when
We'll
I
do
get
it now.
the receipt.
Prove it now. I'm going to prove it.
They're
I won't
asking
never.
for more money.
They're asking for more money.
Well, the crowdfund me a pay, but they don't. They don't pay till it reaches the end. So the crowdfunding is a waste of time. Don't put any money in there.
They've already put their money in there.
We have to find a better way.
What the fuck are you doing, you moron? You're literally on the
Meanwhile,
internet begging for money, bringing up like crowdfunding and
I'm
this and
gonna tell
that.
you the story
And like, oh my God, you're a
the hate.
disgusting grunter, aren't you?
More hated than Chris Watts.
More hated than Chris Watts.
Due to
The man,
this man.
Chris Watts murdered his family, and all you did was spend years and
Martin
years and
Dean.
years pestering the rest of them, the ones that
Dox my
survived.
address where I live.
Yeah, genetic code. I did see that. And big
It's
ups genetic
illegal
code.
in
Big
my
ups
country
genetic
to
code.
dox people's addresses.
What we're going to need to do is we're going to need to get some of
Now,
you
you got to
chuffers
remember,
on
he spent
and have a
5
big
years
round
making
table
videos of hate
discussion
about
and
me.
teaching me
What does
about
he
him.
think? Why is he giving people who he's wound up into a frenzy of hate my address?
Oh, Alan,
Why is he giving people that he's wound up with over
these are
1,000 videos of
unsubstantiated claims,
saying
aren't
I'm
they?
selling children to America like pizzas,
What?
Dr. B, saying
What?
I've done this and I've done that, all lies.
These are unsubstantiated claims, Alan.
And then he tells them where I live. What does he want
Does
to do?
he?
Come and shake my hand?
Lisa in his chat said freedom of speech.
This isn't freedom of speech by this deal.
Lisa,
This is
his chat
illegal.
said freedom of speech.
And I know he's hiding out in
She's
England
one of
at
his-
the moment. I know
she's one of his-
He's from Norway, but he's
Look,
hiding
freedom
out
of
in England.
speech.
I
You
won't
see
say
that?
where he is, 'cause I don't dox people.
Shouldn't you be able to though, Alan, because of freedom of speech? You fucking.
He doxed my address and told people where I live.
Alan's the victim. This person's had their entire
Gave
family
my
murdered.
address, where I walk my
Alan's the
dog,
victim.
The hotels I stay in the hope that someone will get me. I would say that to his face. You don't dox people after making 1,008 videos and expect nobody to attack me.
Fucking Alan's getting aggressive.
I had to move house 3 times.
Aggressive. You had
Yeah,
to move
I'm
house
being
because
sued.
probably you couldn't afford to keep up the payments. That's why
I'm
you had to
being
move.
sued.
Don't be
'Cause of these-
talking shit. You had to move house because you were
I don't know what to
doxxed.
call 'em.
No one really gives a fuck,
Friends of-
Alan. Someone might have sent you an
person
email once in a
that's suing
while.
me.
No one really gives that much of a
Tell
fuck.
them what
You had to
hotels I
move.
stay in. They track
Who
me
does he think he
down.
is? Who does he think he is? He's up there with Gary Glitter.
And
Had to move.
I don't know
Up there
if
with-
anybody can do anything about it. I don't know what the law is.
You don't know what the law is. You're the armchair
My
detective.
address is an
You're a
arrestable
fucking
offence.
idiot. You're a fucking idiot.
I do
We
think
know that doxing people is bad, yeah. But I don't think. I think I heard today when I was
I've
listening to
reported
this.
him to YouTube.
Oh, shut up for a minute. I was watching this lady, and she brought up the concept of doxing. I think she knows more than me. I think he actually revealed his own details, and I think some of his details were public through. He had a court case against him, or sorry, he was stricken off being able to run a business because of his own financial irregularities with the HMRC. Like, they're factual things you can find in the news. So,
And he doesn't think he's done anything wrong, right? And that's the thing.
if you've got a problem with this guy from this Rusix for doxing you, then just go after him for doxing you. Counterclaim. You don't make a video like this crying about it on the internet. Like, mind you, if anyone tried to sue me, the first thing I'd do is be on the internet making huge load of videos. Now, if Alan tried to sue me, he'd be on every day on my channel. Like, Alan's suing me, and we'd make a huge thing out of it, and everyone would rally round. But with Alan, like you say, Lefty Lucy, he finesses grannies. So, like, his audience base and his rallying power is very weak. Like, they're not going to be able to come through with this money for this court case.
Since I presented the shadows under the truck. to
You know,
the
one
YouTube
person
Trump community.
going over on their pension isn't going to help him. Like, $200
That
is
shadow
not
undoubtedly
settled it.
proved that Shanann Watts did not hurt the children in the early hours of the 13th of August. At the time, there was countless Facebook groups and YouTube channels that had gone along with the narrative that Chris Watts' initial confession that he killed Shanann, and in a rage upon discovering...
Why are we going over this again? This is like years and years old. Years and years, just like you, Alan, isn't it? Like, he's so tired and old, like, and he really hates it. So quite often he'll wear like a jazzy t-shirt or like today's cap, like, to try and make him look cool. And, like, he thinks he looks a bit, he looks, he thinks he looks a little bit Crime Watch today, doesn't he? But, he looks a little bit less Crime Watch and more sort of, I haven't thought of a good one. Creep Watch or something. Like, he looks creepy. That's my feeling on it.
the shadow of the child under the truck, meaning the girls were alive the next day.
And we're going on this shadows business stuff again and repeating, like, as you said in chat, Lizzie Taylor had an interesting chat. I should subscribe on the B-side channel as well, shouldn't I? I want to get people like there's some of you in chat and Lizzie and whoever else. I want to start getting you on. I don't know enough of the backstory. I want you on to teach me, and you know, one by one or as a couple here and there, you'll teach me as much as you can. You'll show me as many clips, and then I'll get someone to edit it into a sort of, as long as you're up for this, like a really good, like obviously I'll take the money from my channel, thank you very much, but I'm quite happy to pay you for being on my show as well. You know, like a flat cost rate for being a guest. Like, quite happy to do that. I haven't got loads of money, but like usually for a guest, I'm all the way out there to 40 quid or something. But that's all right, isn't it? For a couple of hours work. So, like, I'm quite prepared to pay you. But then ongoing, I don't want to have to fuck around with like, oh, can you give me 5% of this video that you like? Nah, just like ongoing. You've had your rate. But anyway, get you on. You talk all about it, and then you teach me. And then what I can do is I can get an editor. Again, I'll pay someone, but like, or maybe I'll do it to edit it down to a really concise, like hour. All the facts. Alan Vinicum. Bang to rights. That's what we should do.
For what? For exonerating Shanann Watts. Some people don't want that.
So now he's still going on about this shit, right? And it was proven from what I could see that his chat were the ones that gave him that information about the shadows and stuff. So, hello, Sherry and Jess. No worries. We're just having a bit of fun tonight.
Shanann's own family,
in a way,
have issued love to Chris Watts in prison.
This here is his chat.
They hate my guts.
It's going
I'm
really
more
slow.
Hated by those people than Chris Watt.
And yeah, you're right, Lefty Lucy. Pour me a drink. Yeah, we're gonna have to unban you on the main channel, but you're gonna have to behave yourself.
They closed my book down. They've done everything they could. They got a lawyer that's not a lawyer, Claire Morgan, to try to close
Name
me
dropping.
down.
He's not allowed to dox people.
She found a lawyer in England that would do a no-win, no-fee thing, and they raised £40,000 to get me.
That's because they feel
Money
so
talks
confident.
in court cases. I've got a hard time to
Alan,
defend it.
it's because they feel so confident they're going to win.
I don't have a house, even. They
You
can't
have a
get any
house.
money out of me. There is no money in me. So why are they doing it?
Because they believe
Because
in...
they've been told that I earn a fortune.
No. They don't think you sitting on your thumb back in fucking little old England gives... They're not after your money, Alan. It's like Gwyneth Paltrow and the $1 damages. They're not after your money. They just want to make sure that you shut the fuck up and prove you wrong. And they've had enough.
Other than terrorise me. Now...
You're not a victim in this. You're the person that caused all this. You could have just stopped. You
£40,000
could have just stopped doing it. But you were too grubby and
I'm not even
grimy.
going to ask you for £40,000.
You're not even going to ask us for 40. I'm not even going to ask you for 40. I'm not even going to ask you for 20. Ladies and gentlemen, going today, going once, going twice, $10. That's $10,000 to you. $10,000. I'm not even going to ask you for 40. I'm not even going to ask you 20. I'm going to ask you for 10,000. Grifter. Pure grift.
Running up debts in your name. You people that gave him money, he's running up debts. This letter I received today is 7 pages. It's going to cost £3,000 to answer what's in the letter.
You're going to piss your money away on that then, Alan.
And if I answer what's in the letter, he's going to have to charge Junior £3,000 to analyse what I've said in my letter.
Alan's just making up figures because he wants you to
And
give him money.
Again to Frank,
and Alan's not... I don't think Alan's
forget
even
it.
going to...
Call it off.
Call it off.
It's going to ruin you and it's going to ruin me.
Oh, it's going to ruin you. What's the point, Alan? To prove you wrong. To prove you wrong. This manipulation of yours is... Look at him laughing because he's laughing because he's lying. He's laughing because he's lying. The manipulation is ridiculous on this guy. It just happens every 10 minutes. It's like manipulation tactic.
Nancy for donating a massive super chat of £200.
Yeah, thanks, Nancy. You fucking...
But you have to understand...
Sorry, Nancy, you are welcome here.
He's spent £70,000
the manipulation that he's doing to you.
On me.
This narcissist. Look at his big smile.
Granted,
that's a lie. That's a lie.
And money talks in that world, believe
yep.
me.
And
bullshit I'm not
walks.
even going to ask you for £70,000.
No, not even going to ask you for 70.
I'm going to fight this on a wing and a prayer.
And your
I'm
money.
going to stand in court
and
tell the judge.
No, you're not.
What he's said about me.
No, you're not.
What Diem's done to me.
No, you're not.
What's the word?
It's all irrelevant.
Hidey-ho.
What he's done to me, like, he doxed me. But
Hidey
Your Honour, he doxed me. Okay, that's got nothing to do with this.
Saying that
Please sit down and let your lawyer speak for you. You're not going to do that.
I'm not safe with them.
And it's going to go over paper,
she expects to talk to me.
over the airway. Like, you're not going to turn up in America and like turn up to your court case. And like, if they take you to court in England,
I'm not going to bring God into this.
I see. I'm not. You guys in chat need to know to verse me more
I'd love
about.
to have a chat with Diem.
It's raining again.
Thank you very much for your tippies, Fantastic Ether.
Phantasmic Ether sent tippies.
Exactly right.
Classic vulnerable narcissist eternal victim. Glad to have your snark to entertain.
Vulnerable
You're the
narcissist,
best,
yeah.
Scott. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thanks. I'm not even going to charge you £200. I'm not even going to charge you £100. Classic vulnerable narcissist, yeah. I don't know enough about the court case thing. This is another thing where I want, some of these... Alan's got his own detractors. I'm here joining you. Alan's detractors know all about the court case, and I think I'd like to know where it's going to be and, whether we can turn up and, stuff like that.
And have a rethink on what's going on.
He wants him to stop. He's scared.
Save Shanann.
Save Shanann.
That's all I did.
That's all you did. No, it's not. All you did was drag the names through the mud for 20 years, write an awful book about it, based on the conjecture of the people in your chat, some of which turned out to be right. And as soon as it did, you blocked them and kept the idea.
Said she must be spoken to again by the police, and that is all I've done.
No, it's not. Don't be stupid. Classic narcissist.
I've never written to this
Classic
junior
narcissist.
guy. I've never spoke to him. I've never threatened him.
Is this what you're going to say in court? Is it?
In return, I've got threats. I'm going to prison. I'm going to be locked away.
All they'll have to do is play your videos.
Won't see me. I'm finished.
Your grandchildren won't see you'll be locked away.
Threats now
victim.
They're going to have me on the streets because I can't afford any rent.
Have you on the streets, yeah.
I have two choices. I sit in the corner and give up and let them have the judgment.
Or go and work in McDonald's.
They get the judgment.
Or you can go and work in McDonald's. You could, with that cap, it looks like he works in the drive-thru, doesn't he?
Win.
He looks like he works in the drive-thru. Just get yourself up to McDonald's and get a job, you
it's
prick.
£60,000.
Is he snorting coke?
What would you do?
Oh, this is a bit of an extra one, because he's doing this with his teeth all the time.
I can't let all these people down.
He's doing this with his teeth all the time.
And I can't fight.
Has he had a little sniff?
Sadly,
you can't
I'm
fight.
in a corner.
No, you're in a corner. And what you're going to do? Beg for other people's money. Yeah? You're not really in a corner. There's an easy way out. You just apologise, say you were wrong, take the videos down, and move on with your life. Go and get a job in McDonald's.
I've lost many friends over the 4 years.
You haven't got any friends.
I've seen them
you
go
have no friends to lose.
Friends chats, Dr. B.
There's like one or two people who are prone to your particular brand of manipulation over the years, and you've got them. There's like someone's give you $200, someone will turn up in your thing and talk to you. Other than that, you really don't have friends, Alan. There's not people that you can call and chat to and that you care about. These are people you use as resources. They're not like actual, like, you don't understand, Alan. And if you do, you override that with your own desperation to be the most important big one. Like, you can't really make a friendship.
But the war is run by who's got the most money, right? Who wins the big wars?
What are you on about?
The big superpowers with the big money. I'm up against a superpower.
So it's a money. Oh, it's a money issue, is it, Alan? Is it all about money then? This whole thing. It's nothing about the truth then. So you don't need to worry about being an armchair detective and uncovering the truth. What you need to do in this life, Alan, from what you've just told me, is to get as much money as possible and be the biggest money one, and then you're the winner. That's what you're telling me, Alan. So you're asking these people in your chat who are here on my screen, who appear to just be like normal, normal ladies, quite often ladies and quite normal people. You're asking for their money, right, to fuel you so you can be the biggest money one. Whereas I thought we were looking at the truth. I thought the important thing was the truth. And I thought that if you went to court or somebody lied about you or whatever, the truth for me, like I remember as when a knight won his spurs in the stories of old, he was gallant and brave, he was gentle and bold. Like valour and truth. That's what I'm about. For Alan, it's about being the biggest money one.
You are the only people I can talk to about it.
Because no one else will put up with your shit.
So I said to my solicitor, look, I haven't talked about the Watts case for months and months because it only makes things worse. And she said, has it made it any better by not talking about the Watts case?
What
I
happened?
said, no, it's worse. They've no...
I'm going to pause that one, listen to his victim. No. But quickly, what happened was she told him to stop talking about it. That's what happened. He didn't say, I've stopped talking about it. Do you like that, solicitor? She said, stop talking about it, Alan.
Which to Nicola Bully. And they're invading bully channels and saying the same things about me as they said before. But now they're talking to new people, telling them I'm a con man in channels that are asking for tips. And they're back in channels that are asking for tips and money by saying I'm a con man.
You're a con man?
I'm a con man.
Tip me, please.
Every channel's a con man. Don't you see that?
No. It's not the same, Alan. It's not the same. I'm providing value and people choose to tip. Whereas what you're doing is using manipulation to make it. I haven't said, oh, I'm going to lose my house, Alan. Oh, I'm going to be out on the street. I'm going to lose my house. I'm saying I can provide value, Alan.
If I was technical, I could ban them all.
You know, what are you on about? It's not all a con. People make content. It's quite common. But what you're doing, Alan, the human turd, is you're grifting off old ladies who are a bit confused.
The only thing I can do is...
It's obvious, isn't it, Alan?
With what I've got left.
What a disgusting thing just to say. That was directed at people like me and everyone else on YouTube, I assume.
Crowd justice is not
everyone else on the internet.
So I thought, what can I do?
The money's not coming from that crowd justice, no.
I was pretty good at painting.
Yeah, painting. There we go.
Oh, not good enough. More self-doubts.
Sell that.
If I put it out there, they'll crucify my paintings, laugh at them.
Yeah, of course we would, Alan, because they're shit. It's a grift.
I'm not cowards.
You think you'll spend the money this woman's give you, that $200 she give you, you'll go down the fancy art shop and buy yourself an easel and some paints, and you'll shonk up some shit, and those idiots will buy even more of it. But it didn't work, did it? Because no one's buying them.
So I raised a bit of money that I've given to the solicitor. I've given the solicitor £2,400.
Oh, you already give it them, so we don't need to tip you then.
And all the donations so far.
You can get any money from the paintings.
That's where we are.
That's a lie. That's a lie. So you're making up all this stuff. Can you show me?
Over £8,000.
Show me the receipts.
Cease and desist letters for Frankie and these other trolls. And they say it's fake cease and desist. It's not.
This.
Blood
What's wrong with you?
Roof. I suffer from.
Same woman.
You, Nancy.
Same woman. Like, maybe she's got more money than sense.
They don't care that I'm 68. They don't care that I'm 68. I have an array of frigging medicine to take on a daily frigging basis.
Eat it. Let me see you eat it.
Cataract.
Let me see you eat it. Cataract medicine, right?
Depression to anxiety. They don't care.
I don't care.
It's relentless.
It's relentless. I'm going to be relentless, Alan, because you're begging on the internet. I don't bring out my medication and show people.
Piece of art I draw,
I'm on antidepressants. I don't bring it out and show people. Like, I did a whole year of mental health support work on the internet instead. What you do, Alan, is you use it as a crutch. So that, I've got mental health problems. That's disgusting, Alan. That's disgusting. People with real mental health problems feel
daily. The worst
aggressively
justice in America.
Angry that you're using that, you know, and it's not nice.
She literally watches every second I do, just with the aim of finding a mistake to make a video about it.
A lie, Alan, a lie. And she doesn't have to do much watching. You do it all the time. Look, I'm able to pull you apart sentence by sentence. So it's not like she has to trawl through a lot of content.
I don't get it.
Anything you put out is bullshit.
I don't understand it.
Everything you put out is bullshit.
I have no idea why.
It's because you're a wanker. It's because you're a wanker, Alan. It's because you do the grift. It's because you're on the grift.
What about the people that write to me and said, you saved my life in COVID?
Come on.
I was going to do this to myself.
You manipulate idiots, Alan, for their money.
What about the people we've helped go to funerals? What about...
Come on. You've helped people go to funerals. Fuck off. Get fucked. Get fucked. Never done a lick of work for charity in his life. No. Never given any money. He's spent 20 minutes asking you to pay for his own fucking house. Like, it's just fucking disgusting what he's doing. We give to charity all the time on our streams. We do so much better work. With mental health, Alan, why don't you do some work on it? Alan, you said you were enjoying yourself when you were going on your holiday. He said he had a right good time painting. He said he had a right good time. They're his own words. Don't you remember? Like, Jesus.
It doesn't matter how good it is, because great artists is not what they draw, it's what they think.
Alan, someone commented that on one of your paintings. They said about conceptual art. I did conceptual art. Remember my bookshelves. Alan, your art is shit because there is no ideas. There are no ideas. You did fucking... What have you done? Alan, you did a copy of the Scream. You've got no ideas. Alan, you've got no ideas. The best thing about conceptual art is the ideas behind it. That's what you're trying to say, but you can't understand in order to say it. And the truth is, Alan, you've got no ideas. So your art is bereft. Oh my God. He's Banksy.
I try to do paintings.
Banksy now.
For the tortured souls that have done the painting, like
Banksy now.
Like
what a cock!
Where I put a smile on the face of the screen.
You put a smile on. You put his eyes crossed. You fucking knobhead.
Blackbirds.
Brilliant ideas.
Fields.
Brilliant ideas. They were black. Now they're white. I'm a ideas pumping genius. Come on, Alan. Surface level. Jesus Christ.
Is that
antidepressants are nothing to be ashamed of. I take antidepressants. I've done, like, asking for tippies is use my word. I say tippies.
I never make hate videos about creators. Yet I get sent this crap. You stole this, you stole that. They accuse me of stealing Channel 4 and CNN newsreels.
Specifically me now.
They think they own CNN newsreels.
No, Alan, we talked about this. Centuries. Right, edited it.
There's one guy that says I've stolen
it's me now.
a CNN newsreel.
You didn't have to, Alan.
Well, I don't
Alan,
think CNA would be very happy about that because it belongs
Alan,
to them.
what you could have done is used their Channel 5 broadcast and seen it in 3-minute intervals
Hang on, I've
with
got
Ben
comment here,
talking in the middle and all this in the middle. Instead, what I had to do for my stream so that we could watch it as one continuum is I edited out all the crap.
I don't get
and so
what
I
they pick
uploaded
on
it to this
you.
channel
Also,
so
I'm
I
an
could use it
artist.
so I could
Right.
use it on my stream.
It's
Then you
about what the
took it
artist
entirely
thinks, feels,
and put it on
the
yours.
technique.
I did the editing work from the source media and you put it
right.
up on your channel like you owned
Fellow
it.
artist.
Like you're a fucking liar.
No, I consider
You're a
myself
fucking
an
liar.
artist.
You've been
People have
there
written to
and
me
you've
and
just
say,
told it
"You
again.
have a style
Again.
that stands
Deliberately
out,"
poking at
right?
me. He's on his channel having a pop at me,
Well,
and he's a
this is
piece of
tomorrow's
shit off my
painting.
shoe. Look, he's got his seat. No, what's that? Is that his
I'll tell you.
certificate? Is that his certificate?
Well, I'm going to say to you now, I need you to buy this painting
Oh my God!
because every painting.
Have I
sell
ever
from now
asked
on
anyone
will
for
go in a fund
tippies? Have I ever asked any of you to
to
donate?
pay for a barrister
Have I ever
when
made you
do
feel
stand
that I
in court.
require your financial
Do all the
support
work
to
ourselves,
survive?
we'll do all the work
You know, I've
ourselves.
told
We'll
you I
make
want to
up
make
the
this
call.
into my
I can't
career.
beat a barrister.
No bones about
I'm going
it.
to
I
save
create
all my
value.
money
But have I ever
and
asked
employ a
you?
barrister if this goes to court? And I say it's a big if because it's
Look at
arbitrary.
your arms. Look at your
If it
pudgy
goes to
hand. Look
court,
at his hand. Look at his
I'm gonna
ugly
save enough
hands.
money from the paintings, and I'll track it and show you it.
Yeah, track it. Go on then. Please show me now.
The money I've ever on painting so far has gone to my solicitor.
No, it
I'll
hasn't.
show you the receipt for my solicitor.
You haven't got any
It's all
money.
gone.
You haven't got any
From
money
now
from
on,
them.
I
No
will
one's
keep it in
buying
a
them.
fund. You will buy these through PayPal.
You will buy these. Listen to him like a hypnotist.
And I will
You
save up
You
for the day they
flaccid.
take me to court.
It's like my friend used to say. Like this is
I
a Matt
can't
Bell
see it.
copyright
You
joke.
can't see it. It's the one
He's
I did
like
today.
a condom full of dog food.
1 second.
That's the complexion he's got on his face. He's like a condom full of dog
second,
food.
I'll take the
You're a
background out.
fucking disgusting piece of work. You are, Alan. Oh, there we go. The
what I
magic
did
is
today.
gone. The magic is gone. Look at this.
I did a
It looks
great
like a
thing in my
shit.
community page, right?
Alan, it's shit.
This is the towpath.
It's a waste of time
Michael.
and effort and money and energy. It's a waste of art materials. It massages your own ego like you massage
These
your
two
own
people
prostate when you have a
symbolise
wank. Alan, it's
The lady
fucking
in red
awful.
and the lady in yellow.
The
were
lady
supposed to see
in
things they
red.
didn't see.
Look at it.
Here
Come
they are
on.
with their white and black dog, not seeing things.
Brilliant. Conceptual art, that is. There's a concept
by
there.
that
It's
iconic
he's
shed,
used
right?
iconic now.
Nicola Bully was on this
Tie it into the
road
Nicola Bully thing.
towpath at 9:15.
Someone
that
might buy
morning.
that.
The police
Definitely gonna buy
refused
that.
to tell you.
Would you buy
This
that?
was seen by two
I
witnesses.
couldn't be happier.
Grandmaster
9:15.
Sid Sophos
But
sent
they made a
tippies.
mistake because they put it out in their first
Get in there,
report.
Scott, my boy
Nicola Bully
legend.
was last seen on the towpath.
Super Chuffer owes
at St
9
Michael's
hugs.
at
Thank you very much,
9:15.
Grandmaster Sid. Big ups.
She had an altercation right here
Oh, there we go.
about a dog and a leash.
Look at the size of it as well. Do you
Police
notice
won't
when you
tell
see
you
these
that.
on the internet, right? When you see these on the internet, it makes them look like they're big and on it. It's only a fucking little A4 thing. He's only doing little fucking, like, top of a chocolate box. Oh my God, Alan, this is like the worst. I don't even have to make comment on it to make it seem bad because it's fucking disgustingly obvious that it's a grift. And what are you painting? What are you grifting on now? What are you roping into your dirty deal? Oh, I'm going to paint like Nicola Bully conjecture. And that will make the happy family of Nicola Bully happy. Maybe the family of Nicola Bully might want to buy this one. Hey? Maybe the family of Nicola Bully might want to buy this one because it's so sympathetic and, you know, he's such a good heart, this Alan. He's trying to, you know, keep the truth out there. Maybe the family might want to buy this one. What's he doing?
Understand the feeling behind this painting. You understand the soul, the thought. that's gone
Oh yeah,
into
we
it.
do. Yeah, we do, Alan. That's the
what
problem.
art is.
You've got no soul.
You wouldn't understand
You've got
that
no.
if you're a troll, would you?
Alan, I've been an artist for years. I've got pieces
I'm here
exhibited at my
for
local art
justice.
house. I was part of my local arts, like they have an art,
I'm here
what's
for
it called,
justice.
community in my town, and I would go there and I'd do the audio visual work for a year for them.
Sherlock Holmes from
I've
London.
seen every day every
Now
week
you
for a
see
year.
it.
I saw a
Now you
different
don't.
artist come in and
That's
talk
the
to the
mystery.
group. And I know all about art,
the
Alan.
police
I didn't
work.
get to go to art for university, but I love it and I understand it, which is why I can see
Slightly.
through that as transparent as that
Whoa.
is. It's transparent,
We never
Alan, like
saw
your
two
grift.
witnesses at 9:15. Well, why did
Fucking
you mention
hell.
on day one?
You're a dirty arsehole.
That painting's
Like,
for sale.
I say things and I back them up. Alan says things and they're just
And so
nothing
will
out there,
others.
like farts in the wind. Oh, my
You
troll
can
said
find them on
this.
my
Bad.
community page, and you can make a bid
Make a bid.
to our spanners. Our spanners will give you
Why would you do
our
that?
email where you can bid for the paintings. There's about 10 in there.
Alan, they
I
would
don't
rather
care
give you
if
money.
you like
Look.
the paintings or not.
You don't care if I
you
like them or
support
not.
me, buy
You just
one
want to sell them.
and
Just
put it
buy
in
them
the
anyway.
toilet for all I care.
Put it in the toilet, you see. Burn it for all
Support
like he's
the
laughing
fight
at
for
you.
free speech.
He's laughing at you. Free speech, and he won't let you say
I
anything
hate
in
it.
chat. Free speech, and you can't say things in chat.
Support my wing
Free
and
speech
prayer.
as long as it's Alan speaking. What a twat.
Because the only way I'm going to win...
You just buy them anyway. The people in chat have given him $300, remember, already. And that $300, they don't want the painting. They haven't said, oh, $300, I'll have the one of the dog. They've said $300, but you keep the painting.
And I foolishly stood by and watched. I said to someone who was helping me at the time, I need to start a fund the same time. If this goes to court, we got to have the money ready. She said, no, don't do it.
He said, she said.
Time, I could have raised equal money to them. At that time, people had money. I could have raised the money, but I took the advice of somebody that I shouldn't have. His
team of work, they can't shut me down. I'm completely doing the Lord's work.
I will never listen again to anyone else.
So it's fine. Like, I'm reacting,
I'm the one on the line,
detracting, and I'm making sure that I'm well on the right side of fair use. I'm not saying anything is defamation. Everything is bang on true. I'm allowed to make jokes and call him names. I'm allowed to call out his grift. I'm allowed to show the receipts that call out his grift, like in this video where they prove that these people in the comments. Anything I say is backed up. The problem with Alan is that the things he says aren't backed up at all.
I'll give reports from the court case, and I will get more members, and I will get more support.
No, you won't. They're going to dwindling away. You've got 80,000 subscribers, Alan, and you've got 400 people watching you. 80,000
for telling the truth, guys.
80,000 people have subscribed, apparently.
No more than you can be
you didn't buy them, of course, because they're all there supporting you, aren't they, Alan? Or have they all fucked off? Or did you just buy them from like Indian call centres?
Let me show you what I found.
Because you've got 80,000 subscribers. And you can't clear like 8,000 views.
This is my biggest mistake, was becoming popular.
You're not popular. People hate you.
Supporters, I wouldn't be going to court, would I?
What?
I'm going to court because they think I've got money.
You just said you were popular and then you didn't have enough supporters.
I'm going to court really because
I
found the shadow.
You found the shadow. Someone else found the shadow and told you about it in chat.
On YouTube before me, and they will throw names at you.
No one put it on YouTube before you because you banned them, so they couldn't put it on your comments.
I was the one.
I'm the one. I'm the one. I'm the one. Big narcissist.
I was the one that brought it to public attention.
Big narcissist.
I was the one. The armchair detective.
Big narcissist.
That got. Thank you.
Freedom of speech, but he wants me shut down. Freedom of speech, but we can't talk. Freedom of speech, but you can't talk about it in chat with him.
Patreon after this, and if you want
another 50 got 50 quid. Ocean's Daughter, what are you doing?
More candidly in there. There's things I can't say on YouTube.
There's things you can't say on YouTube. More candid on Patreon for the people who are willing to pay a bit more.
We've got to work out how to fight this. I want to talk to you about how we can.
So this whole thing is just an advert for his Patreon. He's just made
because if I go
350 quid. He's on at me about the tippies. He's a liar and a grifter, and the grifters work tonight for him, so he's going to keep doing it. So we've still got content for days, haven't we? If he's going to keep doing this,
I'm not the end. I'm the poppy standing in front of the other creators.
So far, nothing he has said today has had any bearing on anything. None of it is content. He hasn't raised an issue or talked about a subject. He's gone on and on about himself, on and on about needing your money. He's gone on and on about needing your money and himself and why he's so important and about this and about that. He hasn't talked about anything of any content or any note. They've given him 350 quid. Like, he's going to go and piss that up the wall on drink and whatever. Like, this is just disgusting behaviour from a grown man, no less. And it shouldn't really stand. But, like, the only thing that stand between him and these women are people like us to try and, like, hold him to account. So it's important. And they're not, it seems they all are women from what I can see in his chat. It seems they are. So what it's important, though, is that we make sure these people in his chat understand we're not angry at you. I can't believe you've given that money. You've been tricked and conned there, love. But when you come over to our side, which one by one they do, one by one he bans them and pisses them off, or they see his grift. One by one they come over. Like, when you get to that, like, he's watching us now, isn't he? Because he's running VT.
The fact that Watts was on the right to the pitch.
Yeah, he's watching. Is he watching VT now? So now he's using that time to watch us. Yeah. So Alan, you're a wanker. Yeah, Alan, you're a wanker. You're doing this grift. We can all see you doing the grift. It's just so pathetic. I think is the right word, isn't it? Pathetic. He's the sort of person that would rob your nan, isn't he? He's the sort of person that would come round and say, oh, you really need to have special double glazing from our company and it's going to be 9 grand. And sorry, 12 grand now that you're old. Like, you know, he's the sort of person that would grift your nan. Because he's literally, you know, there's people in his chat, someone's nan, isn't it? Some of them. All that money. And what's he done is he's gone on and on about himself and needing your money. That's all his content has been tonight. There's been no substance, all mouth, no trousers. He's not very nice, is he? He's not a very nice person. Thanks, Squirrel Sniper. trolling and stuff. Interesting. Brought it up in chat there. I haven't seen the full conversation you're having, so please don't each other get trolling each other. But here we allow people to talk differently, have different opinions in their chat, and when it goes too far we'll sort of shut it down, but we allow different opinions. And also what's important is I'm not trolling this guy. It's not trolling. What I'm doing is I'm detracting. I'm holding him to account. There's a community of people that do it. If it was just one person who's got a bee in their bonnet and they're like, causing trouble for him and just calling him names, that could be trolling. You know what I mean? Like going on Twitter and calling him names, that's trolling. But what I'm doing is I'm watching what he does and I'm saying why it's bad behaviour. And I'm calling out the lies, calling out the grift. I'm shocked at the amount of money he's got. I'm not new to this. There's another couple of YouTubers that have this same aura on YouTube. They grift, they talk a big game and they grift, and then they get some people that support them and other people hold them to account. So he's in a world that he doesn't understand. And the more I draw attention to it, the more we talk about it. And certainly some of you in chat as well, right? Some of you, like Truth Justice has been mentioned there. Louise, I love your picture. Some of you in chat will understand that if I can get a few of you on and you can tell me all about it, show me the clips, showing me the videos. Truth Justice has been sending me some videos, but I just wanted to come on and say, right, so I first met Alan, or at first was it exposed to him through this, and this is the clip, and he did this that was bad, and here's the clip, and I can get a bunch of you talking. Then eventually we've got the story there, and I can just edit it down with an editor, and then we can have it, and we can just nail him to the wall. Like, anyone has any questions, we can point to the video and say, yeah, instead of like hundreds of us all doing this talking all the time, there it all is in a big list. And it won't be the first time that somebody's made a video like that about some chuffer on the internet. And if you want to make it yourself, go ahead and make it yourself. It's not like I'm desperate to steal your thunder, but I see that you know more than me, and I see that you are more understanding of his long-term grift. And so I want to have it from you that have been doing the work, and I want to put you on the video to show people that you're the ones that, it's it'd be a bit rich of me to make my own super chuffer video about this. Like this, what Alan would do is he'd look at all your videos and then he'd make a video and he'd say, I found out all this stuff about these people, and then not source the video, so I'd rather you just with the people, for your own, like that would be what I'd like to see is your voices, and you able to, but also me learn.
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Big up Scott Legend.
Thank you, Sid Sophos.
Super Chuffer owes 6 hugs.
And for that end, I don't want to see you done out of I don't want you to feel like I'm trying to grift you. So what I'd do is I'd give you £40 to come on the show, each individually. That's about the cost of the running that I can give to somebody for a night's work. I'm not Elon Musk over here, but so you feel you've been paid for your time. I'd give you some money, and then the ongoing views for the video, I'd make money off that if I could. If it got 1 million views, I'd make a lot more money. But I don't expect it to get 1 million views. But what it would do is it would exist, and it would be there. So I'm prepared to bankroll the creation of the video. I'm prepared to put my money into it to create it, and I hope that the money comes back to me at the end through views. So if I don't get loads, I don't get enough, whatever. But if I get more, bonus, isn't it? That's business. But for everyone else, I don't want you to feel like you have to wait on, let's say I don't get loads of views and then you don't get paid for your work or whatever. It's silly. So it's easier just to give people fair pay for their time. And then, I don't know if Armchair Detective pays people for their time, but that's what I'd like to do. So between you, the ones that know in chat and the channels that are out there, let's get it together, let's get it on, let's organise a day for a round table and let's just all talk. And whether it's live or it's off camera and I record it, whichever way you want to do it, I'd quite like to do some lives, because then everyone can talk along and, bring your clips, bring your, tell me the story in about 2.5 hours, not 5 hours, not 10 hours, just tell me the story and show me some clips, and we'll get the voices together. That should be a good way of holding him to account. And it's important as well that we see everyone. A lot of people don't want to be on the internet. I don't mind being a face on the internet myself, but a lot of people don't want to be on the internet. But I think it's kind of important that some of you, especially when I watched this one, for example, which for some reason is timed out on my screen here.
$5, are you paying?
Videos
with Lizzie, you can see that Lizzie's a normal person. She's not some nutter. You can see that she's a nice lady and she's talking and she makes sense. So the more of us that are seen like that, the less he can say it's a bunch of trolls who are nutters. Because we're not, and we'll look like normal people, and our content will look good, and it will make better sense than his bollocks. So yeah, let's see what he's still saying.
How can that be?
Is he back on
Kissinger. At one time, the most hated woman in America. I'm more hated than Kissinger now.
Narcissism.
Shanann's family now protect Kissinger.
Why are you bringing all this shit up?
And yet, I am to be
you want the money.
destroyed along with others.
You know what?
That they've
You don't
taken
have to be
down
destroyed, Alan. You can just stop talking about it, take down the videos, say sorry you were
already. This is
wrong,
a guilty man.
and then I think
I
it
don't
might go
believe
away.
it.
But you weren't
I don't
prepared to
believe
do
he
that
was
all the way
done it.
along, and it got to this.
Kissinger's involvement. I don't think he would have done it. I think Shanann would still be alive today if Kissinger didn't come along.
All right, it's this thing. This is part of his manipulation.
I really do.
What Alan's doing is the audience in America believe this Kissinger to be a boogeyman figure. They believe her to be an evil woman who caused Chris to kill his family, and that he wouldn't have killed his family if it wasn't. So it's just conjecture. Yeah, it's putting ideas in people's heads that don't really exist. It's just conjecture, right? And he says that so that they get angry about this Kissinger because she's still out there running around, and he wants to bring her to justice because he's Batman. He wants to bully this woman that he's put ideas out about her that might or might not be true. I mean, I don't know. Maybe they are true. But bottom line, it's not for him to hold to account. And like, it's just a weird piece of manipulation to make you angry about somebody else rather than him.
Didn't know what I was doing, but I did it.
You did it.
And I know that my lieutenant chicken lady
What?
sent that video to Rourke every day for about 6 months.
That's harassment.
And you guys inundated Rourke until he actually looked at it and said, oh yeah, you're correct. There is a shadow under the truck. We better send Tammy back to the prison in Wisconsin and get him to see if he says the children were alive.
No evidence for that. There's no evidence that they sent it every day. You haven't shown me. There's no evidence that this is the reason the police made that leap in their case. Nobody has came out and said in America, this armchair detective bloke in England, he was instrumental in the solving of the case. That's not happened. He's telling you that's what's happened, but it hasn't.
The children died in the house.
Oh God, do we have to again?
And that's how it would have stayed.
Like, the thing is as well, he doesn't even flinch when he says this. I actually, when he said that, then in me, I thought, I don't want to hear about these poor children again. Like, it's enough. Like, I do these videos about Nicola Bulley, I do these episodes on the lives, and I can't do it every day because I would feel like crying too much. And I've already had a cry today thinking about Paul O'Grady and the dogs, and I saw some tweets, and then I went and looked at the pictures of his funeral, and then I had a little cry. I'm all right to say that I cry, but I don't want to put myself in that frame of mind all the time. I can't. I don't like it. And for Alan, it's just like, yeah, the children are dead, fucking this, and the children are dead, and fucking this. And like, Alan, like, do you have no compassion?
Shanann off the hook. Yes. How naive was the armchair detective? It got worse. They got jealous.
What are we doing now?
They didn't like the fact that I saved Shanann.
Saved Shanann.
They never give
You
me credit
saved
for
her.
saving Shanann.
Narcissist. No
They
one give you
didn't want
credit
me to
because you
save
didn't. You
Shanann.
didn't
They
save
just
her.
want to hate me.
Narcissist.
And the hate grew and grew. And they took it all
Why
away
would they
from
do
the
that?
shadows to... you didn't
Explain.
find the shadows,
Wait. Just
someone
explain
else did.
why. You can't say
And then
they're
once
just
they dealt
nuts.
with that, once
Every
they've got that
classic
out, they
classic
can
narcissist.
dehumanize me and saying I'm making money out of Shanann's death.
You are making money out of Shannon's death. You've made
At
a
the
book.
same time, his...
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Shannon wants
Grandma's
getting what he said.
taking
Sophos
super
sent
chat on a
tippies.
cooking channel.
Legend the goat.
The biggest supporter,
Super
mummy
Chuffer
this, mummy
06
that,
hugs.
made
Is
an
that dog?
absolute fortune by having them on her
Dog's got
channel
a
in
knife.
super
Thank
chat.
you. Thank you for the 6 hugs.
Her brother put a video up of Kissinger and made a fortune on super chat. And yet, his terrorists who hate me
What?
vilify me for getting super chat.
What?
And I think sometimes, how does this work?
What's that got to
How
do with
does
anything?
this work?
Well,
They're doing
who's-
the same as me.
It's not. It's the principle, Alan. It's
like
the principle.
the Truman
It's
Show.
not. No.
Am I in the Truman Show?
Are you Paul Ansell? Because he thought he was.
Where only I get the blame
Using the words of Paul Ansell
for
now.
what everyone does.
And in the Truman Show, Truman does not get the blame for what everyone does.
It's
That's
amazing.
a weird analogy. It's a weird analogy.
So you all heard
because you
of
haven't
the-
got a very inventive
the Watts
brain.
murders, right?
Have you, Alan? Not very
You all
inventive
heard
in
of,
your old brain. You have
Jack
to
the
sit and
Ripper
come up with a
murders, right?
scheme, and then you
There's
sit
no
down and you
one
read your
that
little
can stop
YouTube
people
scheme.
talking about Jack the Ripper's murders.
You're all
There's
right
no
talking
one
about
can
yourself.
stop people talking about Fred West's victims. They're all mothers and fathers.
It's
All
about
those
context,
30-odd
Alan.
victims of Fred West, those people had mothers and fathers.
We're not all going round to their houses and
You
like
don't see
making
them
endless
trying to
videos
stop
about their mothers and
talking about
fathers. We're not
Fred
trying
West.
to drag their mothers and fathers through the mud, Alan.
Do you?
It's not about that. It's
You
about
don't
context.
hear
Do you
the
not
idea
understand
of
that?
poor ones.
You don't understand why what
Mums
you've
and
done is
dads
different from the
stop people
documentaries about
talking
Fred
those
West.
four-
You don't
four
understand
children
that.
murdered by Cohenberg.
You've got no heart when you're talking
don't
about these
hear
murder
anybody trying to
victims.
stop that
You're now
either.
leveraging them.
Why are you putting up with this persecution of me,
What?
YouTube?
What? YouTube's got nothing to
General
do with
public,
this.
other
They've got their
creators. Why
terms
are
of
you
conditions.
letting
You
them do
broke
this
them the
to
other
me?
week, terms of service, by fishing for people's emails, which is to put on some other scam that they don't know about behind the
was countless
scenes,
Facebook
I
groups
assume.
and YouTubers
Like, Jesus,
We're
Alan.
going along with the narrative that Chris Watts was right and shouldn't
Sorry, I
have
keep
killed
putting
the
my arm
children.
in front of the chat.
There's still one in America that says it today, but they don't go after
Lovely
her.
arms, look, that look like real arms, that don't have
I was
like,
the one that changed
weird,
it all. A little YouTuber from the UK.
flabby claw hands.
And I wouldn't have done it. If I'd known that, hey,
Nancy's
I've had
dropped
your
another
face, I wouldn't have done
$50 off her head on
it. You
fucking
wouldn't want
meth.
to be me. Oh,
What are you doing,
Nancy's
Nancy?
a superstar, isn't she, really?
Well, she's giving you loads of money, which is like a bit over the top.
I've been
to be
in a
honest,
dark hole
right?
over this case many times.
I'm just going to quickly say this. I'm not picking on anyone. The other day, someone gave me quite a big tip. We were on Twitch. Someone gave me quite a big tip. It was lovely, and we talked about it afterwards because I wanted to give them the chance to have that money back. Because I'll be honest, they gave me more than $200, more than that, more than £200 in one tip, or like in two tips. And I was like, I don't know if you're like. Sometimes people get drunk. Sometimes people. You know, we were talking about something that had gone on in their life. Again, I don't want to like point you at this video and like it's there if people want to see it, but I'm not trying to point at you know or anything. Like I'm just saying that it happened. And so what we did was I said the next day, let's talk on a little email, little comment. Are you okay with this in the cold light of day? Do you need it back? And to this day now, it's still in the bank. If she wants that back, I'll just give it straight back. I'll take the cost as well. You know, there's like a transaction cost, so it's not the full 200 I get, is it? It's like 1.9 or 1.7, so you know, whatever. I'll soak it up. You can have it back. Alan doesn't give a fuck, man. Someone's just given him 300 quid, and he's like, yeah, lovely, superstar. Anyway, great. I'm such a fucking chuffer. I'm like, what's going on?
I had to sit on my own for an hour in the darkness and figure a way. How can I get out of this hole?
He's still the
Like
victim.
I've done so many times in the
Is this
past.
one woman going to give you 3 grand,
'Cause I'm not
10
a
grand,
coward. I face
30
things.
grand? You don't face things, Alan. You're sat at home. Do you want to face me? Let's have a
Coward
boxing
would
match.
Close his channel, right, and disappear. Yeah,
What?
that's what a coward would do.
What? A coward would sit at home
Can't let
painting
you
weird
down, my
paintings and
community.
poking
I can't
fingers
just
over the
disappear
internet.
like Claire did.
A coward
do
would be
it.
sat in his room with his little
Not
green
me.
screen. I've got a green screen. I'm in
So I
my
had to
room.
figure a way out, and I thought, what have I got left?
A coward would spin all these lies and manipulate these vulnerable
Got the most
people, Alan.
important thing, right?
Alan, you are a coward.
I've
Alan,
got
face
my
me in the
life.
ring. If you're not a coward, face
And
me in the ring. It's that simple.
my
You can't say,
ability
oh,
to
but I'm
think.
80. Oh, but I'm this. Oh, but I'm that. Face me in the ring. If
I'm thinking,
you've got
well,
excuses
if I
and you're a
reduce
coward,
the
fine.
justice to
Have your excuses
5,000.
and be a coward. But if not, Alan,
That would
face
do
me
it,
in the
right?
ring.
So
I
I
know
spoke
a
to
few
solicitors,
people we can get it
5,000,
on.
that's
Fair.
great.
We can organise a fair play.
3
Like,
letters.
a serious, white collar,
I know that.
boxing
because
gloves,
I spent £8,000
rules.
on cease
You know,
and desist letters.
we can even get people on the
I know
internet to
what it
watch
costs
it.
for solicitors.
You can make some money. Face
And
me
I
in the ring.
know I can't do it. I can't raise 60,000. I can't ask you to give me 60,000.
But what have you spent the fucking last hour doing?
Case, can I?
That's just manipulative
In these
language,
hard
Alan.
times,
Because you
that'd
spent
be
the whole last hour doing it. What you mean is, oh, I can't ask you to pay for that.
ridiculous to ask
Oh
you
no,
for
I'm
£60,000.
sorry, I can't ask you to pay for that. Oh, thank you for paying
So
for
I've got to
that.
find another way.
Yeah, what are you going to do? Work at Burger
And the only
King?
way is to do it myself
Work at Burger King.
and hire
Is that
a
why you got the
barrister
hat?
on the day of the court
Practicing.
per hour.
Per hour on the day. You're going to get
And,
rinsed. You're going to
That's the
lose.
conclusion I've come to with my lawyers. They're going to supply me with a barrister.
He's even manipulating
work
the
for the
lawyers.
day of the
He's
trial
even trying to
for
get a
this one.
grift
I
off the
don't think
lawyers.
there's going to be a trial.
He's
There's
even
no
like,
court
oh, can't I
date
just
even.
do it on the
There's
day?
you can't have
we
a
just
trial without a court date,
Raining
right?
again. I
And it's
couldn't
only
be
bloody
happier.
civil anyway.
Related or pointless sent tippies. He doesn't know what day it is. Give that nostril its own show.
the nostrils?
Keep it up, battery exhausted.
Thank you. Do you think
Super
he's?
Suffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you very much for the £5. Thank you.
What he's
do you
done.
think he's Anglo-Indian? Because I've got a bit of Indian in me, and I wonder. I
no-brainer
see
when a
his silver hair
judge
and
sees it.
the way
But it's just
he tans. The
getting into
Vinicum, the name
judges.
Vinicum,
I'm
is
not
a bit of an
rich
Indian
enough.
name. I wonder if he's got any Indian heritage. I have a bit.
So my paintings.
Well, my family were out there as
I want you to buy my
the
paintings.
British Indian Army
And
people.
pay
I
too
think.
much for it
They owned a
on
tea
purpose.
plantation or something.
Purposely pay too much for the paintings. The spanners are going to put in chat now the email where you bid for my paintings. No one will know what
What?
you bid. No one will know your name.
What? That's.
But
I
will
wonder
keep a
why.
record of how much money I've got.
No record. No one keeps a record. No one knows.
You
The
can
other day he
look
said
in my
no one
community
knows
page
how
of
much
the
money I've
paintings that
got.
are there. I'm asking you
Bills
not
I have to
buy
pay.
one. Yeah, buy one for art's sake.
Alan, you won't put your. I've got all my
Well,
accounts
buy one
public
for
because I'm a
free speech.
sole trader. I assume. I know my yearly annual tax thing goes into
I
the
don't believe there will
HMRC,
be a
doesn't it?
trial.
Like,
There's not
I
even a court date.
all my
so
stuff is
don't
public, all
worry
my
about
tippies
that.
and stuff.
But we have
So
to fight it.
I can't
if
hide
I
it.
don't fight it,
Again.
do you know what
Goldmer
happens?
inmate
Happier.
sent
If I don't
tippies.
fight
this.
this, he
AD
automatically
farty bum
wins.
poopy pants. Super
I can't
Chuffer
get this
owes
across
6
to people,
hugs.
can I? If I don't fight
Get
this,
him off me.
he gets a judgment by default, which is meaningless, but he wins.
It's not meaningless,
And
is
he
it? It
will
means you
claim
couldn't fight
costs,
it or didn't fight
And it's
it.
going to be around £60,000.
Alan, you don't have to
I
pay
will
any
have
of
a
that if you
debt
win,
If I
do
don't
you?
fight of £60,000.
We'll just
If I
win.
fight, he will have a debt of £60,000 because he will lose.
There you go. There you go. We'll just win
But how
then.
am I going to get the money out of him when he lives in America?
What you on about?
I'm in a no-win situation, so's he.
Oh, if only you
If
hadn't
he
talked a load of
wins, I've
shit
got
on
no
the
money.
internet about this guy.
If I win, I can't get his money. And that's the irony, isn't it? No
Should we
one
try and
wins.
sue him?
Do you know who wins? Cohen Davis wins.
Do you know what? I've wondered. I bet he's so scared. He
He's
never
got all
names
your
me,
money
does
that
he?
you donated.
One reason is because he don't want the people to find the channel
who
and watch
wins.
it. But I bet he's so scared, isn't he? Because he
Go
can't.
ahead.
Like, what happens if? Does he want to sue me? Does he want
And all
to
the
do me for
backslappers
defamation?
that tell
Like, I'm
Frankie
not saying
you've got a
anything
great
that's
chance of
not
winning.
provable.
You
And the other
fool.
bits that are my, comedic
I don't have
conjecture
any
about,
money.
comedy
I don't have
slurs
money.
on his character. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, he's a paedophile, am I? Like, you know
I
what
don't
I
have
mean?
money. What can he win?
What can he win? Well, what we can do, Alan, is we can take you down and
I could win in America.
people don't want to see you spouting off all this nonsense. Oh, it's such a dirty, disgusting, grimy. He's run it twice now. He's into his repeat mode, where he's run it twice. You've
But
got
he's
nothing
choosed
to
come over
say.
here.
And
He's
you
not
come
allowed
online
to sue me here because
so that
he hasn't
someone
got
could give you
jurisdiction to
300
sue me
quid.
here. Yes, do you know who he's suing me through? He's suing me through a woman called Claire, who's pretending to be a lawyer.
Why don't you put the
She's
petition
fronting
up?
this.
Why don't you just show
She's
people
using
what
our
you're talking
bank
about?
account. Because
Why'd
an
you-
American
why'd you
can't
Drip
run
feed these little bits of
pro
information.
justice. It has to be an English person.
Just making it up. Apparently
Or
earlier you
a
didn't
Welsh
understand the
person
law.
in
You
this
couldn't
case.
do it. You needed a solicitor.
She's
Now you're an
fronting it,
expert.
and she's a known liar. The person you will give money to
She's a known liar.
is a liar.
The person you give money to, he just said it there. He uncovered himself.
And trusted.
You-
She's
listen.
fronting it, and she's a known liar.
He uncovered himself. This is the truth of it. This is the truth of it.
The person you will give money to and trusted is a liar and a
That's the truth of it. Uncovered yourself
liar.
there.
The person you will give money to and trusted is a liar.
Narcissist
and a fraud,
can't help talking about
and
himself.
a lying, non-lawyering lawyer.
Has he even got a lawyer?
And yet you trusted her.
Show me the
And
receipts.
she's still putting
At this point, Alan, we need to see the receipts because you're proving yourself
she's
to be
a
really
out-and-out liar.
not
I can say
reputable.
that to her, Claire. Sue me. You're a liar. You're not a lawyer. We've checked it out. The Solicitors Union know all about you. If it does go to court, your name will come up in this case as a liar. Diem, this goes to court.
Threatening
your
some
name
woman
will
on the
come up
internet
as
now.
The best friend.
Got his £300
and the
money
right-hand
bonus.
man of this
Feels
man who's
good.
taking me to court.
Start threatening the women on the
Dox me in
internet.
a country where you're not allowed to dox people. And if you're living here at the time, you will be arrested. I hope
You
you're
will
still
be
here
arrested.
because-
He's got the police will do what he
And
tells
he
them
will
to.
might have the bravado. I see you in court.
That was a
AD.
lie.
Yeah. You've doxed me, dear. And I've just told everybody that you've got a channel. And we all know you've got a channel. And we all know you make videos about me. We all know you've accused
Listen.
me of being a P. We all know that you've accused me of selling children to America. We
If he
all
could
know
do
that
anything,
you've shown the hotel I am. We all
he'd have
know
done
you've
it
shown
already.
the park where I walk my dog.
He's got
We
no
all know what you've
balls.
done. And
He's
no
got-
words weasel you out of it.
If he can do it,
No
he'd have done it
amount of
already.
videos weasel you out of doxing me.
Alan,
Showing
it's
my
bullshit.
hotel and where I walk my dog.
Why aren't the police on it then? If it's such a big crime.
There's so much against him. But
Right.
I'm pleased he's in England now. I'm pleased he's in England. Great. Please stay here, dear.
Do you know what's funny as
And
well?
as for your girlfriend, good luck with him.
You prick. You know what's funny as well? This last week, I've had a couple of trolls on my channels. It's from Alan, or it's Alan himself. It's more likely to be Alan himself because people aren't really that interested in trolling me on his behalf. Trust me. So it's more likely Alan on his because he thinks he's clever. One of them was he used the place that I lived, like the name of the town that I live in, and he's doing it to try and people are getting close. Do you know what I mean? Just a little. oh, if I don't want to worry about trolls knowing where you live, or you know what I mean, shit like that. My fucking personal details. I used to run a business in the centre of my town. I've got like websites with my full details on. Like I've got like all my public, like, you know, facing business. Like I'm not. It's not like some clever. But what I do know is he's been digging around on me. He's been trying to do his private detector on me. He doesn't know the first thing. The first thing, all he did is prove that he can like Google the basics, and to prove to me that that's all you're doing. Like when he did the Wikipedia and he used the thing about the scream, and then he copy and pasted Wikipedia for his thing about the scream. He's just so basic.
Trying to make a case, which will have to be answered in a court of law. Is that? Do you understand that? For those you people that don't know about me, you need to look at the work I do actually do.
You don't do any work.
Coffee. We're going to watch the truth of this case.
What?
With the armchair detective.
You're going to make them watch one of your videos while you go and make a coffee? Are you fucking kidding me? I'm not going to sit around for this shit. I'm not a moron. You're going to go and make a coffee. What he's going to do is he's going to rewind what we've just said and watch back. He's now watching us. Like, if you're doing a live broadcast, you've got your coffee ready, you've got your drinky, Alan, you've got your tippies. Use my word. You're a wanker. You mentioned me. You talked about me in your thing. You're a twat. Like, it's just so banal, isn't it? Like, I'm getting dragged into his world in a way, like of banality. Like, Alan's got nothing. Like, he's got nothing. He's worse than the Emperor's New Clothes, because in the Emperor's New Clothes, the people were naked, right? But with Alan, like, he's naked, and you can see that he's got a tiny little willy. It's like worse than just being naked. Like with me, I'd be naked and be like, oh, you're naked, well, hello. But with Alan, he's going to be like, oh, you're naked, ugh, this disgusts me. Look at you. Like, Alan, stand in the mirror and look at yourself and tell me you don't disgust yourself. Jesus. Is Lefty Lucy at it again? Because I told them they were all right, you know, here, they were getting a second chance. But if they're at it again, they can go. So careful, Lefty Lucy. I've told you that you're on thin ice. But I just keep an eye. I don't know. Can we stop his lies? That's an interesting question. The thing is, right, the narcissist, the problem with this is he's a narcissist. He's not like just another content creator, and that's why he doesn't do content like other content creators. He's a narcissist. So what he does is if you starve him of oxygen, he's going to get a bit louder and even more aggressive in a way. And like, that's what's happening. Do you notice the theme in his content is that as he gets less and less popular, as fewer and fewer people watch his videos, as the things he says become less and less, all he's got really is trying to grub up some other people's ideas about Nicola Bulley at this stage. And so he gets more and more desperate. And what we saw today was quite a desperate man. Went on for an hour about how you needed to give him money because of this court case thing, which may or may not be legit, you know, may or may not be a legit reason to give him money if you support him. Do you know what I mean? Even if you support him, it may or may not be legit. Like, he hasn't shown me the solicitor's bill, he hasn't shown me the cost, just numbers in the air that he's, you know, shouting about on YouTube until people give him money. And what have people done? 300 quid, that doesn't fix the problem, but he's got 300 quid. So it makes me feel like he'd rather have 300 quid than fix the problem. Because if you need to fix the problem, you wouldn't be on the internet busking for 300 quid, would you? Like, because he told us outright in this video that it won't fix his problem, didn't he? You were there, I've just been here. He said, doing this on the internet and getting you to give me 300 quid won't fix my issues. So why is he doing it? Oh, he just wants 300 quid then. Like, you don't have to be a detective to work this out. His motivation and his motive for this this grift is, I need quick money because I drink it, I piss it away on my gambling addictions. I'm guessing he's not just playing poker live in the arena. He's probably got some sort of betting app where he pisses away his money on the phone. Like, probably, don't you think? Like, right or wrong, tell me in chat, do you think I'm right or wrong? He's probably got his own betting app where he, like, you know, he's on the phone, pissing, like that 300 quid that's gone in now, he's gone to make a coffee in another YouTuber, because I've been here, this isn't my first rodeo, remember, yeah? This ain't my first rodeo, so this Dark Side Phil,
what we do is
this guy,
put a little bowl of peanuts on our back porch.
Let's watch some Dark Side Phil, because we don't want to watch that armchair dick repeat video. So this is Dark Side Phil.
What we do is we put a little bowl of peanuts on our back porch, and we have all kinds of woodland creatures coming by for the fall. Like we have squirrels, birds, various different creatures that come by to grab some peanuts.
And this guy, Darkside Phil, right? He recently, for example, he did a special where he...
Okay.
Look, this is Asmongold says
You
it at
need
the
to
start.
get better at begging for money. Okay? Like, I think DSP does a pretty good job begging for money.
Begging for money.
He does.
We all know about it
we all
on the
gotta
internet.
chip in. He makes it like it's a group effort, and he talks about like different things that you're gonna get out of shipping in and like making money. Like DSP, yeah, he does a good job.
So what happened is Armchair Detective waddled into this world of YouTube begging, thinking he's got a cool, clever grift. And he doesn't realise that he's gone under the radar a little bit of the cool YouTube people. I'm not the coolest YouTube person. Yeah, I'm not the coolest YouTube person. I'm a YouTuber. I'm a little bit different from Alan because I'm not wearing my son's clothes trying to look cool, you know. Anyway, I understand this world, right? People like Boogie, people like Wings, Alan probably doesn't know about them. People like DSP, they've been around forever. The gaslighting, the narcissism, like we've seen it over and over again from these other people in these other fields. And so what's happened is I've got this background in watching and observing this work. Like in this episode...
Now I'm wondering if that could have affected today's earlier stream.
In this episode, Darkside Phil decides that if you give him $100, he will drink a shot of gin. And that's the grift for today. It's like, and also you notice he's wearing this hat. Yeah, you notice he's wearing this hat. Because if you pay him, if you tip him, he's got tip goals. Tip me $50, I'll wear the glasses. Tip me $100, I'll put on a hat. Now, it sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? You wouldn't believe it goes on the internet. But some people are that... We call it dented. I don't call it dented because I don't believe in slurring on the disabled really, but some people in the communities on the internet call it dented. You know, they're that dumb that they think that like it's worth giving him their money. Sorry, this is just a cut I made of a woman doing a belly dance. You could see it if you want. So they give him the money and he takes the tips, and then what he tells them is, oh, I've got these payments to make, and he went bankrupt once, and like, you know, he's got all this stuff going on all the time, he's got to pay this stuff, and all the trolls are trolling him, and I need to pay these payments. And what he actually does with the money, Darkside Phil, the reason that the internet is so angry with him is that he takes the money and he puts it into a mobile game, and he pisses it away on a mobile game, a WWE Champions mobile game. And people were so angered by this, what they did was, and like, this isn't just me saying this, bear in mind, look, if I search on YouTube for Darkside Phil, and you will in your own free time now, you know, if you fancy a bit of a rabbit hole, Darkside Phil is currently live playing his games, right, on the internet now.
The appeal of the characters
there he is wearing a hat, which means he's earned $100 today. Right, that's his new hat, $100 hat, right? But if you scroll down, look, Darkside Phil down the rabbit hole. What's this? 5 years ago, someone made a video about him, and it's got 5 million, 6 million views. Oh, I see. It turns out on the internet, these people that do the grifting, that people laugh at, that people take the piss out of, that you and I in chat here, you know, just like Armchair Detective, we spot them for what they are. Yeah. On the internet, the wider internet, when they get hold of it, what they do is they make these videos about it and take the piss. And those videos get millions of views because people on the internet want to see stupid people doing a grift, and they want to have the thing explained for them. So like I said to you in chat, you know, and I said to you in chat, let's all get you in as a round table. Let's make the video. We can, I don't know if we get 5 million views. Frederick Knudsen, bit of a big chuffer, you know, bit of a good, done loads of these, really good at it. Yeah. But like, if Frederick did it, if Frederick turned his attention to Armchair Detective, he's easily got the content for a full video, because Armchair Detective is what we call a lol cow. He's someone that is like a cow, and we milk it because he gives us all this stupid stuff on the internet and we can talk about it. Lol cow. We can have a lol, and he's a cow that we milk, yeah? So he keeps, like today, he did it exactly right today. He came on, he did all his narcissism. I'm this chuffer and you need to give me this. For someone like Frederick Knudsen could take what he's done over the years and make this 5 million view. I think if we did it, we might get 50,000 views. Like let's push. Oh, a big video about him. All of you that have contributed, and all the, you know, 50,000 views maybe. Like this other one about DSP here. But the point is, the more people that catch on, somebody will watch that video, and somebody else, look, Sunny V2, will also make a video. Not quite 1 million views, but
it's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Beakletjog sent tippies. You need to turn your super chat on. Brilliant first episode on AD. Super
Yeah.
Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Good point. My B-side channel, I haven't got the super chats on. Yeah, good point. Maybe I should. See, I'm not. They can never accuse me of being money-minded. Although I do think it's important. I've seen recently as well on this. This is an important point to make. But let me just finish this one at a time, right? Other people make videos about it, and it becomes a bigger thing. And the more he does his grifting, the more. Like, how did I find out? Well, he stole one of my videos, so he dragged me into it. But you know, how did I find out? The more he does Alan, the more he is Alan on the internet, the more he's going to do this all the time. He's going to piss more people off, ban somebody else. Today, somebody got banned in his chat. Who? I don't know. But ask his mods how many people they've had to ban today. Just for having a different opinion even. I went in there as a sock account the other day. So nobody knew it was me. And they honestly, no one knew it was me. Yeah? Like people like Kirsty Green in his chat or whatever you can see underneath. Or Mike Anderson there or whoever. You know, I was just a person. And all I said was, who said that? Question mark. Like, he said this thing, like someone had said, like, he was doing the timeline of Nicola Bully. And I said, you know, who said that? Question mark. Like, as in, who was the person that said this information? I got banned. For questioning, I got banned. So everyone gets that treatment, yeah? So every time that happens, they come over to our side. There's more and more. And every time he does a video like he's done today, you know, he's not ever going to get up to PewDiePie level. He's not going to get, but Darkside Phil is a bit of a big, you know, Darkside Phil's a bit of a big example because lots of people understand and know that story and have seen the videos over the years, and he's still doing it. So he's kind of like a person that the community can gather around in a way. But there are others. Look, as I scroll down here, Sirax, there's another one, an idiot in America. Like, Armchair Detective is our version of one of these idiots. So what's going to happen with me is that he can't stop it now. His narcissism will not allow him to stop, will it? He's had a go at me again today. So what's going to happen with me is I'm going to look to try and make the definitive. I want to get all these people that know more than me so that they can teach me what I don't know. And what's the point in me then learning it and then doing it as my own video and saying it all again? Why don't I get you to say it, and you can be on the video if you want to be, and we can shout out all your channels, and then like I've got the story. Of course, my effort is that I get and make it, isn't it? So, and then we edit it down, like I said. That's my hopeful plan. If we can't do that, I'll just get one or two of you on to teach me. We'll do a smaller version. But no, I'm not trying to move the world here. I just, in the next couple of weeks, would like these people to come on my show and talk to me and show me the clips, and then I'll edit that, and then that'll be a good video, yeah? And then when people see it, like I said, more attention might be turned to his grift. More people might wake up to his grift, his narcissism. Every time he does it like we did today, I can point it out. We can point it out. So more people will see it. And Alan's part in this. He thinks, I'm getting bullied, I'm getting trolled or something like that. And he thinks he'll turn it to his best. You know, these people will give me even more money because the trolls. That's not how it'll work. What it'll be is one by one, the people that support him will sort of dwindle away. Not everyone has got that sort of money to throw around all the time. You know, one by one, they'll dwindle away. They'll find something else to interest them, to be interested in. Alan will have less to say on the matter, on any matter, frankly, as he hasn't got today, because he's filling his own live stream with just nothing. Like, it's a video I used to do, not commenting on it and talking about it.
On this?
Just... And what's this?
There he is.
What's this? Like, it's toilet paper for content. Content is king on the internet. Doesn't matter what you think about someone's personality. It doesn't matter what you think about someone's right to free speech, or what you think about what people want to watch is something that they want to watch. So if you're good at what they're making them want to watch stuff, or making stuff they want to watch, or in my case, creating a media of value, you know, whatever, they'll watch it. I'm not Mr. Beast out here, am I? But Alan, you're the worst. You're now showing an old video of your old video. And why would anyone on your channel not just want to watch? If they want to watch that, they can just go and watch that in better quality. Why would they want? And you can see the fact that your chat has dried up, like completely dried up. 300 people watching now. So you're taking a live stream that was clocking at 400 and nearly 500, and you've allowed it to just dwindle off and drift off. Like the laziest thing you could possibly do, and it's bad for your channel. And when YouTube looks at your metrics, and it's going to say about this one, not particularly good, people dwindled off. You know, YouTube will know. Content is king. You've got to make good content first and foremost. And that's why Alan will never succeed, because he can't do that. The only things that he ever makes, other people send in for him. he's never going to succeed in that fashion. You know, he can't make good content. He doesn't have the capacity. He'll sit and talk about himself for hours, but he doesn't have the capacity to make good content, does he? Alan, can you edit? Alan, do you understand Final Cut Pro? Alan, have you ever shot any media? Alan, have you ever used an HD camera? Alan, have you ever changed a lens? I mean, come on. Armchair Detective, because he's the laziest bastard on YouTube. So he can't succeed, he can't win. And what we can do, as I said, is we can continue to rip him, continue to pull his pants down in public and show him up for his own ineptitude. And more people will dwindle away from him. It's virtually impossible that Alan can gather more and more momentum, because what happened in the people that support him for these issues, you know, this stuff he's talking about, for example, this is important. Okay, this is an important thing to say. This Shadow Man bollocks, right? No one cares. Let's be fair. I mean, you care about the rights and wrongs for the victims. The people in his chat care about the rights and wrongs for Alan. The rest of the world, no one cares. Like, that case is closed. It's done. Look, Blue Jade will win this war, has given him $50. What's going on?
Seller for the rest of my life. Never see my family again, because of certain families.
Oh, is he back? Is this him? Did he get changed?
He's pretty sick, I know, but that's what's happening. They've already raised $30,000 to put me away. So
has he got changed in the middle?
And if you give money to that, go on, Blue Jane, stick it to him.
No, this
is a war effort. Save yourself. I like it.
The war effort.
My
opinion. Look at him cheering on his. Unbelievable. He's watching his own video and he's cheering. Like, this is the worst kind of content, and she's giving 50 quid. Like, the war effort. So anyway, let me point this out. These people that are giving him money, they care about some bollocks that went on some years ago. That if you try, imagine you and me now, we're in Tesco's, yeah, and the woman in front of us is doing her shopping, and you say, "Excuse me, before you go to the counter and do your checking out your shopping, can I tell you the story of Alan Vinicum and what happened when he made some videos about Chris, this guy in America who killed his family?" And Alan is the victim in all this, because this guy's Chris, his family, the people he killed, their family, Alan's been making. At this point, she's fucked you off. She don't care. She doesn't want to know. She wants to do her shopping and move along. Can you shut up about this bollocks from years ago? Yeah. So let's be honest. No one else can see what, like, this video he's making today, this content you're watching today. No one can, like, imagine you switch on his stream now and you don't know anything from anything. You're going to think, what the fuck is going on here? Like, I don't want to be part of this. It looks like a hornet's nest. You either get banned immediately, and you're like, why did I get banned? I don't realise. I only asked a normal question. Or, like, you're like, this guy seems angry and aggressive, and he's fighting this problem law case, and these people that he's fighting seem like the innocent people who you should be not fighting. Like, you would, at this point, you just walk away, wouldn't you? You know. Then imagine you're under the age of like 60, like, and I'm only saying that because, like, how many people are that into this sort of thing anyway? And, like, it's not even an ageist thing. I just mean, who's going to remember Chris, and who's going to care about Alan, and, you know, the people that are using YouTube. And, like, actually, ageist was wrong there. Under the age of 60 was wrong. It was the wrong thing. I was trying to talk about a demographic. I'm trying to say, like, who is he appealing to? Who is he talking to? Who is he going to draw into his little trap? Because he is appealing to a certain demographic, and that is a part of his grift, is he sees a demographic and he believes them to be vulnerable, and to him that's the older lady. He believes them to be vulnerable, so he attacks. That's his method of attack. He's not got changed. What it is this is a video that we're watching.
If you haven't, take AD's advice and get yourself some American cream. This is me doing a normal show, just rambling on, guys. I hope you enjoy the chit chat. Relax, make yourself a cup of tea. Listen to AD waffling on about all sorts of stuff. They think I only talk about the Watts case. I talk about a million things, but they only see the word Watts. Soda. It's not many calories because it's soda.
It's all you've talked about today, Alan, and you're doing a rerun of one of your old Watts videos. Like, what? You've got nothing. Alan has got nothing. Nothing. How dare you put this on the internet and sit there and, like, with your drink, you sit there now watching the super chats coming in thinking, yes, easy life. Like, what a disgusting grift. Not even offering content. Not even doing the bare minimum on YouTube. reacting to his own content. And the reason he's playing his own video is because imagine he watched one of mine and like talked about it and reacted to it. That's content, isn't it? At least that's content. But he can't even. It's the worst. Look at the quality of the footage, and he's got £20 for that. You can buy a bottle of gin, right?
Yeah. I want a question by the police.
Got any funnies today? Yeah, I'm a bit like about it, aren't I? But it is a bit like isn't it? He's put me in this frame of mind by doing this disgusting behaviour. So yeah, you're right. I should I should ignore it a bit and cheer the fuck up. Yeah, so Alan is a dirty, disgusting, grimy grifter, and this is like, at least with Dark Side Phil, when we watch him, we get him on camera being himself so that we can laugh at him. Like, Alan's hidden himself away so that we can't he said earlier he wasn't a coward, but he's not even prepared to have his face on the internet so that we can laugh at him. He knows that we're laughing at him, and so he's gone away. That's a bit funny. That's funny in itself. Yeah. He might be in a work meeting. Right.
I don't like being like I am sometimes. It annoys me. So, with all that being said,
that copyright music, it doesn't like the copyright music.
It's done. It's completely erased, as if I never got it. It's all accounted for in bills coming up. So it's fun.
Look, like I said,
and then there's another slew of
this guy Dark Side Phil
yesterday, and immediately I had to pay all my big bills. So I went boom, 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 paid them all. And then I'm looking at the other bills that are clearing the end of the month. And then there's another slew of bills that the end of the first week of the month. And I'm like, that's my whole YouTube payment. That's it. It's gone. It's.
Oh yeah, let's not forget that. Oh my God, Phil's just reminded me. What Alan gets, he's asking these people for money, yeah? But he's getting his YouTube money, isn't he? He's monetized. How do you send me videos, Nuff? You see, the thing is, right? Is there a video you want to watch now on the internet now, or is it like an Alan video? Like, is it like a piece of evidence of something? Like, what kind of video is it? 'Cause if you want me to watch it now, just tell me what it is, and I'll type it in and we'll watch it. But if it's like, have I turned him off now? I've turned him off. I need him on a window in case he comes back. He's not coming back, is he? Did I fuck up the chat then? No, it's still working. He's still not come back. It's still just his video. We'll watch something else. So yeah, we'll do something else. You'll have to tell me though. Enough. Whether it's. Do you want me like? What kind of video is it? What kind of video is it? And what should we watch to like cheer ourselves up after that dire performance from Alan? Like, that was a really dire performance, wasn't it? And this is a stream where we can just do what we want, really. This is my B-side stream. I could play House Flipper. I could do anything.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Lisa
Dog's at me again.
Strasberg sent tippies. AD is a dick. X. Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Ah, that dog. Thank you very much for the 5 hugs. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Looks like Kirsty Green's going to good night there. Armchair Detectives. We could watch some of my old videos if you want, like him. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. My channel, your channel. I'll react to some of my old videos. I've been making content for a while, so I should have something that we can watch. I did have something that I was lining up, actually, that was going to drop on here, didn't I? I can't remember what it was now. Should have something that I can watch. I'm a bit of a chuffer, really. What about this? What about this? This will knock you. You won't expect this.
Money on vintage.
Honestly, you won't expect this.
Amazing deal.
So once upon a time, and this is the truth, okay, this is the God's honest truth of the matter, frankly. So you have to just accept it because it is the truth. Right. Let's have this on big. Edit. Transform. Reset the transform. Is this it? Yeah, it's just the colours are funny. Properties. No. So I'll tell you the story. Once upon a time, I was in America. I pressed properties again. I'm stupid. It was filters. Come on, Scotty Hottie. Filters. I can't do 2 things at once with my brain, so that's the problem. There you go. That's that. Now you've had that. Now it looks right. Once upon a time, I was in America, and my job was to film the Arnold Schwarzenegger competition, strongman competition. Now, me and my mate had gone out making this documentary. and my job was to do a bit of filming. And what had happened, I just really need to get this thing lined up on the screen so that I can show it you in full screen like this. And it's annoying me while I'm talking, so I can't talk and do two things at the same time. I'm sorry. Right, what happened was, I don't know, where's them as well? I don't want all them anymore. Where's them? Why have I got all them? No, they're gone. Right, what happened was, my mate had got good seats for this show. We were at the Arnold's Classic Ohio, and my mate had got good seats for this show, right? And then 2 seats.
Gainer in bronze sent tippies. I hope there's a big public gallery. It'll be a great day out.
Watch that doggy.
Super Chuffer owes 5 hugs.
Thank you for the 5 hugs. Yeah, I'll turn up. I'll turn up to the court case. Yeah, that'll be fucking wicked. I can interview him outside. Like, Alan, are you going to join me in the ring? Alan, are you going to sign the contract and join me in the ring? So I'd gone to this strongman competition. We were filming it. We were doing a bit of backstage filming with my mate. My mate was following Eddie Hall. Oh, we were both following Eddie Hall. We were making a documentary about him. And what happened was I didn't have a seat. I needed the extra seat for the filming kit. And he said, can you go over there and maybe film from the side? And I felt well pissed off. I was like, I don't want to go and stand by the side. I don't have a seat. And he was like, maybe go to the back and get us a wide shot of the whole thing. And so I went up to get this wide shot, which meant I had to go all the way up all the stairs at the very back of this arena. And I got this wide shot and I was like, fuck this. And I went out the back to have a cigarette, right? Because fuck this, right? And wide shot, you can fuck your wide shot. I was grumpy, right? I was grumpy. So I went out the back, and as I was having my cigarette, or like messing around trying to find a place to, the strongmen all came in. Now, I wasn't supposed to be going backstage with all the strongmen, specifically not allowed to. On this night, specifically not allowed. If you've been following us all weekend, this thing, you're not allowed to come backstage. But they all came in, and they're all bigger than me. So I got in with the crowd, and I went backstage. And this is the story of that. Right, so we can watch a bit of this. It's an hour long, but it's better than his old shit. I made this. Look. Obviously I'm at the back. Do you remember I said I was at the back? I was cross, being at the back. Look, from the side, I got to film the side.
Your athletes for
I want to film the side.
Arnold Classic.
The Arnold Classic. I want to film the side. It's just me filming. Me filming, me editing. Then the strongmen arrive. Look. Oh, they're all here. Oh, it's naughty Scotty's got an idea. I mean, I know them by now. That's Thor. Eddie should be here somewhere. That's the guy who's organising the event. I'm looking for Eddie here in my camera. Where's Eddie? There he is. There's Eddie. Go on, Eddie. Go on, Eddie. Go on, Eddie. There's Eddie. Do a rap about AD. Okay, I'll try and write one. Eddie Hall, Great Britain. That's our target. So at this point, in my mind, I'm thinking, I've got to get in. Got to get down and get in. Check me out. Isn't that sly? They're all paying attention to the rules. Eddie's looking. He clocked me. Has he clocked me yet? I don't think he clocked me. Everyone's bigger than me, bear in mind, because they're strong men. Yeah? So most of the people in the arena know that I'm with Eddie normally, because I'm always there filming with him. But they don't know I'm not supposed to be going in through here. So as we all walk through, look at security there. Look at security. They don't do fucking nothing. All the strongmen are coming through. I ain't checking their bags. They're the strongmen. Security do nothing, and I just walk through. And look at me. Look at me. Look. Fuck this. I'm not waiting on the escalator to be caught and thrown off. I'm up the side. I'm in. There's Eddie. I'm going with Eddie. Yes. In. There is a moment that I did edit out where I said, Eddie, can I come in? I won't say anything. And he's like, yeah, go on then. That did happen. It was a moment. Lots of tension, isn't there? Lots of tension in the air. This is what I love about documentary, right? What I love about documentary is you're seeing the life now. It's like you're there, isn't it? Like, this is what it's like. It's not always this raw documentary. Sometimes there's people talking, but this is what it's like. You know, I got this in the can. This is gold as well. The reason I called it gold, for the film, they used loads of these in the film, in the actual Eddie Strongman film. They used loads of this. Thanks, Scott. Well done. Good job. They're walking to their thing. What's Alan Vinicum doing? He's still showing his old video. We can all show our old videos. We can all show our old videos. Strongman experience this is. And for me, this was an incredible experience as well, bear in mind, because what the fuck am I doing back here? Triple H turns up at one point. I'm shit you not, Triple H turns up at one point. And this room as well, we all got to go in there then. Okay, fine. That's the organiser just walking past. I get through. Look, he didn't clock me, not bothered. They've all got busy shit to get on with. So how am I going to get in there? Where am I going to go? There's no room for me. I'm in. Look, I'm in. Cut, because I turned the camera off and I just snuck over. Oh, do you mind if I just... in? No one asked me any questions, so I'm in. That's Brian Shaw putting his socks on.
How you doing?
How'd you feel about that? 3-time world's strongest man, Brian Shaw putting his socks on.
It's much simpler than
I had to keep quiet all this time. While I was there, I had to keep quiet, but I was having a... Oh, I was excited. I mean, Brian, right, I don't have his phone number yet, let's be fair, but if I saw him, I'd be like, all right, Brian, and he'd be like, all right, how's it going? He'd probably remember my name, I guess, maybe not. That English guy who used to follow Eddie around, he'd say, you know, how's it been for you? How have you been going? We've got to understand, you know, I've filmed with Brian. Like, Brian's cool. Look at these things. The rogue dumbbell. I can't lift it. You can't get your hand around the fucker. It's all about grip. This is, I think his name's Lucas. That's Dimitar Sabatavinov. I can't get anyone's name right.
Just,
there's your boy.
Here, got like a bit of a fucking tear.
Me and Eddie are friends. Again, don't have his phone number, don't call him up a lot, do I? He's off living his wonderful strongman life since becoming the world's strongest man. But we had a great time making this film together. And, you know, if you ever wanted to come around and come, you know, absolutely, he's my friend. I consider him a friend. And if he ever wanted a favour off me, I'd be there for him. He's a great guy. I love Eddie. We had a good time.
Rub that stuff right in there.
That's the shit.
I ain't gonna pick my nose afterwards, though.
No, I wouldn't. Goes well for me.
That's all we're gonna say about that.
Yeah.
Get on that bicep tendon.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Like this.
Pec.
Bear in mind, right, at this point, I'm like learning to be a filmmaker, trying to pick things up as I go along. That's a lovely shot. Cinematic shot of Eddie Hall. Making a documentary. That's a lovely shot. Well done, Scott. Lovely, isn't it? I'm getting the goods here.
Feel it heating up?
Yeah.
Some more? Is that good?
That's cool.
What we were trying to do as well that was really interesting.
Scalenes, muscles in through here.
What was really interesting is that Matt went to film school and was wanting to be a bit of a presenter, so this is how he got into this and met Eddie. And so when we started doing this, we had these conversations in the car, like, you know, trying to make a cinematic film, trying to make it look like a cinema film, like trying to bring some, like, it's like highbrow, lowbrow. This might sound funny, but like the strongest man in the world competition's a bit like, you know, the strongman competition in general is a bit of a domain of like the working class, a bit like football. You know, it's like raw and rugged and way, and like, you know, it's not very like like the way we're trying to make a cinematic film is about beauty and nuance and cinema, and it's a bit like this shot. It's a bit like highbrow in places, isn't it? It's a bit like, you know, foie, talking, like highbrow. It's not like, you know, we're trying to bring these two worlds together of cinema photography, cinematography, documentary, and also tell the story of Eddie and, you know, make this documentary. So all this time, what I'm trying to do, conscious in my mind, as well as I'm in there and I'm, you know, secretly in there filming these people without consent. No, they all know me at this point. I've been hanging around them for like weeks, so they know me at this point. But this is why they don't question it, is they just assume I'm allowed. But at this moment, Mike's messing about.
So instead of taking the stage at, like they told us, 9:57, it's now going to probably be about 9:10. So they're going to try to keep us posted on how things are running on stage. No problem. You're going to need to still come out on stage with your flag.
Real strongman shit. So, well, I'm trying to get beautiful shots. You know, I'm trying to tell the story. I'm trying to make sure I record the information, you know, make the documentary. But I'm trying to make sure when I do it with as much beauty and cinematography as I can. You know, try and make beautiful images. So I've got that in my mind all at all times. So sometimes I'm not doing as good a job, but other times, like this again, that's a lovely shot of Eddie, isn't it? It's really nice. Then you try and get a different view of it so you can cut between them, you know, context. That's Thor. Did they ever pick me up and hold me in the air? Yeah, once, but I don't like it. I don't want to be picked up and held in the air. So then once Eddie did pick me up and hold, but Eddie usually goes for your bollocks or your bumhole. So like you get picked up by your bumhole and you're like, no! Thor looked like he wanted to pick me up a few times because he saw us as like Eddie's mates, which I felt like I was. So like he was in competition with him, he didn't like it. I used to go and ask him questions a lot. I ask him some questions in this. Beforehand, no, I don't talk to any of them, but after I'll talk to them. There's the police doing some texting. Bit of cinema. The thing is, right, everything I need to do this, I've still got that. All I need now is a subject. Now I've got a bit more of a budget because of all the tippies that have come in. I'm ready to, like, you know, launch my next attempt at making an interesting piece of media. And we're going to do it for YouTube next. You know, we're going to start memberships on the main channel, and we're going to fund documentary projects like this on the main channel. So at least I've got it behind me already that you can see I can already do it. You know, like I've got that camera; it's still there. It's not going to break. So I'm ready to go out and do more filming at any given moment now. Ad's back. Is he back? Is he back? He's back.
That's the truth. And that's why they hate me. And that's why they hate me more than Chris Watts. And that's why they hate me more than Nicola Kessinger. Because they can't have it.
He's gone.
They can't have her being there.
Again. I couldn't be happier. Swish, and
Beaklet Jog sent tippies.
She has normal
You have a
jeans.
serious eye for filming.
He has baggy
Where do we
jeans.
watch the
She
full
has
doc
apron
with
jeans.
AJ?
He has
Super
baggy
Chuffer
jeans,
owes 3 hugs.
Which one? AJ.
Sleeves rolled up.
So now, I have to take issue with you. Was it Jermaine or whatever you called? I have to take issue with you.
You can't pronounce the ethnic
It could
name.
be two different people. It could
Jeremiah.
be the same person.
He thinks it's it might not be an
But
ethnic
there's
name. You know what I mean?
enough
It's
difference.
non-standard.
It could be two. Well, I'm going to prove to you, especially you, Jeremiah. I guess you
Jeremiah.
watched me before.
Jeremiah.
This isn't my best proof.
It's not even an ethnic name, is it? It's
Stay
a
with me.
traditional
Stick with
biblical
it.
name.
I will prove it's two different people.
I thought it might be ethnic Jewish, but I'm not being racist. I'm trying to
Next
say the
time I
right
see-
words and not be racist, okay? Because I don't feel like being racist ever. Thanks. He's probably had a drink or two now. Yeah. You want to see the full film, AJ? I don't know. This film that we were just watching, I'll copy and paste it in chat. It's on my channel here, the Strongman thing you were just watching. But the full film, Eddie Strongman, it went on Netflix. They bought it, and then after a while, I don't think they renew, or I don't know. But either it's still on there, or it's not, or it's gone somewhere else. I don't know, because I'm not the I don't hold the rights to that film. I just worked on it, so I was associate producer and film and all this stuff, but I can't say where the final film is at the moment. But it exists, and you probably can find it on the internet somewhere. Eddie Strongman. It's got an IMDb. So.
Well, almost unanimously that you think it's two people. So why the hell do the authorities not question a certain person? Where she
Is he
was
back
that
to this
morning,
bullshit?
Even though
Exactly the same in the bully case.
Exactly
Why
the
don't they
same in
talk
the bully
about
case.
Two walkers that met
Nickel.
Bully that morning.
He can't even pronounce his words.
Why are
Slosh.
they covering that up as well? Why do these cases cover things up?
Ping. Right, so
Why do these cases? You're getting the gold here. Just like when I went with Eddie backstage, just like when I went backstage with all these strongmen and did a real good job. Like here with Alan, you're giving him £300 and you're getting the gold here, aren't you? Why are they covering it up?
have another look.
Also, I've got experience. What I love about the work that we've done, like we can watch the rest of this in a bit by bit because this goes through the bit and they go into the competition as well. Look, Obviously, I don't get to go on the fucking stage, but they walk out on the competition and then they come back and I'm filming them in this little bit and they're all sweating on me and like they're all getting eggy and like Thor's in there. And then afterwards they get out and they've got their final positions and they talk about where they did and what they did. And Arnold turns up and Arnold shakes everyone's hand and some people cry. And then Triple H turns up and he wants his photo with the strongmen and Thor's there with his top off. And like, you know, it's all going on. Whereas like, and we did that, right? The thing I wanted to say about that was we went out with no budget really. Matt put his own money into it. So Matt deserves like the lion's share of whatever came back. Absolutely. Like Matt put his own money into making it. The same with me and other documentaries. I've got 2 other documentaries that I've made on YouTube. The ASMR documentary and the video game Indie Paradise documentary. Both of those made with my own money first and hope to recoup the money through the endeavour and show people what we've done and say, this is good, what do you reckon? The memberships that we're going to do on our channel might be slightly different. It might be like we can get the money first, but now you can see that I can deliver on a very small budget. So with Armchair Detective, he's had £300 tonight, 400, you know, more, and this is what he's got.
Around them, you wouldn't walk into their space, would you? If I was walking down a road and there's a narrow road and there's a woman in front of me, I would do that. What Chris did, I would go like that, walk around her. Look at him walking around a person there.
This is years old. I was trying to make this point earlier with that, but I got a bit like eggy about it, didn't I? Alan's problem is that he's not going to get any people coming in new because new people are going to be put off by all this shit he does. Like new, sassy, most people, sassy. I want it to be like switched
Those
on.
People that want real proof.
Most people, he's saying.
My best ever proof was only uncovered 2 years ago in 2001.
I want proof you've got a penis.
I found this, and this will. My staunchest critics.
I say that. I bet he sent proof that he's got a penis to a few of those people on his list, hasn't he?
It's long. I would say take notes, but you'll bully people and you won't know. But this is the truth.
You're bully people. Do you hear what he's saying there? You're bully people. You're not people that give a shit about this. You're Nicola bully people. What he's saying is the people that are watching him that are new now, like a lot of people have drifted away from this Chris Watts thing. A lot of people have drifted away. The people who are giving him money might still be Chris Watts people, but now he's got new Nicola bully people. And what he's trying to do is indoctrinate them into this bullshit. Like they have got no, they're not interested. Yeah?
Swish, and then whoosh.
Get that
Donna
dob off me.
Brotherton sent tippies. Love you to bits XXX for your passion authentically and your sue hilarious Donna XXXX.
Thank you very much, Donna. Thank you.
Super Chuffer owes 20 hugs.
20 hugs, that's really good. Thank you, that's like really good. Like, it's good for me. Like, I'm not like, congratulations, well done you for the 20 hugs. Like, you know, it's not like you're better than, like, really good compared to the other people. Like, really good. Like, but you know what I mean? It's quite a lot of money, so thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll be honest about it as well. Like, you know, I want the money. Like, I want to make my business sustainable. I show you what I do. I've shown you what I've done in the past. We've got ambitions, we've got goals, we've got plans. Steve's having his back operation in May, and that's just put a little bit. I was going to go out with Steve and make a thing in May, but that's fine. He can have his time to recover from his back operation. You know, I'm happy with that. And then we'll go out making things, and like it'll be good. You'll see. So that is all supporting and sustaining it. And then at the end of it, I'd like to be able to have a little bit of money for me to eat and pay my bills and shit like that, you know, obviously. So, yeah, I want to make it into a sustainable business. I'm really grateful for your support in allowing us to do that. I haven't got any sort of, like, big, weird court campaign to fight. I don't need you to sell your house and take out a loan so that I can get $80,000 for some weird court
What
campaign.
Ian sent tippies. Show us your arms again, Scotty Hottie. Super Chuffer owes 6 hugs.
They want the arms. Come on, Alan, show me your arms. They want the arms. They want the arms. The sexy arms. Show them the whole thing. Alan. Yeah, Alan's got nothing. Do you know what I wonder? I do wonder. Alan's asking for, like, what is he asking for? 80 grand, yeah? So obviously Alan knows that if he asks for 80 grand, that he's not going to get it. So, he, like, what I'm saying is he probably needs, like, let's say 20, but he says if he asks for 80 and then they don't quite give him it and they get 40 and then you get, but you know what I mean, you over ask and then you might but that's okay because, like, you know what, it's like a bargaining thing, isn't it, in some way? And like everything else is a bonus then. Like, why ask for 20 when you can get 30? Why ask for 30 when you can get 40? Why ask for 40 when you can get, like, you know what I mean? So I think Alan's probably overestimating how much money he needs, yeah, or he's saying he needs. And then what it makes me wonder though, and I'm not checking out, there are people in this chat even who know more about his poker playing than I do. There are people on the internet who are making their videos that I could, highlight and we could talk about that know more about his poker playing than I do, right? So with Alan, what's this on this screen, Alan? Alan, is that what you're showing people on your internet channel, Alan? Let's listen for a second.
I just wanted to get... Okay, so now, this...
looks like one of his paintings.
The other part of the picture.
This is where I understand his paintings more now. This is what Alan's world looks like. So, Alan, the new people aren't going to give a shit about this, are they? Anyway, I shouldn't have got off track then because I threw myself off. Yeah, new people. I forgot what I was even saying then because I just threw myself off with the old brain. Michael, I'm sorry to hear about your broken spine and ribs. I'm laughing, but fucking hell, that's awful. That's awful. Yeah, get well soon. Yeah, with Alan, he hasn't got any new people who are going to be interested. Oh, that was what I was saying, the numbers, right? So he's going to need 20, he's going to ask for 40. That sort of business. And it makes me wonder with the poker playing, like he suddenly needs this wallop of money because he's got to fight this court case. And I wonder behind the scenes, like, I don't know the answers here. And again, there are people on the internet that follow Alan, his detractors, that know better than me, and I'd like to get more of their opinions and voices, not just in emails, because I haven't got the time and brain to add it, this email and that thing and put this here and then where does this go, and I just read a lot of stuff and I'm like, God, I hope I remember that. I'd like to get them on and talk about it. I think that I wonder, with these sort of people, with these narcissists and stuff like this, sometimes it might not be that the court case is what he needs the money for. Like, he might say that, but really he might have like a poker competition that's a 20 grand buy-in. Like, maybe there's a poker competition with a 20 grand buy-in. Like, that sounds more realistic than I've got this solicitor that I've already paid £7,000 to and I've already paid £2,000 to and they're waiting on and they'll turn up at court for £50 an hour, they will. But they need £2,000 now, so that seems all a bit like a bullshit blag. Like, because if you really wanted that money, like, you just show the receipts on the internet. You just be like, "There's the receipt. That's what here's the bill. Help me pay it." Like, that's the honest way to do it, isn't it? Or the better way that me personally, this might sound bad because like some people, charity on the internet's important. There was a kid the other day I was looking at. Johnny Depp did a video for. He's got a terminal heart condition. Charity's important. But Alan doesn't need charity like that kid with the terminal heart condition. Alan's just grifting and begging. So he doesn't need to fight this court case. He got himself in this shit. And now he wants you to pay him out of it. So it seems a bit rich. Like, for me, in my life, my dad would probably be ashamed of me if I were to be on the internet begging for money. Like, no bones about it. I think my dad would be ashamed of me. I'd be ashamed of myself. Like, I've been brought up with better morals and ethics than to beg people for money. You've got to work a hard day's graft if you want a hard... Like, my dad's a roofer all his life. And, my Saturday job was hanging around the roofing sites, lifting tiles on a roof. Like, it's not an easy life sometimes, is it? Not for any of us. But it doesn't matter which situation you are. I was lucky enough then to go to school and, his hard work paid for a better standard of living for me to get an education, that sort of business. I didn't get paid education. I went to a normal school that you don't have to pay for, a grammar school actually. But my point is that through that and my own endeavour at getting academic achievements and going to university, which I did fuck up, and then becoming a hairdresser and whatever, we've got to this, right? And I'm doing what I'm doing. I'm working for it. I don't think it's going to get handed to me because I did a funny clip art on a thumbnail. I don't think YouTube's going to hand me a big success because I did a thumbnail or anything like that. I don't think I can just dredge up some bullshit off watch someone else's video and just say back what they said about some case that people are interested in today that's tomorrow's chip paper. It's not that. It's long-term content creation. I'm a media producer and I know the game. Look, I know the game, yeah? I know what I'm doing. So I've got aspirations, yeah? And we will achieve some really interesting stuff together. But Alan doesn't have any of that. What Alan's got is he's got a bill that he wants you to pay. And dwindling support. New people who have come in through the Nicola Buddy thing are going to dwindle away from him. Like, there'll be a few that he's, gained a few through this Nicola Buddy thing, but when that goes away, what's he going to have and what's he going to offer and what's he got? He's a dirty con man. Tippy's link, please. Sorry, yeah. I'll reiterate the Tippy link, and then also someone asked me for my email address. Again, like, what is it? What is it you want to send me? Because I'll tell you what, I will put my email address, of course. If you're watching this and you don't want to read it, truebinaural@outlook.com. Truebinaural@outlook.com. Truebinaural. Truebinaural. Binaural, like ears, 2 ears, binaural. At outlook.com. The email address is saying, it's full and you're going to have to pay for it. No. So not supposed to be using it anymore, and we won't let you send any emails. But I think it still works. But I don't really, like, if it's about coming on the show.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Someone sent tippies.
There's that
Super
dog again.
Chopper owes 3 hugs.
Thanks, someone. Getting me chased by that dog. If you want, like, if you've got stuff you want to show me that's like me, like, once in a while someone will send me a video and I'll be like, this is brilliant, I've got to talk about it. But quite often, and I don't want to, I'm not dissing anyone who wants to send me anything, but now what's happening is there's, like, quite a lot of people sending me stuff, and it can be the same stuff, or it can be stuff that I don't know, like, someone said something on Facebook or something. Like, if it's about coming on the show, I really want to hear it, because I want these, I'm saying about you chuffers. I want you chuffers to come on the show and teach me about Armchair Detective. But if it's just like, I've got a video about something that someone said once, like, it's hard for me to, like, it's hard for me to, this lady knows what she's talking about, and she's got a lot of videos of him, and, like, there are people out there who've got the video. I'd rather they just came on and told me and showed me. But yeah, I appreciate all the emails, I suppose. I shouldn't be a curmudgeon about that. Heidi Ho is Lizzie. She's got all... Yeah, exactly, Ellie. Yeah, look. Lizzie, look. Lizzie. Is she in my chat now? Am I literally talking to her now? Yeah, you're here. Oh, you're here, Heidi Ho. Right, banging. Right, banging. Lizzie, I'll talk to you directly then, yeah. I don't know if you heard that I was saying this earlier. What I need, because I'm in my wheelhouse. I know about grifters on YouTube. I know all about them. I'm part of a community that holds a particular grifter to account. And that community spills over into other grifters that we call it detracting. It's what we're doing today, detracting. Alan's not, like, getting trolled by me. I'm not sending him personal messages on the email. He's saying stuff on the internet, and I'm holding him to account, much like you do. You know all about that, don't you? Because that's what you do to Alan. He'll call you a troll, but you're not a troll. You're a detractor. You're someone that is on the internet with a good ethical perspective, holding someone to account.
Brom Vixen sent tippies. Show everyone your shaved dog on Twitter, LOL. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Watch that dog. Right, I wanted to say something about monetization as well. I'm not having a pop at you here, right? So understand this. Now that you're here, I wanted to say it, and you talked about it on this. I think I understand your ethical perspective of not taking money for your endeavours regarding the Madeleine McCann case. Sorry, Madeleine McCann. I put the extra E in when I'm saying it. So, anyway, I understand your ethical perspective. Some people that detract Darkside Phil and make videos about this grifter, they won't accept money either. And I think, whoa, you're doing all this work and you won't accept any money. That's very noble. It's very noble. But YouTube's making money because people are watching your videos and they don't promote your videos as much if you don't monetize them. And the commercial aspect of making media, if you're going to put in the hard work to make the media, you deserve some remuneration for your hard work. And if you're going to raise the profile of the truth of Madeleine McCann, which I myself have done, I've got videos on my channel, my Super Chuffer channel. I've got a playlist. I was so grateful to get monetized. I worked for years on YouTube, not monetized. Worked to get monetized. Things have taken off since then. My Madeleine McCann playlist, I did all that non-monetized. All of that was recorded without monetization. But when I could put it on, it's lovely because I don't get a lot of money, but it adds up a little bit, and that's my legacy. That's my legacy content. That can keep, like, I've made body language analysis of Madeleine McCann's parents, who obviously killed their daughter, like, and they need to be held to account. Instead of meeting the Pope, they need to meet the judge. But, like, I understand your ethical perspective on not wanting to make money off it. But me as a content creator, I'm not a detective. I'm not a You know, I'm just a person that makes videos in my home and trying to do like content that interests people that they might want to stick around and watch. And also, I believe we've got to try and reach people with ideas and build bridges to people to try and make the world better. Like, there, two things have to happen though. You can't, if no one wants to watch it, it doesn't matter how good it is at building bridges and reaching people. No one wants to watch it, so you can't do it. And I'll have to go and work in McDonald's. So I have to do both. So it's important to me that I'm monetized, that I make money on this, because I need to be sustainable so I can do more of it. And I feel it's very admirable of you to not want to take money. But as somebody who's got the tippies going off while I'm talking to you, and I'm aware of your perspective on it, I wanted to be clear about my perspective on it, is that I do want to make money off this. And it's not that, oh, great, someone else has died. I'm glad that Paul Ansell's out so that he can kill again. Like, it's not that, right? It's that for it to be sustainable. Like, if they do a Netflix documentary, you're goddamn kidding, they're making money on it. But we all sit and watch it and enjoy it, and I'm glad the truth came out and this is interesting. Journalists sell papers. There's a spectrum. You can be the dirty rag in the gutter, just, you know, dirty stories for money, or you could be something quite respectable that commands respect and wins awards and still gets paid for your work. You know, documentarians get paid for their documentaries if they're really good. So I don't think that we should necessarily work for free. I'm not gonna, but if you want to, it's very noble of you. So that's fine. I don't have to offer you payment to be on my stream if you don't want it, but I will offer you payment, and it's up to you if you want me to give it to charity. We give money on this stream to charity, right? And when I started streaming, when I only had 100 subscribers, I had to give like £10 every now and then. Now I can give like £20-30 a week. I've got more power now to do more good in the world because people support me financially, because they send in the tippies, because we're going to get sponsorships, because of the memberships. So this is YouTube, and that is what happens. And I'm really lucky it's happening for me. So I really believe in that. So I hope you don't. Yeah, you seem to find that understandable, and I hope that it doesn't put you off the content, because I also understand your ethical perspective. I used to make videos for anxious people. I've got another channel called True Binaural and ASMR. So on the Super Chuffer channel, Super Chuffer, that's me, on the main channel, Super Chuffer channel, if you click the channels, there's all these other channels. Mental Health Monday, I did a year's worth of mental health videos every Monday, and now we've got like this resource that people can, like, I can say, oh, we've done a video about that. Oh, don't worry, if you need to recognise a mental health crisis, why don't you watch my video on that? We talked about it. So I've done that as a resource. Didn't get much money for that. It's not monetized at all. Not many people wanted to watch each episode on another depressing aspect of mental health, which I tried to make cheerful, but you know what I mean? It's not commercial, that work, but I put my work in before I went and asked for commercial success. That is never going to be commercial. It's there though. It exists. I put the work in. So I understand the mental health work. I didn't choose to monetize it. Didn't try to monetize it. This True Binaural and ASMR, this is ASMR stuff, and not everyone's going to understand it. It's quiet videos, it's whispering, some of it's a bit cheeky. A lot of it though is designed for people who find it difficult to sleep or have anxiety problems, and those people, it's irresponsible of me to monetize because they are anxious, vulnerable people. So I can't really, it's irresponsible of me to monetize it. The other problem happened was when I got popular on that channel, and this channel got quite popular at some point, like it had its little wave, that YouTube sent me an email saying, we're monetizing you anyway, so you're going to see adverts on your videos, deal with it. So the only control I had was to accept the monetization and choose not to have alcohol advertised, not to have gambling advertised. I could say, please don't do this for religious reasons, but I couldn't say no adverts at all. If you're popular and you've got a certain amount of 1,000 subscribers and hundreds of views, YouTube will monetize your videos, yeah? So, like, rough with the smooth sometimes. I didn't monetize the channel, but YouTube monetized it for me, and in the end I had to accept it, and in the end I said, okay, we'll monetize it, then I'll have the money, not you fuckers. And I stopped doing it. That's in the past anyway. So I understand your ethical concerns with monetization of content, especially when it's dealing with vulnerable people or issues regarding vulnerable people. And Armchair Detective is that. He is grifting off vulnerable people. So exactly, it's important that we show those vulnerable people that we're not trying to grift off them either. And it's hard when they point the finger at me and say, oh, you're getting tippies. So that's that, right? The other thing, let's just see what he's saying.
Trouble. But I can't be right, can I? Because she's involved in a cover-up. She has a deal with the authorities.
The FBI are on him now. They're all trying to cover it up. Oh, it's bigger than me. It's bigger than you. It's bigger than your super chats. I need more. The other thing I wanted to say, I wanted to say straight to Lizzie is I think, right, the thing I think, and I said it earlier in the episode, I think that you know all about this, right? You know what he's doing. You are not a troll. You're a good person. You present well on the internet. And if people see, the more people like you that come forward and are not like, you know, a lot of people don't want to be seen on the internet. I understand that. A lot of people want their anonymity. I understand that. But the more people that can be seen to be normal people and come across well on the internet, the less he can point the finger and say, it's all trolls. Because obviously it's not. You're a nice lady. Like, you look presentable, you speak well, you can present your case, and you're not getting all eggy. And, you know, I think you like represent this other side very well. So what I'd like, I've offered it to all the other, I call you detractors of Armchair Detective. Like, you're his detractors. I'd like for his detractors, like you've done a live here, I'd like you to come on my show, and I'd like you to tell me from start to finish, or as much as we can fit in say 3 hours, what he's done, what you know about, you know, show me the receipts, the videos, you've got them, like you said. And instead of me ripping them all off everyone else's channel and doing my own video, I'd like everyone to tell me their stories for it to be verifiable, and then I'll get an editor, or I'll do it myself, and we'll edit it down, and we'll have like this sort of conclusive. I'd like other people to be involved as well. I'd like to do maybe a round table or 2 or 3 episodes with different people, whoever wants to come forward and do it, and then we can have that, and it can be existing. And every time he says, oh, they're just doing this, and I can cut him in, I can edit him in. The trolls do this. No, we don't. Here's the evidence. I said this. No, it's wrong. Here's the evidence. And just make it really, you know, it's concise. When we do these lives and we talk and we chat, we get verbose, and, you know, things get lost in the length of it all. And I've noticed that edited content works best for making a point in this way. So it's easier if we have a big chat and you show me the videos, and then I can get someone, either me or someone else, can edit it. You try not to give ammunition, but he called you evil tonight. He had a pop at me tonight as well. And he's a narcissist, so he wants people to be talking about him and viewing him and stuff. But the critical point with the narcissist...
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Louise Magill sent
Get
tippies.
this doggy off me.
Scott Truth Be Told documentary is exactly what you're looking for with AD. All condensed, no nonsense. You will be shocked. He is worse than we imagined.
Yeah, once you put it all
Super
together...
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
I'm pretty sure it'll look bad. And like, we could go about it this way with the cameras and like the documentary stuff. I could actually physically come and interview you, you know, with cameras and stuff, and we could make a big document. I don't think it's worth that, because I don't think the wider story of Armchair Detective is like Netflixable. I just don't think he'd draw that much attention in the wider context. But I think what's important is that as a community, there should be this piece of, like, it doesn't matter, like, you could all put it on your own channels as well. Like, if you're in it, maybe you can put it on your own channel as well, or something like that. You know, I'm saying that now, maybe I'll take that back later and I want creative control. But what I'm saying is, I'm not worried about trying to make money off the community. What I'm worried about is having a piece of media that you can say, no, it's there. 36 minutes in, bang, that's that point there. We nailed it. Because you've run out, like, you've nailed it all the way through. Like, so many of you done such a good job of nailing it. I would feel really cheeky about just nicking your videos. I could edit it now from your work and do a bit of research using your work, and then do my own narration over it. But I'd rather just have you all involved and, you know, get your chance to say your thing. So I think, yeah, documentary is a good way to go about that. We could make a good internet documentary about him, and then what would happen is fewer and fewer people would be interested in him. The more and more people that saw that, the more and more it would become clear to them what he is, and fewer people. Like, every time someone new got into him, that video would come up. Like, you know, if I search Dark Side Phil like I did earlier, Dark Side Phil, like, the beauty of detracting is that his channel comes up first, right? But then I scroll down and this detractor content comes up because it's more popular. So it can't, like, the algorithm serves it to me. So it'd be quite nice if the algorithm was serving people. Like, if anyone typed in Armchair Detective, like, what needs to happen is, at the moment you're getting him and no counter content. And you've made the content, it's just it's not getting served by YouTube. So one video that everyone can point to and, like, you know, push up on that algorithm, and it can sit there with the rest of it. That would be nice. There I am, look, I've done that. I'm on there. My little tickle of the algorithm got up there, but the rest of it seemed, oh, maybe that's because I searched for myself on my own thing, I don't know. But yeah, I can use anything, no credit. Yeah, but it's thank you, I appreciate it, but it's also a lot quicker and easier, isn't it, if you just come and tell me what the fuck's going on, rather than me having to go through it all. Like, a couple of hours. Like, if you don't want to, I mean, you do it on your own show, so I'm assuming you'll be all right with doing it. And yeah, emails. I should send you an email or something. You know, someone else said something in chat about emails, didn't they? I should send you an email or something. Open an add Gmail to contact everyone. AD Gmail to contact. I think I know what you mean, but I think I don't know what you mean. But so I don't really know what you mean. I've got a Discord. That's the other one. I'll show you my Discord. Not everyone's got Discord, but it's like, you remember Skype and everyone had Skype, and you know, remember Zoom and everyone's got Zoom, right? Discord is for gamers. So if you play computer games and you want to talk to each other while you're playing your games, then invite. I'm pretty sure, you know, one of the AD bots will be in here today, and they might get into my Discord. Ooh, but there's the Discord anyway, so you can get into that. And it's got there's a true crime space, a Sunday service. I'll make a new channel and create an armchair detective chat channel. So now there's a space. It's like having our own little server. So having our own little space. So if you want to talk in that, you can follow that link, get into Discord, and then go to the AD chat, and you can drop anything you want there. Everyone, you know, pictures, messages, whatever, you can all chat there. That's a space you can do that. You have to sign up to Discord, but it's you know, it's just like Skype or whatever. You know, it's quite a good one. A lot of us chat with each other on Discord these days, a bit like they all did with Zoom when it was COVID. I'm fine to join you if you choose. What now? Now, yeah. Now I've been on for 2 hours. I'm not going to be able to do that with you now. But what I'd like to do is set it up, and we'll advertise it, and we'll put a thumbnail, and like, you know. If you want to do it live, then we'd make a show out of it, and it'd be great. I'd be really grateful. And like I said, you can either accept the payment of £40, or I do it all on PayPal. So if you've got PayPal, or if not, then I can give charity £40 if you want. Like, you know, but there's £40 on offer. Woo! But I'm not rich, so that makes you feel that if I use the content, I mean, that means that if I use the content, you've already been paid. I don't expect to make much more than £40 out of this endeavour. You know, our video, the monetization aspect, you've seen the tippies, you know what I mean? Like, you've had your I value you as a contributor and as someone who's worked on this, so I want to give you something to prove that you know, I'm not expecting you to do this for free, okay? And that goes for anyone that wants to come on and contribute to this little thing. We want to do 2 or 3 live sessions, and then we'll take all the information in the videos and edit it together, and then next time he says he's bullshit, so we can line it up. I mean, I don't know what times. You don't have to talk about these things now on the internet. We'll line it up. Do you know what I mean? So either in my Discord or truebinoral at outlook.com, or I'll find your email and I'll email you. But I'm not very good at doing all the admin stuff. I won't press it now because I don't want to show it on the internet. Actually, I'll move the thing so I can press it. I'm not a robot. Submit. Okay, you've got an email address. I'll send you an email as well tomorrow. I always say I'll do it tomorrow. I never fucking do it, but you know what I mean. You'll email me, thanks. And genetic code as well. Yeah, banging. You know, all of you. And the other one as well, Truth, Justice, and I always get his name wrong because I used to go to school with someone called Deegan, and I always think it's Deegan, but it's Deenan, isn't it? All of you. Yeah.
From every angle they can. My family have had to endure it. My spanners have had to endure it. My supporters have had to endure it. So I'm taking a stand against that.
Yeah.
And I will not be bullied, and I'm not a coward.
You are a coward. You just went off the internet for an hour while we were talking about you.
If necessary.
You can't stand on your own.
Yes, I'm in a corner, but I'm not going to lie down in that corner. I will raise up and show the haters that they can't win. Just like all the other times.
Ollie Britton sent tippies.
They lost.
The media ran your work in the papers, but only credited Maria, so I bought you a coffee. I'm guessing they couldn't print SUPRCHLFFER.
It was unbelievable, wasn't it?
Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Unbelievable. I saw that, you're right. I was like, do you know what? This sounds awful lot like the things I've been saying on my email, on my live stream. But, you know, well done.
And for you have the right to listen to my videos.
He does it as well, doesn't he? He just watches someone else's stuff and then comes out with it like it's his own.
Me. Sadly, some of the creators, some of whom are my friends, did not survive running the gauntlet against those who wish to trash, frighten,
He's
and
reading
bully
something
them,
he's written.
and have disappeared from YouTube forever. They found the toxicity too much for their family life.
You haven't got a family. You just sit on your own wanking,
Who was
playing on your poker app.
Badly. I saw her reduced to a wreck. Of a
Family don't want to be
woman.
around you, Alan.
They tried to get her to lose her job. They wrote to the prison.
Well, what
of
does he
Wisconsin
do with
where she was
himself?
working, where Chris Watts was, and tried to get her the sack. And she doesn't do the case anymore. In order to maintain a semblance of normality, she had to stop reporting upon the case, and so did many others.
What?
I, on the other hand, am still here.
What does that tell you,
She's
Alan?
still
You're
a
the
creator
only
with
person still
excellent
talking
content
about
that
this
works
shit.
exceptionally hard, and she's
Is it
being
because-
looked after by our friend Jack.
Is it because there's no justice, and that you, or is it because no one else? Like they feel justice has been served in all the right areas, and it's only you that still need to beat this dead horse for money, Alan? What does it tell you? Like, I can't believe his own logical, because he's trying to use these things to manipulate the audience. Obviously, we're doing it again, aren't we? We're back here again. Alan is manipulating. It's making me angry. We went off and I made myself happy looking at the strongmen, and now I'm angry again.
The situation that they found themselves in, I didn't. They couldn't close me down. Everything they try, I still stand here. And
I'm still standing after all this time, looking like a true survivor, leaving a little trail of slime. I'm still standing, Alan the slug. I'm still sliming, Alan the slug. I'm still crawling, Alan the slug. Give me your money. I need your fucking money. I can't make my own. I can't work at fucking Burger King, you know. Can't work at Burger King and expose the lies of these internet trolls and these American, what the fuck? This thing just does my head in as well, right? I've got a lot of respect for people all over the world, yeah? And the people that, I don't know them, but I've got respect for them. And the people that suffer through war and conflict and stuff like that, it breaks my heart. It really does. And these cases and these tragedies, they actually do, a little bit of you goes every time when you have to cover it, a little bit of you gets a little bit of you, it hurts. Somewhere it does in your soul, right? And I can't do too much of it, and I like to lighten it up. But with Alan, right, I mean, he's just he doesn't care, does he? He doesn't give a fuck. He just doesn't care. He's just using it all for grifting. I was going to say something else about it, but I've lost my train of thought again. It makes me astounded. It makes me astounded. I'm still sliming. Yeah, I need your money. Can't work at Burger King. I'm still sliming. I've got nothing to say at all, really. Spent 2 hours going on about myself.
Forever over that. As solace. I only hope that this injustice against me.
I'd call him
can
Alan
be
the
made
Snail. Right, I'd call him Alan the Snail, but he hasn't got a home.
Myself now. I have to go and stand in court and defend myself.
No, you don't. You could just say sorry and, fess up.
I'm not going to back down, and I'm not scared because I have the truth on my side.
We're going through this again. It's repeat TV
gallons
now.
Of hate
UK TV Gold.
And I will show the judge that crap storm of hate.
They won't care.
He must decide if my wrong.
Assuming it's a man, obviously, Alan. Your judge couldn't be a
them.
woman, could they? Sexist bastard.
Life for my family, and not only that, by trying to get £60,000 out of a 68-year-old.
60,000 now.
That doesn't even.
It's come down from 80. Hasn't got a house.
They think it's okay.
Slug.
And here's the thing: they think it's okay because I deserve it.
You do deserve it because you've been a shit.
Dehumanized me.
What do you mean?
Like
dehumanized?
Their father or their grandfather. To them, I'm a piece of S that needs destroying.
You're not like my dad, no.
But I'm
my
not.
dad's got morals and
I'm
values
a father
and
and
is
a grandfather.
Decent
who's got
man.
to keep a roof over my head.
You wouldn't be on the internet begging for
Somehow.
money like this.
And that's the biggest incentive that I have to look after my family.
You don't have to look after your family.
get
They
60,000
look
out
after
of
you.
me.
You go down there and stay on their buck while you
Good
paint
luck.
your shit paintings and drink their wine.
It ain't never going to happen.
You haven't got. You don't have to look
I don't
after.
have the money.
What are you
So
on
what's
about
the point?
now? Could you imagine if you were in a pub with this man and he was saying this to you?
See you in Patreon. I'm gonna make
Buy me a
coffee,
drink because
get some
I've got to
headache
buy me a
tablets, and
drink
I'll talk
because
to
of
you
this.
about
Buy me a
what's
drink.
going on.
You fuck
on
off,
Patreon.
Alan.
Thank you for listening to the Armchair Detective.
He's gone. Not a coward, but gone. Sorry to hear that, Fiona. Sorry to hear that. Here we got the music and the Nicola Buddy grift. Play the music and the Nicola Buddy grift. What an awful presentation from the Armchair Detective. What a total piece of shit. Today he came on the internet and his message was, they're bullying me and I'm being beaten down and I need to pay £80,000 and you can't afford to pay me £80,000. So, what do you think of that? Here's a video I shot like some years ago. It's really difficult to see what's going on. I'm off to get myself a glass of wine. And then later on, they're bullying me again and I need your money. I need your money. Alan the Snail. I'm still sliming. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Slime Watch UK. Less Crime Watch, more Slime Watch. Nice one. That's Louise McGill with the comedy in chat there. See, unlike Alan would read that and write it down in his joke book and then tell it in the pub later. You'd be blocked. You'd be gone. Louise would be gone. No more jokes from you, Louise. I've got that one. That's a good one. What a fucking load of shit. It's like, doesn't it look like he's running out of things to say? He's gone for Nicola Bulley's timeline, which has been requested of me a number of times, yeah? It's not bad necessarily content to do Nicola Bulley's timeline, but what he did was, he said, right, 9:10 a.m. Pretend it's 9:10 a.m. now. Now we're going to wait half an hour and then the phone's going to turn up at the bench. And so what he did was he just sat there and filled time for half an hour. And then he said, right, the phone's at the bench now. Like, normal people would go like, right, the timeline is this and this is where it looks right. You wouldn't sit there for half an hour while the time went past, filling the time with nothing. Timeline in real time. What an awful... And he didn't bother to get up in the morning to film it. Like, if I was going to do timeline in real time, obviously you'd want to go to the real place. Like the real people did, wouldn't you? And so, like Sky News. Remember when Sky News went there and walked around? Yeah? Like, timeline in real time would involve getting up in the fucking morning, Alan. You ain't doing that. Are you? You ain't doing that. So we're turning up at 9:30 at night and you're like, right, pretend it's 9 in the morning. Pretend it's 9. We wait an hour and then the phone's going to turn up. And then while we fill that time, I'm going to beg and rant. It's not content, really. It's not really content. That timeline is just found on the internet everywhere. You can make your own little, so Ron said this and he said that, and then that's it. It's not content. Yeah? It's not really content. He's there with his kids' t-shirt. Has he been to see the Killers himself? Does he like the Killers? Thinks it's a bit cool? Or he thinks it's cool because it's about killers and, or has he found that in a charity shop? Maybe. Anyway, look. Then this other one, the police had evidence Nicola was in there. No, it's just again, people have requested it of me. It's not something, it's almost like he's gone through my comments and seen the things that I've been requested of doing and I haven't been doing because yet we haven't done it. But it's on my list. We need to review the police statements, the way the police came across. I haven't given him anything new to use yet. And then he's done us, hasn't he? He's done what we said. He's done this other one. Nothing to see here, missing he's got you've sort of got 4 videos here and the only bit of substantial content is what we said. He really is running out of things to say, isn't he? And especially on the Nicola Bulley case, they talk about the media blackout. I wonder why the media blackout. It's obvious, isn't it? Isn't it obvious? Is it obvious? For me, if I'm up in the media, we're having a conversation about this Nicola Bulley case, right? You and me now, we're up in the media. I'm big media, you're big media. Give me your numbers. They're awful. What do you mean they're awful? We had Fiona Burley, Kay Burley, we had her going around in the fucking field. Shit numbers. What do you mean shit numbers? Yeah, they're all tweeting it and retweeting it and someone's ripped it and put it on Facebook. Someone else has done a TikTok of it. There's been TikTokers down there the day before. They've already seen that the day before on TikTok. What do you mean TikTok? TikTok are spanking us. The numbers are down for this one. Right, so first of all, they vilified the social media. You're a ghoul, you're this, you're that. Vilified them because the mainstream media lost control of the narrative, lost control of the money coming in, lost the number of views, right? So then, after that, they decided to shut down. It's almost like they got together and said, right, if we starve them of oxygen, these TikTokers, they don't want them there doing these TikTokers now they go away. This Nicola Bulley thing is too trending. And if we shut down and stop talking about it, trending goes away, doesn't it? So then we can start selling our other stories that they're not involved. The TikTokers aren't involved in this other stuff. They're involved in this. So we let them have their little victory, but in the big picture, we shut them down because we don't talk about this anymore. Yeah. And like every now and then something will come out and they want to talk about it, but like when we in the social media now bring up something and make it a very clear point, they're prone to sort of picking on it and saying, oh, this is a real thing that we're saying in the media as well, actually. Thank you, actually. Thank you. So the way I feel about that is that it's like an oxygen choke for information. Luckily, the way I approach content, for me, I don't need to talk about Nicola Bully ever again. I can still make my channel grow. I can still go places. I've got other things to say. There's lots of content. There's lots of things that are on my pin board that I haven't been able to talk about because Nicola Bully's been requested a lot. But if only 10% of you stick around from the Nicola Bully, if only 10% of the people who are interested in Nicola Bully stick around, then my channel will still grow because Super Chuffer. Because I've got a forensic psychologist, we do a podcast. Yeah, like that's good. And my lives are not always about Nicola Bully. They can be about other stuff. I'm quite good at the old body language I have, we talked about Madly I McCann. We haven't yet got up to our full investigation into the psychic, the tarot. I've got the tarot here. We're going to do stuff like that. I've got people lined up for interviews involving demonology. There's other things I'm interested in as well. There's going to be interesting stuff. And not everyone's going to like all of it, but let's say, there's like some people like this, some people like that, and there's always some of you that kind of stick around for the main. At the moment, I've gone from, literally in the last year, check this out, Super Chuffer, there's me, I put this up, Super Chuffing Media Empire, December 27, 2022, 393 subscribers, 300 subscribers, yeah, that's December. What are we in now? 2023, aren't we? Yeah? 6,630. That's quite a lot more. If only 10% of those people, and it's at the moment I've got much more than 10%. AD can't get 10% of his subscribers to watch his videos. Bear in mind, yeah. So we've got these lives. I do something different. I do something that's not Nicola Bully. And okay, I don't get as many views, but I still get between 3,000 and 5,000 views on that. So to me, that's what I'm looking for. It's not the big numbers, and the big numbers are lovely, and I'm grateful. And I'm so grateful, and it's great, and I'm growing, and people are watching. But not everyone that watches my live about this is going to be a subscriber and a supporter. No, that's fine. I get it. But if only 10, we're looking at the lower end of that ebb, how it drops down, the lower end of the ebb, for me, is keep that high, and we're good. Yeah, and so the variety, it allows me to learn about different things, talk to different people. What I've suggested today, learning from you in chat, it's for me, it's an enjoyable escapade to meet new people and learn from them. And Armchair Detective won't even let you mention his channel on your chat. And oh God, what an idiot! But yeah, so we're going to learn about all sorts of different stuff. We're going to grow, and it won't always be about Nicola Bully. I guarantee that. That's something I can guarantee. For Armchair Detective, he has to wring Nicola Bully's story out like a damp rag. That's a bad analogy. But, he has to keep grifting off it as much as possible. And he hasn't really got anything to say. He's not out there uncovering any evidence. All his ideas come from other sources. Like it used to be, maybe a few years ago when he started this on the Chris Watts case. Maybe when he was doing it on the Chris Watts case, fewer people were that internet savvy. TikTok didn't exist. So people like him could just dredge up, like he could go on the news and do the digging on the websites, and he could find the things that other people hadn't made into videos. It's not the same anymore. This doesn't cut it anymore. He's managed to ride the Nicola Bully wave, but he really doesn't have much to say. So people will drift away, and this isn't legacy content. In a couple of months when we get the inquest, all of this goes in the bin. Bear in mind, because we start getting different answers and talking. Oh, he's going to love that. Bear in mind, he's waiting for that inquest, isn't he? That's going to be good for him. But then what is it? Then what? Talk about that for the next 20 years, or wait for the next murder? Like it's not a very nice way to live, is it? Scroll Sniper. Are you being rude, Scroll Sniper, or is that nice? Rude or nice? I'll tell you what, talking about those Scroll Sniper, I don't know if you were being rude or nice, but I'll tell you what, I wanted to show you something else, just as a different
Again.
different thing. Someone sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Thank you. But I don't like being attacked by the dog. I do like being attacked by the dog. This is my new favourite person on the internet, right? This is my new favourite person on the internet. And you're going to say, what the fuck is going on here? But check this out. I find this really intriguing. So, better than intriguing. I find this to be a joie de vivre that I don't really... I hadn't recognised in myself for years because I haven't been out on the club scene for years. Yeah? But this is the New York City doll.
BFFs, get in here.
She's in New York. And the way her streams generally tend to go is we go to the train station.
He said if I keep it 100, he'll keep me
The train's honking while she's rapping. We go to the train station, she smokes a blunt, gets on the train, we go to New York. Yeah? And then she goes to New York and she'll go to some clubs and film and like live stream, right? I find this really fun. I enjoy being in her space. I enjoy the vibe that she creates and taking us into that space, right? She talked on this one about being transgender and about her previous life and who she was before and how she feels to be now. Not in great depth, but she talked about it, right? And I just find this vibe, like she doesn't always talk about that, but I find this vibe to be really, like, I don't get to go in this world that often ever, ever. Alan likes, Thailand, Alan. Anyway, what I'm saying is I find this really intriguing to be in these spaces. Like live streaming gives you that ability to be in someone else. Like I used to go to clubs just like this in Bristol. I used to get up in the afternoon, go to work in a restaurant, finish shift and think, right, let's get started. And I used to go to clubs and mess about and end up in people's houses and on the decks and raving and MCing and doing all sorts of other stuff, living a party scene life. Oliver, it's a transgender female. So it's somebody who's born as a man but has transitioned to becoming a female. So there's a conversation to be had about that, isn't there, Oliver? So yeah, so this is what I'm going to go on to say, right? I enjoy this space. I think this live stream is great. I don't think you have to worry about whether someone's gender issues, they don't come to the fore when I'm in a New York nightclub, if you know what I mean. I enjoy her personality and I enjoy her taking me to these places. So I'm happy here. I go here sometimes and chat to the people and enjoy the live streams. There's somebody else though called ContraPoints. And ContraPoints makes all these other videos, right? ContraPoints is brilliant, in my opinion. She makes all these videos about political things. And again, you might say, is that a man? And again, I might say, sort of. Let's have a look. So one of my things that I want to do before we get going on looking at this, because we haven't got lots of time tonight. I can stay on as long as I want. It's my life. But what I want to do is... she's recently done a video about J.K. Rowling and the argument and the trans and the TERFs and the people that think that, oh, there's all these bad people going in the bathrooms and the people that think these bad people shouldn't be in the bathrooms. And I'm like, what? I'm like, what? What are you saying? What? So I'm trying to keep up with chat. I don't want you to be arguing. I don't mind if you have different opinions, but I don't want you to be arguing, okay? But one thing Sarah said made me laugh. Live streaming the whole time because you lose your focus, and your focus is live streaming instead of having fun. And I don't know if that's a dig at me or Alan, but I actually find live streaming itself fun. Like what I'm doing now is quite fun. I gave up drinking. I used to go to the pub a lot. And I used to sit there with my mates knocking back the beers, and then I'd stumble home, and then in a drunken stupor I would consume fast food and play on the Xbox until I got nearly passed out with alcohol, like rum. And then once I'd drunk the rum and smoked the reefers, I'd sort of get to bed and lie there, and then the next day I'd wake up and go, oh, I feel like shit. And then that would be like my fun. But now I do like a lot more, like what we're doing now to me is a lot more fun. So I hope I'm alright live show. I don't think you were digging at me. I think it's fine. I'll see you as an ally, don't worry. And I see you defending Steve there. If people don't like Steve, that's not everyone's going to like everyone. That's okay. But I really like Steve, and Steve's a really brilliant addition to the Thus podcast because he brings a knowledge on forensic psychology and a different opinion. Like, we don't always see the same thing. Like, he doesn't agree with me on all the Nicola Bully stuff. Like, for example, he wanted to wait until it's all said and done and have a professional overview and not jump. I understand that. Different people, but you don't have to think he's the fucking bee's knees. But what he does bring is you can't critique and you can't take it away from him. He's got a degree in forensic psychology, and he reads and he learns and he is interested in, and he brings to the table, but also, in my opinion, a dry sense of humour. I'm from sort of more the Midlands and slightly southern, to he's slightly more northern. Like he's got more of a working class Manchester accent. Not more working class than me. I'm also similarly class status, I think. But like what I'm saying is like, he's a different voice to me, and I like him and the way we bounce off each other. So I think it really works. So you might not like him, but that's fine. That's fine. But I think in general, in the bigger sense, I think it's a major success that finding someone that I can make a podcast with, that we can vibe off. We want to add more voices. I would love to get a woman on board. I think it's important, can't just be like patriarchal media producer, can I? But so I think it's important to get different voices on. But I think Steve's doing really good. I think he's really good. And the more we do it, the better he'll get. The more he tends to make 6-hour videos. If you let him talk, he will start getting deep. And then the deeper it goes, the bigger. And some people really like that. It's a podcast. But sometimes I do have to say, look, we haven't got a lot of time. But that's my job as like the host, is to, sort of guide people around conversations at a certain pace. But yeah, he's a brilliant. And also, I'll tell you what, on top of all that, I'm lucky to have him as a friend, because what you don't see off camera is that we have chats, and most of the time it's about stuff we're doing. I only really met him through this internet endeavour, so he hasn't come around my house or anything, but like, I've got time for him and he's got time for me, and that's not a business thing, that's like a friendship thing. So I see him as a friend and someone that I trust. So I think they're things that are very important as well. I understand his ethics. I was drawn to that whole community, like the way we're talking now about that idiot that we talked about. We're all drawn together today because Alan is a dickhead and a grifter, and we believe that he should be held to account. So what I see in those people, in the detractors, in Darkside Phil's detractors, in Wings' detractors, maybe not in Wings' detractors, they're a bit worse. I'm joking, Wings' detractors, I'm joking. The thing that I see in that is people who have a decent, honest heart themselves, who want to see some justice in the world. So with that as a sort of basis, like we were talking about monetization earlier, Steve doesn't monetize his work, and I'm banging on at him, you're working hard, monetize it. But he's like, well, there's an ethical concern, and I believe in ethics. So I'm grateful to have met somebody that I can resonate with ethically, and therefore I can trust. Yeah. This is trans trenders, not transgenders. Trans trenders. I wanted to get ContraPoints to talk about trans issues in one of these videos to show you, because recently she talked about the witch trials of J.K. Rowling, and I wanted to do it on my stream, but we talked about Nicola Bulley this week, and I didn't edit for Nicola Bulley, and like, there are other issues out there, there are other conversations to have, and I don't know the answers. I'm not trans, and I've not been attacked by anyone in the toilet, and like, I'm not angry at anyone. I do personally believe in people's right to be themselves and whoever they want to be. I understand when people are like, oh, they're making our kids into, like, they're trying to pedo the kids. Like, okay, I understand you're angry and worried, but I don't agree with what they're saying. I got my perspective. I'm more on the side of the trans allies here in my general vibe, but I want to see what the other people have got to say. I want to hear it, and I want to know what's going on. I believe it's right-wing propaganda. I believe that there's more poor children than there are children being turned into trans children. I believe the right-wing... in America, you've got this problem like, abortion and stuff like that. Not just like, people have got different opinions on it. I'm not trying to raise a debate on it. What I'm saying is there's a lot of religious money goes into it. You and I both know. There's a lot of church money goes into pushing opinion from the church money. Some people really believe in the church, so, they agree with it. But this is like one of them. And in my life, I don't have any direct issues with any trans people. But I've got a lot more issues in my day-to-day life that require attention, and I'm a bit annoyed that people are so angry about trans people going in the toilets or whatever, or teaching a kid that they might read a book, like this drag queen read a book to a kid, like, and they're not angry that the kid can't eat and his mum has to work an extra job, and that, like, that stuff bugs me. It's about priorities. It's not like being a vegan. I'm a vegan. Yeah, so like the Grand National just recently happened. I didn't make a video about the horses in the Grand National. I don't think it's my job to preach to you, but also, like, children need helping first. If that makes, I mean, we need to help the horses as well. Someone needs to be the voice of the horses. But, you know, in our societies, things are all out of whack. And so I think it's a bit rich to be going on about someone going in the toilets with the wrong knickers on, when really, you know, that's all being stirred up by people who want you to look away while they steal the money. So that's my issue. That's my point of view. But that doesn't mean to say I can't be a fair and balanced viewer. Well, slightly biased viewer. But yeah. I haven't had the opportunity to do that. Alan can't talk about this because he's going to have to tell us about what he did in Thailand. Bangkok. Chick boys. Bangkok chick boys. Is it just Alan Partridge, or does it really doesn't it really exist? Where are the Bangkok chick boys? Are there no Bangkok chick boys on YouTube? Aren't there any Bangkok chick boys on YouTube? Aren't there any? I don't want to call them lady boys because that's like rude, isn't it? See, the problem I've got as well is I'm just slightly between generations. My dad was like, his generation would say racist things at the football, and you just have to put up with it because they're saying it. Like, not being racists, they're not in the EDL or anything. They just, you know, make a joke and it's inappropriate, and you're like, oh my God, Dad. And not all the time, but, you know, different generations. Just accept that different generations had different standards, yeah? Nowadays it's different, isn't it? So you can say ladyboy, can't you still? Can you still say ladyboy? And like, you're allowed different opinions in chat, I don't mind, you know. I'd like to learn. For me, I'd like to learn.
So both of you are from Bangkok.
I don't want to have to touch a willy. I don't want to have to, like, jerk anyone off or anything, not like Alan. I mean, I don't know what Alan did.
Very long time.
Yeah, and
He might have put it in his mouth for all we know.
Wow, nice. You have microphone is so big.
They're pretty.
What are you guys doing tonight? Just having a good time?
I think part of the problem is that men feel threatened that you might, you know, be talking to a lady in a bar, and it might turn out that, you know, you might get a bit extra in your lunch when you might have a bit extra when you know, get in the cab. You might have a bit of. I just think people. I don't know. I think maybe that's the issue. Like there, she said it like she's got a wiener. Like, look.
Can I subscribe to your OnlyFans?
Of course.
You guys are so cute.
I have big. Are you okay?
I have what?
Big. Yeah, you can see.
Yeah.
Now, you see, I wouldn't be able to do this for two reasons. One, it's quite expensive to have all the streaming gear out in the street. Honestly, I'm not grifting you for it. I'm just telling you it's quite expensive. And two, I haven't got the money to give to these people for their OnlyFans. I've got to give money to UNICEF. I'm not giving it to OnlyFans, but this is interesting.
I'm okay, yeah.
Yeah.
Of course. You're beautiful.
Thank you.
You're beautiful too.
Yeah, they are very good looking. That's not what it's all about, but yeah, they're good looking.
Yes, but I have pussy.
Hey!
Because I'm transgender.
What is your name? Molly. And where are you from?
That was very quick. We didn't get to see much more of them.
Bangkok.
I mean, you signed up to their OnlyFans.
Actually, Molly from Bangkok. Yeah. And how has your night been so far, Molly from Bangkok?
It was great.
And what?
I don't want to be rude, but I wonder if she's got a bumhole full of cum. You don't know what goes on in Bangkok. I'm not being rude about her or anything. I'm just saying, you don't know what goes on in Bangkok. He could have, for all I know. He looks sweaty, doesn't he? He looks sweaty. Like he's been at it. Maybe he has been. I don't know.
What's your plan for the rest of the night, Molly?
Just walking around here and go to the McDonald's.
Do you want to go to McDonald's?
Yeah.
Can I go with you?
Yeah.
What do we do after?
Take a race, lay in the bed.
Take a rest and lay in the bed. And?
That's all.
Okay. Molly? Yeah. One final question for you.
Yeah.
I know you love McDonald's, but here's the thing that I really want to know about you.
Mm-hmm.
How old are you? Wait! Can I guess?
Yeah, you guess.
Guess how old? Guess how old? Guess how old? Yeah, obviously, Judith, yeah, real, like my opinion is that people who have really gone through a process of gender dysphoria, and, like, it's not about being a pedo and wanting anything to do with children. I think that's all propaganda pushed around by the right wing. That's how I feel about it. And they want people to be scared of a bogeyman. Like this woman here, or man, or woman, or whatever you want to, you know, or it's a man and now it's a woman. That person on that street there is not your enemy, is it? Like, even if, like, someone, like, pretends to be a woman so they can do a bad crime, and they do, and that might have gone on for years, but it doesn't mean that this is the thing that I wake up tomorrow and I've got to fight this. This is the thing I need to... Like, they've had it away for years with all of our tax money. Like, they're having it away with all of our tax money. Like, I mean, I might just be wrong on this, but it seems to me like feeding kids and making sure kids have got good schools and hospitals and shit, like, that should be higher on my agenda than whether this fucker wants to have a willy or a fanny. Like...
You are...
I mean, not that they're a bad fucker.
26.
Just irrelevant to the... Like, on the priority list. And I care about trans issues. I want them to have their own choice. I want them to be allowed to have their own choice. That's what I mean. I don't care what choice they make. It doesn't hurt us all. In fact, it's just okay, isn't it? But I might be wrong. You know, how old do you think... How old, though? You've said 30s in chat. I'm saying that she looks quite young, but not like teenage young. I'm saying 20s. But then, you know, it might just be that she's, you know, got really good complexion. And that might be makeup, I don't know. Like, maybe 28, I'm going to say.
I'm older
Am I creepy?
than that.
How old are you?
30s.
30s, ooh.
36.
30! Just 30.
Just 30.
Zero.
Don't be rude to the woman.
30, Molly. Well, you guys have some fun tonight, huh? No?
Not like you think.
What do you mean not like I think?
I'm not.
What's your name?
Alicia.
Alicia?
I'm not gonna make tea some tonight. No.
No, wait.
That went a bit quick.
Hold on.
They're not your enemy, but you wouldn't want your children who have fed... I don't know. Like, they seem just like people, just like, you know... I don't think your children would know. Like, I think if you were at McDonald's and they had their McDonald's next to you, I don't think you'd know. I just think it'd just be a thing. It just wouldn't be a thing. It'd just be like... You know, it's not like they're out there, like, you know, Gary Glitter, are they? Like, you know, you've got straight men who are worse than these people, haven't you? Like, imagine what Alan Vinnicom's doing out in Thailand when he goes on his holidays. You know, it's just you imagine. I'm not telling you. You imagine. You've got worse people than someone who feels like they're a girl inside. For me, I might be wrong, and you know, people might show me these. And I know there are worse examples. Oh, look, this one's a big butch builder, and he's got a hammer, and he's just put a wig on so he can go in the toilets. Yeah, I get it. And then you've got these other ones who are like, oh, it's like Gary Glitter, but he's dressed as a woman, so he can go and touch all the kids. And like, maybe, I mean, I don't know, Lily Savage and Dame Edna Everage, that was all right, wasn't it? So,
Thought that I meant something...
Obviously, they're not properly transgender, are they? They're examples of men dressed as women that was just, you know, when you go to the, you know, it's behind you and someone's dressed as a woman on the stage and they're fully a man dressed as a woman and everyone knows it. It doesn't give me, like, you know, sexual problems when I grow up because I went to see Puss in Boots.
Different than just have fun?
You mean I'm gonna fight both of you?
No.
Yes.
You know what? I can look in your eyes and know that you're a good girl.
Yeah?
Because of that tattoo.
What does it mean?
I don't know. What does it...
Yeah, no, it's very hard to make out. You should have got it done somewhere better. Like, she's even feeling that in herself, isn't she? She's thinking to herself, I shouldn't have said that. Drawing attention to the fact it's a bad tattoo. Yeah.
This is a partner streamer on Twitch, and her name...
Oh, this isn't... Are we looking... I thought we were Bangkok Chick Boys, mate. I don't want to see partner streamers on Twitch. He's wheedled someone... Oh, can you be in my vlog? Can I get my vlog? Can you get in your vlog? There we go.
I like the Californian weed.
You like weed? What's your name?
Edibles. I'm Pam.
Pam, where are you from?
England.
She's just like an actual woman. Like, I wouldn't like if I was Pam. Now. If I was Pam, I wouldn't like being in a video called Flirting with Ladyboys and then it being Pam. You know, I wouldn't like, you know, Pam, and I'm like, he's put me in a video with Ladyboys.
Yes. What are you?
Now, hello. Now, look. Right, I'll be honest. If I'm at the club and I'm talking to her, I'm thinking she's pretty. I don't think that she looks like, you know, some builder with a wig on. I think she looks quite nice. Alan certainly.
Bye.
I'm here for the ladies.
Boys.
My name is Virgin.
Virgin?
Yeah, the other day, but tonight I don't think so.
What's your name?
I'm Sukas.
Sukas.
Nice to meet you.
What? Are you?
Don't do the joke.
Yes.
How old are you?
Her name is Sukas. Don't do the joke.
20.
20.
Yes.
You look great tonight. What are you wearing? Almost nothing. Is that your real eye color?
No.
No? What color is your eye
lens.
normally?
Oh my god. No, face not beautiful.
The camera person's not got a good look on this, have they? The camera person doesn't know, like, it's kind of too close up. You're going in the face. Chill out.
You are beautiful.
No.
Yeah. What?
But I'm
Everyone.
not lady.
You're not a lady?
Yes.
What are you?
I'm lady boy.
I like the way they say it really, like, up front. I suppose, do you know why? I reckon that if they don't, they, like, people kick off sometimes. I reckon some people get eggy and they don't like it, and they're like, I better say this up front because people kick off.
And you don't believe me?
You are
straight in for the hug.
Are you?
I'm lady boy.
Really?
Yes.
You are gorgeous.
No.
No?
I'm lady boy. My friend lady boy too.
No. You guys are all beautiful.
This is like Alan's holidays.
Not lady.
I think he's there in the back, isn't he? That's Alan walking past there.
We are lady boy.
What's your name?
My name is Virgin.
Virgin?
Yeah, the other day, but tonight I don't think so.
Anyway, it's just people having fun, isn't it? Like, there's nothing wrong with ladyboys, like, in my opinion. But my point there was anyway that, well, twofold. One is that this is Alan's holidays, and then two is that is it that he's gone to Thailand and he's had his photo with a ladyboy? Is that what happened? Is that right or is that wrong, Alan? You know, am I doing your defamation there, or is that a factual thing that happened, Alan, that you said happened on the internet, Alan? Yeah, so like, it was that I wanted to discuss the pros and cons, the ins and outs, the ups and downs. Do you mind if I don't? I wanted to discuss that on stream. I wanted to do a stream about ContraPoints. Watch the documentary that she made. Like, an hour and 55 minutes is a bit long for one of our streams. When I react, 10 minutes turns into an hour. You know, like, but it's all chapters. Maybe we could start watching some ContraPoints videos together. And even if you don't agree with what she says, I think I do. So I'd indoctrinate you. No, what it is that there's somebody with an opinion and they can state it clearly on the internet. They can make a really good video about it. It's much better than watching Alan. You know, we can talk about it. You might not agree. It's fine. It's fine. We can disagree. You know, that's fine. But last week, we haven't really been able to do the other. This is just one example of, I don't know if you know ContraPoints. If you don't know ContraPoints, you know, tell me in chat, do you know ContraPoints already? I should have asked you that already. If you don't know who ContraPoints is, then I'm bringing you something different and new, and we can talk about it together. If you already know, then I'm not bringing you anything new, am I? And she's got 1 million subscribers, so maybe a few of you already know, you know? But I'm sure that a few people that watch my videos don't know, you know? So I'd like to have other conversations. I'm keen to, and I know they won't always be the most popular, but I believe that if we talk about lots of different things, okay, there's going to be a theme, body language, or maybe we're talking about social issues or psychology, you know, that sort of area. You know what I mean? There's a general theme, but at the same time, like, I don't have to stick to Nicola Bulley. I don't have to ring out the Chris Watts case for years and years. It's going to be an interesting ride. It's going to be a great... so a lot of you don't know, so there you go. It's going to be an interesting ride. But Alan hasn't... This is what I was... You know, my point that I was making in the first place is Alan hasn't got that. All he's got is what other people say about Nicola Bulley last week. You know,
you can now get a guaranteed
Alan's monetising this. He's got 1,000 views on this. I presume half of them...
the armchair detective.
I presume half of them are a laugh.
Take up a hobby to relieve stress and anxiety. So I took up painting.
Oh, I kicked my camera off. Fucking knob. There you go. He's took up painting to relieve stress. Getting very stressed. He's getting very stressed. He's took up painting. What I want now on my screen is, I want maybe, what's this one? That's Steve the Dead's picture. I don't want to mess with that. I want a little picture. Do you know who I want? What do you think about that then? Tony Hart. Should I have Tony Hart? I mean, Tony Hart's a nice guy, isn't he? We all like Tony Hart. Did he get done for U-Tree? I always wonder this. Do you know what I mean? I always wonder this. Because you know, you go back into your childhood and you're like, oh, I used to like Heart Attack. I used to like Tony Hart. But did he get done for U-Tree? You never know, do you? These days. You look back and you think, oh, these were lovely people from my childhood on the telly. And then you wonder, did he get done with the old... Did he get done with the... Was he one of those... Was he one of the... Did he get done for you? You have to sort of think about it, don't you? I'm not saying he did. I'm just saying that, you know, I have to run that by my mental... Did he get done? I don't think he did. But you have to think about these things now, don't you? What is it? E9786. E9786. Let's show you that. Let's have E9786. There he is. There he is. There he is. Now we've got him. Let's make him a bit smaller. Here he is. He can represent Alan. I mean, he's an accomplished artist. Alan's not. Doing a disservice to Tony Hart here, but he can represent Alan. There we go. Back to Alan.
And believe it or not, people...
Crime art, slime art. And it made them look big and they're only tiny.
They're buying my art. I don't know why.
They're not buying it. You're saying they're buying it so that you can convince people to buy it, but they're not buying it.
And
And what he means when he says buying it is he means
buy...
buying the concept that it might be art. That's what they're buying instead of actually buying the art. But the way you're painting it is impressive, because if any of us were to empty out 3 cans of Spam into a bowl, yeah, and mash them together like that, 3 cans of Spam in a bowl and mash them together like that, and then you use that with a paintbrush shaft in it to paint the picture, it adds an extra edge. Does, you know, it's not just this. That's where the conceptual art comes into it, because it's painted not by human hand but by 3 cans of Spam molded together to form a sort of meat truncheon with which you've plugged the what the hen what's you treat. When Jimmy Savile and all those chuffers were done for being pedos, the operation was called Operation U-Tree, and it uncovered lots of different people in the media, but you didn't know which ones. You were like, oh, I wonder who was in your Operation U-Tree. I wonder who got done. It was like Rolf Harris. I mean, this guy's a bit Rolf Harris, isn't he? Because of the painting, I mean.
Buys my art, then gives me a donation. So if you want to buy this painting or any painting, you're welcome to.
Do you know why you'd rather you give him buy the art instead of a donation? It's because he can then ask you to pay him in a different format that he doesn't have to put. Like if you give him a donation, it's gone on the public screen. Like it's gone through the donation system. It's on. You can't fake the. You can't say to the HMRC, oh, you know, didn't get as much money for that one, or you know, this. He can pretend he's doing costs as well. He's pretending he's got costs, so he can at the end of the tax year he can say, yeah, write that off on paintbrushes or whatever. You know, whatever I spend on poker, I'll pretend I spent on paint. You know, he can pretend he's got costs. There's all sorts of reasons this is a better grift, in a way, isn't it? And if you can get this one going and just convince people to just give him money for old rope, then that's good, isn't it? He doesn't even have to make a fucking video for this. Like he's double dipping on this video that you watch him painting the bollocks anyway.
And they're all available.
Who saved with the Gurkhas? My great ancestors on that side of things, like I said as well. I've got Anglo-Indian origin in me. Colonel Charles Thorpe Jessup was out in the... Like, Armchair Detective's been trying to do his digging on me. And I can trace my roots back to Nelson. Or something like that. This is one of us. This is Colonel Charles Thorpe Jessup. And he was in the Sibiskar Assam Valley Rifles out in India. And there should be a picture of him. Where's my picture of him? You chuffer. There he is. This is my ancient ancestor, tea planter from Assam, who joined the Sibiskar Rifles, and his children came to Britain from India. But like, it's interesting because he doesn't look Indian, does he? Because he's Anglo-Indian. It's when India was owned by the British. A lot of British people went out to India to sort of like, you know, be in charge. Sounds kind of bad, doesn't it? It makes me sound like a bad colonial, but I didn't do it. You know what I mean? But yeah, so he was out there. I don't think he was purely, like I said, he's not purely... I think he's purely British, and I think he married someone or had children with someone in India who was Indian. I think that's it. Or it might be he... Yeah, no, he had children, I think. I get confused because it's like the 1800s and shit like that. But yeah, you know, I can trace my roots quite far back. And I just wonder if Armchair Detective's got any, like, talking to the Gurkhas there, you know, talking to the Gurkhas, I've got a sort of link there with Anglo-India, and I just wonder sometimes about Armchair Detective, because he's got either he's, I mean, is it liver spots on his hand, or is that freckles and tan? He seems to have a bit of Anglo-Indian in him, the silver hair.
So I'm not going to tell you what I'm painting.
You're not going to tell me what you're painting. It's more interesting if you tell me what that is in shot, because YouTube doesn't allow. I mean, that's not your. What is it? Is it your ball bag? Are you painting with your ball bag?
See how long it takes you to get.
Look at that disgusting image. Look at that disgusting image. Here's someone who doesn't understand media. Who doesn't understand the way he's being perceived. Who cares deeply about how he's perceived. And he simply doesn't understand it. You'd put the camera on the other side, wouldn't you? So you could see the picture and not the dirty, disgusting wallop of a gruff hund that is painting it. Show me your arms again, Alan. Sorry to be ad hominem and take the piss out of the way you look, but that is a disgusting image, and you're presenting it to us on the internet, so that's your choice.
Yes. Who it is.
Now, I don't expect you to enjoy looking at my ball bag on the internet, so I'm not going to hang it around in front of the lens, am I? I mean, what is that image? What is it? Looks like someone bought a ham hock and then left it out by the bins for a couple of weeks, doesn't it? Brought that in, stuck a paintbrush in it and started painting with it. Doesn't it? You know when you get your dog one of those bones from the, horrible bones from the butcher, and then they chew it for a few days, and then you pick it up, you find it around the back of the sofa or something. Oh, what's that smell? That's that dog bone. I mean, I don't do this anymore because I'm vegan, but back in the day. That bone's gone horrible. Throw it out. What's going on here? You don't think that's his hand, says Broadmoor Intimate. I mean, if he's painting it with his... I'm very impressed.
No, it is to do...
You see a better shot of it there. It's still... what we're showing is some artwork, but we're not showing that because your hand is always in the way, and it's a grotesque image.
With crime. I'll give you that clue. This painting is to do with crime. So I speeded it up four to five times.
Yeah, we can see that, can't we? We don't need that explaining to us. We don't think you're just really fast on the draw, do we, you fucking idiot?
And cut out the boring bits.
Cut out the boring bits. It's all boring bits, Alan.
A bit like watching a flower from a seed to a flower. I hope you enjoy the new series.
Good analogy there. A flower from a seed to a flower. Damn it, I've used flower twice in that one. I will let it go, fuck it. I'm not that creative. Oh, I could have said bloom, couldn't he? Or blossom, or, fruit. But no. Alan, very banal, very base. Where's the differentiation in your wrist? Why haven't you got a wrist? What's going on with that? Is that... I don't want to... Listen, I'll tell you what. I don't want to rip him if he's got health concerns. If he's swelling up because of diabetes or something, I don't want to rip him for that. Honestly, I don't want to rip him for that. But it's just not attractive, is it? And it's a choice, isn't it?
This is the first one. And don't forget, if you would like to buy it, just make a bid. Okay.
Bearing in mind I'm a horrible troll now. I mean, we're veering off. This is what happens with this detraction, is you start off holding them to account for their grift, and you end up picking them apart on all their bullshit, and the ridiculousness of it all. For someone to be narcissistic and to look at this and think this is worthy of uploading to YouTube, and then he's going to say they're picking me on my art and they're having a go at me on my art. But what I'm saying is valid. To look at this and to think this is good enough. I'll upload this. This is worth 1,000 views.
One day it's worth a lot of money when I kick the bucket.
Oh, I was only joking, of course, Alan will say. But of course, everything you own, Alan, will be worthless the minute you die. It will simply be thrown to landfill. No one will care. All of your videos will be removed from YouTube in due course, and just nothing will remain. No one will care.
Some of these paintings are going for £500 already, so just to let you know.
You're blagging that people pay that so that people think that's... What it's called is price setting. If I tell you my paintings are worth 40 quid and I try and sell you one for 80, that's like double price. You don't want that. So if I tell you they're going for 500 and then I email you and say I can do it you for 3, then aren't I doing you a great deal? It's just a grift. It's just like a simple thing. Like someone in chat says club hand painting. If he's got an actual deformity, I'm not going to rip him. I'm going to be careful about that. I don't rip the disabled. But it's Alan's choice here to present his hand in front of camera like this, with the camera arranged like this. It's his choice, so I think we can rip him on that.
That's just, it looks like to be a success. Anyway, I won't speak again. just relax and watch.
Can't be asked.
I've got a bit of music on.
Can't be asked. I won't speak again. Just copyright-free music. Can't be asked. It's not like while he's painting, he's talking to camera. No, I've given him an idea now, haven't I? You watch this now, Alan. Because of course he's watching the full extent of this. He can't help it. Dirty narcissist. Alan, it's almost as if you should have a couple of... you won't be able to do this, will you, Alan? Because you're not that smart. But it's almost... Because if I wanted to, and I've got a couple of cameras here, if you want to see the rest of my room, I can just simply switch on my camera too. Actually, I could probably swing this round and show you me in camera too. Let's see if this works. I've got it for when I need it. So, camera two, come in. Camera 2. I'm upside down, so that's not ideal, is it? Is it though? It's not ideal. Edit, transform, flip vertical. There I am. But I'm here. I'm here. I've got 2 cameras. So if we want, we can flip between the 2. Yeah, I've got a green screen like Alan. But on the other side of that, I've got a room as well. And what we can do in our room is we can have guests. And I can talk to them. So it looks like my stream, but I've got a guest now. I've got lights there. I've got other lights and stuff. You know, it's all set ready. We're all ready to go. Obviously, we're doing a COVID, aren't we? And we're having, and after that, I mean, it's unlikely that I'm going to get so many guests day to day in my podcast, isn't it? However, when we get to it, we're set up ready, and I've got the cameras ready. And if I need to do it, like with the tarot, we used it for the tarot. If I wanted to do painting, I'd set up one camera on the easel, one camera on me. We could talk while we do it, can't we? Alan's not that. Look what he's done. Look what Alan's done. You couldn't hear me then, could you? I'm not that smart, am I? I didn't have the microphone on this side. Ha! I'm not that smart. But all I was saying, you understand what I was saying. I've got 2 cameras. Simple setup. Yeah, I've got a room and we can talk in it. Yeah. So, going back to this, what Alan's doing is he can't be arsed. So he's just going to film it on his phone. It's not good media. It's not HD. Any of that. Like 360. Oh, he has uploaded it in HD. Thank God. I was going to say it didn't look HD to me. Yes, it is HD. Thank God. But look, the framing of it is awful. The lights behind it in the window is bad. It's a badly framed shot. He's got his hand in it all the time. He can't be bothered to talk over it, to produce the content. He thinks this is good enough. Why would anyone watch this? He's not an accomplished artist. He doesn't know what he's doing. He's ham-fisting, literally, ham-fisting his way through it. There's nothing for you to learn. There's nothing for you to gain or glean. All it stands as is evidence that he actually painted the paintings and didn't farm them out to a class of 5-year-olds. That's all it stands to do. And as the painting develops, you see how ghastly and grimy the whole thing really is. Like, it looks awful from start to finish. And at some point, Alan just thinks, fuck it, and gives up. As you see, the canvas was black to start with, so he hasn't painted any background in. Like, it's a joke. Fucking video. Come on, Alan. Another advert. Monetized. So I'm giving Alan advert money here. But, like, it's a fucking joke. The camera autofocused then. The camera's been autofocusing on his hand all the way through because he doesn't understand how to work the cameras. But, this is what Alan thinks your level is. If you're watching his content, you're going to turn on your internet. You've seen a new video's dropped from Alan, and it's this, and you're going to watch 20 minutes of that. Yeah, that bloke, the bloke who slags off our joke. Vic's Logic, if you are on that side of that debate, that's interesting. I'll be interested to hear people's opinions, but at the same time, I think they might be informed by the right wing, so I might be picking them apart sometimes. And ContraPoints is much better and very interesting. But like I say, I have to do I want to do like for example, she's done a video called Justice. So we would do Justice and her as the thumbnail and me. And then we'd watch it and we'd talk and we'd watch it and we'd talk. And then we don't get hung up on any one point and have a big row. We just, okay, you said this in chat. Someone said a different opinion. Oh, that's interesting. And we'll talk and then move on. And that'll take, it's a 40-minute video. It'll take me 3 hours. So it's like an episode. If I start it now, I've been streaming now for 3.5, nearly coming 3.5 hours. We're coming towards the end. I never should say this because you'll all go away, but Do you know what I mean? I haven't got it in me to do a full ContraPoint stream now, but it was just interesting to bring it up as a concept because it's something that I've wanted to do, and I'm being held back from doing it by the Nicola Bulley stuff. And I don't feel I'm fighting Nicola's corner. I don't feel like I'm not Nicola's lawyer. I'm not there to, Nicola's family should be doing that. It's weird that us on the internet are fighting for justice when Nicola's family should be doing that. I'm not, it's up to them. It's up to them. I'm not dissing the family, but I'm a content creator. So it's interesting when people support me because they feel I'm not holding the torch for Nikki, to use a term that Emma used, holding a torch. Yeah, it's interesting. But really what I'm doing is people go on the internet and they do some body language. They do a video. They're doing it, like with Alan, I could do analysis of a narcissist. That's what we're doing today, isn't it? Analysis of a narcissist. People go on the internet and they show themselves and they do a thing. And I get on it and I'm like, well, what about this? And what about this? And what about that? And people say, well, that's what we think as well. Yeah. So I'm more of a react to body language analysis sort of person, with other stuff in my wheelhouse, in my toolkit. Other stuff that I'm able to turn my hand to. I can make music. I can do documentary. We can talk about psychology. We did a podcast about mobile gaming addiction there. Maybe Alan would like to watch that to deal with his poker mobile gaming addiction that he might or might not have. But, we can turn our hand to other things. So it's interesting to see other stuff sometimes, yeah. And what I was saying is I'm not... Okay, I care about her kids. I'm not going to be disgusting. I found her Twitter. I didn't broadcast it. I'm not looking on her Facebook and doing an episode about that. There's a line I'm not really prepared to cross. I don't want to expose her children's identities. But I do want to expose the people who murdered her. But that's about it. I can't save Madeleine McCann. Her parents murdered her and met the Pope. What am I supposed to do? I'm just on the internet making content. Do you know what I mean? I've said what I think about it, and I've made my episodes. And if people want to take it up and, Madeleine McCann, is a great example because I've done my work there. I want to make some more videos about the body language, but I've really been clear to go through the book, lay out the evidence, explain the case, come to the most logical conclusions, discuss it with the forensic psychologist in a conversational way, because we didn't really make a big plan for that episode, but we just said we both know the story. Madeleine McCann, we'll talk about it. I've done my work there, but I don't know how I can change the world. But I don't know. So it's weird sometimes that people believe that it should be a crusade. That's the word, crusade. And Armchair Detective seems to try and make it into some sort of crusade, but it's not that deep. He's making content about some woman who died because he thinks he can get a lot of views off it. That's all. There's a lot of other women who die he doesn't make content about because he doesn't give a fuck about justice. He just cares about getting a lot of views. Another angle to this is I've met loads of people through this, right? I was in a Twitter space and I met some people who work for domestic abuse and violence charities. They said they were not at the right point in their life where they could do it. I think they had other stuff on their plate. But, I want to get someone on to talk about that on the internet. There's an angle to this, isn't there? Like Paul Anson and his, what he's been up to. There's more angles to this. So it's important to create positive ripples in the world. And I'm trying to reach people with ideas and good ideas. Trying to help people to see the wood for the trees and hopefully, care for each other and love each other a little bit more. Make the world a bit better in some ways. Try to. But, it's not my personal crusade to make justice for Nicola Bulley. And nor should it be. Not really. But Alan seems to make it into this fucking... he's got this little intro with the pictures and the music. And, who is he to jump into their business in much the same way as who is Emma to take control of it? So, yeah. It's interesting. I'm just voicing my thoughts now. And I think Alan is disgusting. It's obvious that he's disgusting. We're not doubting that, are we? How are you all feeling in chat? How are you all feeling? Are you okay? Because I've been going on for a bit now. Gout. Did you say gout? No joke of a lie. Did you say gout, yeah? Because the other bloke that we follow has got gout. That is so weird that you should say that. Darkside Phil has got gout. He actually has gout. It's a disease of the glutton in a way, isn't it? Well, not everyone that gets gout is a glutton, but, historically known as. And it would be funny if this guy had gout and Darkside Phil had gout as well, because there was a lot of parallels, and all the people that I'd watched about Darkside Phil, they'd find it really funny. I want to show you some Darkside Phil detracting before, like, I kind of want to show you a sort of, what about the incident? Shall I show you the incident? So, this, I just want the incident. I don't know quite to explain. I'm not quite sure how to explain it, but he jerked off on camera essentially. Like, you know, he didn't realise his thing was on, and he was kind of famous for doing it. Famous because obviously, like, there's so many memes about it. I can't find the actual clip. It's weird, isn't it? Yeah. He didn't know his camera was on, he says. Oh, the camera was on the whole time, huh? Just made a little mistake. Like, what a grimy little man. What a grimy man. This is usually people's first way into Phil, is they hear that he jerked off on stream, and then they're like, what? And then like they learn more and more about him.
These last couple days have reminded me why I quit making so many Call of Duty.
Most people, like, he was a little bit in the corner, and his stream usually starts without him on it. So he thought his stream had started, like, he knew his stream was live, but he didn't think the camera was on. So he's jerking off, and like, you can't see his wiener, but you know what he's doing. And he did admit to it afterwards. Like, people said, you were jerking off, weren't you? And he was like, yeah, I was, yeah, sorry, like, made a mistake. And like, tried to laugh it off, and then he couldn't laugh it off, and it's become like this thing that's followed him around his whole life since then. I mean, he's obviously jerking it off.
What is up, everyone? Hello, hello, and welcome. Oh, the camera's on. The camera's been on the whole time, huh? I don't even know. Hello.
Hello. Another thing Darkside Phil is famous for, and this is one of the things that we really don't like. Me personally, this was my way in, that I found the most egregious is the most racist moments. I find this to be the most egregious, the thing that I don't like the most.
That's great. All right. Well, that being said, obviously real racism shouldn't be, taken lightly. But being that this is such a serious subject, it's funny to kind of joke around sometimes and say things that might, in a serious setting, be racially insensitive, but they're not really meant, and therefore they can be pretty comedic.
I find it difficult sometimes
because people will nitpick things that they particularly hate about me.
I find it difficult because when I was growing up, people would call you names like, things that you can't say on the internet. They just call you that day to day, in school or whatever. You just get called it. People would bandy these words around. I would say them. Like when I was at school, when I was like 14. Do you know what I mean? And then times change when you grow and the society changes. I'm not saying that I was a racist when I was a kid. I'm saying that when my grandparents were kids, racism was acceptable, and now it's not, and it's a transitional period, yeah, all the way through. So as I've grown up, I've become more and more careful about my language, especially being online, because I don't want to accidentally say the wrong thing and offend somebody. And if I were really flippant, and it's just me and my mates, sometimes, I'm not going to call people racial slurs, but, I might say a word that was a bit too extreme for the internet, or a bit too, like, when it's with your mates, you know what I'm talking about, don't you? You know what I'm talking about. Like, it's okay to be, like, edgy with your mates, but I just don't think I'd do it in public on the internet, because I think it would set a bad, like, example. And it's because I think about, like, whereas Phil used to be racist, and he said that he still is racist. In his recent interview, he said, these jokes still pop off in my mind, but I just don't say them anymore. Whereas that's not the same for me. Night, night, lovely jubbly.
Whether I said that I hated Minecraft years ago, or I made a supposedly racist comment, even though I've never done anything racist in my entire life. I made a supposedly racist comment, even though I've never done anything racist in my entire life.
He uploaded most racist remarks compilations, look. He uploaded them.
Oh, he's Chinese or something. Hey, oh, you want some, want some chicken chow mein? Maybe I distract him. Oh, doesn't that just look so delicious? Oh, it looks like fuck.
I don't, Genie. I mean, it's not. I mean, we can be racist at home, yeah, but it's like words. Okay, the words like retard, not acceptable on the internet. I can't call anyone a retard on the internet. Like that would get me done for, you know. And nor should I. You know, it's now deemed socially unacceptable. But when I was growing up, people called each other retards all the time. Another word would be spaz. Someone used it in a rap recently, didn't they? Lizzo used it in a rap. And it's like not acceptable to call people a spaz. But when I was growing up, like when I was 14, the word was bandied around. And it wasn't like bandied around, oh my God, you're being, you know, politically incorrect. It was just bandied around. And like my dad would say even more like out of touch things. And his dad would say even more, do you know what I mean? It's just a... So it's not like I'm racist at home. It's that I don't like racism, full stop. But there are a few words that used to be in our lexicon and are now not. And that's a transition. But with DSP, it's that he was racist. Like, full on taking the piss out of Chinese people. Look.
Fucking vomit on a plate, dude. Oh! That's what they eat over there?
He's still racist, I imagine he is.
Oh, verbal unit advanced. I choose the English language. Hello.
No, I would never go, hello.
Hello to you. Hello.
Trust me, Cole, you will be ready.
But I imagine over the years, I've been in situations where people have made jokes about racial things and I've not sort of stood up and gone, oh, stop making a joke about the Chinese food. Or, you know what I mean? Like, it just, shit's gone on, hasn't it? Like, we all know what we're talking about. You didn't know Lizzo had done it. It was her, wasn't it? I don't want to give her in trouble if it wasn't her. I mean, I couldn't believe that someone did it in today's day and age. I was surprised that someone would say it in a rap. Yeah, Lizzo changes spaz in girls' lyrics after disability backlash. Like, how did you not, when you were writing that, did you not think maybe I shouldn't write spaz? Maybe I shouldn't call someone a spaz? No, you just wrote it in, or maybe you don't write it, maybe someone else writes it for you, but after there was a public backlash, you decided to change it. Bit of a fuck up, huh? But the fuck up is that you think that way. That you would call someone a spaz deliberately as a slur, whereas like when we were kids, we were doing it because we didn't understand, and you know, when we were, back then it would have been, but not so much now. Like, I'm not that old, but you know what I mean, don't you? You know what I mean? Whereas, like, what I'm trying to do on the internet, I feel sometimes a little uncomfortable when we talk about controversial topics where I don't want to say the wrong thing, but we have to talk about it. You know, I don't want to offend people, but I might be slightly ignorant enough just to say the wrong terminology. But deep in my heart, I love people. Do you know what I mean? It's a different thing. So I would never write spaz in a rap. I know that in my heart, and I wouldn't want to. In the same way as this DSP stuff, really. Like, I learned about him jerking off, and then I saw this, and I was like, this guy's a proper clown, like proper dickhead, you know. There's another one for you, Lesty Luffy. Yeah, Ricky Gervais uses the word mong a lot, doesn't he? And when I was young, we'd said mong a lot, and you'd mong out. You'd smoke a load of weed and mong out, and it took on a new sort of. It memed its way away from being something about Down syndrome to being something about being sedated and slow. And obviously, that's from a Down syndrome slur perspective. It's moot, but nowadays, no, I wouldn't. If I was on the internet, I wouldn't call someone a mong. No. I definitely wouldn't. And if the thing came up, like if the character in the game was from the Mongol clan, I wouldn't go, oh, you're a Mongol, are you? Ha ha ha, Mong. Like, I wouldn't do that. Like, I'm grown up now. Like, when I was 14, I might have done it. I'll confess, you know, I'll absolutely confess. Like, my school years, like, you know, was a riot of, like, not bullying, but, you know, ripping each other and giving people shit and stuff like that and treading edgy lines and, you know, yeah, absolutely. But I didn't bully anyone for race or anything like that, you know what I mean? But, like, for example, my nickname at school was Big Nose Mop Top Brace Face. That's what all my friends would call me. Big Nose Mop Top Brace Face. If you had features that they could rip, we ripped. Like, that's what it's like growing up in the UK, I think. But we love each other and we don't go too far. And if someone said, hey, hang on, like, that really hurts because my dad's from India, and like, okay, well, sorry, I didn't mean to cross that line. You know what I mean? Like, and then once you said, oh, haha, yeah, okay, fine. Then they'd call you a racist slur, and it'd be even funnier because, you know what I mean. Anyway.
Oh, Chicky Chang Wang. Hello. Fuck you, motherfucker.
Oh yeah, you want Chicky Chang? I give you Chicky Chang. It's 100 identical Chinese. We are in the same gang, so we wear the same baseball cap. Aha. Oh, he knows that. You have Angel does? Oh, would you like to give me some cocaine? Please give me cocaine. Hello.
Like, in a way, I laugh at it because it's so incredibly ignorant to be. Like, I couldn't believe that someone uploaded this video to YouTube and thought this is a good idea.
Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Oh yes, we find out. We shoot them in face.
I mean, I can't watch it all. There's 20 minutes of racism. 20 minutes of it. And that's just one edit, you know? So that's Dark Side Phil. That's my entry to him, is I found out that he jerked off on stream, and then I discovered he was a big racist, and he's been on the internet for years, and there's just like a rabbit hole of content there. You start watching these things, Down the Rabbit Hole, Secret Limited. My friend's got a good the Deceptic. I'll show you a bit of ContraPoints if you're desperate before the end. The Decepticon. They make vids like this about these sort of people.
Punch my finger.
Look, all these sort of videos of the lore, the history of these people. Not just Dark Side Phil, but other people as well. So there's the Decepticon, but mainly Dark Side Phil, the Decepticon. People tend to have their favourite chuffers that they go on about. It seems that Alan has become my chuff. Like, they're detracting Dark Side Phil. I'm in their world, but then I saw Alan, and I'm like, this is like my this is the person I should be detracting. Night in chat. Like, we're going to drift off ourselves now. Like, I haven't got much else to say myself tonight. I'm showing you some stuff. Is all, you know. You want to sleep, but you're too awake. I feel sort of the same. It's nearly 2 o'clock in my world though, so I need to knock it on the head. This is why I don't do a live stream enough, because I'm too tired, because I'm doing this all night. We'll look at a little bit of ContraPoints before we leave then. But I don't know where to start really for you, and we're not going to do a big one, so we'll just look at a bit. Can you see something, right? I know I just talk on the internet like this, but can you see how she's a really good media producer? Doesn't matter whether you believe in what she's saying or agree with trans rights or whatever. You know, you can agree to disagree, or, you know, whatever, but like, really good media producer. Like, I respect that. Jenny says it's hard to keep up with what's socially acceptable because it changes day to day. I think the main thing is, let's not hate each other or be vessels of hate. And when people say, hang on, I don't like this, can you respect this? Then say, okay, yeah, I can. For me, that's what's socially acceptable. And that, it doesn't matter about what's day to day or what's this and that. Like, you're going to encounter different people throughout your life, but if you can't be respectful to other people, then it's going to everything, all sorts of shit's going to be problematic for you. So I think that's what it's about. It's about a certain level of respect, and I think once you get those rules and people understand how to be respectful, then it becomes easier. But maybe I'm wrong.
Almost all trans women say and believe about themselves, and affirms the common prejudice that trans people are really just sex perverts, which, okay, some of us are, but not for the reasons Blanchard said.
When are we live again? I mean, I should do one tomorrow really on the main channel. I really should. I don't know how I feel and what I've got to say, but I really should.
1. Just what the hell do I think I'm doing?
I want to say this.
In this video I
mean, this is probably what we'll do. Maybe we'll do this tomorrow on the main channel, because this is what I want to do in my heart, is I want to discuss trans issues through the prism of trans people telling me what they think. And I'm sure some of you in chat will have something else to say, and I can say, that's an interesting point. I think this. What do you think about that? And then once we've said our things, we can move on and watch the rest of the video. Do you know what I mean? We don't have to endlessly argue. I just think it's interesting, because I need to learn. And I can't learn by just being bullshit about my own opinion. But I will also say, this is my opinion, so you will probably have to talk me around from that, or give me something that that resonates with me in some way for me to change that opinion. It can't be some emotive, angry, waving the flag, witch hunt. It can't be that. It's got to be something logical and sensible, and where I can still feel that I'm a kind person in my heart and I'm not doing meanness to people. So, you know, we can talk, and I'd love to learn.
I'm going to argue that Blanchard's theory is false, but a lot of trans women are probably nervously wondering why I'm using my platform to potentially increase awareness of a sinister fringe theory that only adds to the stigma we all already face. After all, autogynephilia gives scientific legitimacy to our culture's most twisted misrepresentations of trans women.
Who do you fuck with?
So it's understandable that to a lot of trans women, the prospect of this concept gaining cultural traction is pretty terrifying.
See, there we go. Like Lefty Lucy's talked about transition rates, suicide. Yeah. Today on this stream, it's easier for me to do diversions. What I would say is you bring something up like that, and then I'm like, I don't know. So I'd have to learn, and I'd like to hear it from people who are going through that sort of shit, not just people who are angry at them for going through it or whatever. So I'd like to hear it from them. But yeah, there is an issue there. Of course, if you are starting out life with these genetic or mental or whatever issues, you know, whichever way you want to describe it, when you get to the point of having an operation, it might not be that that simply saves you. It might be that you're already down a road of depression and self-destruction. And so I don't know the answers about, like, I don't think it's as easy to say, though, you get a sex op and therefore you should not commit suicide. And if you do, it means the sex ops are bad. I don't think it's easy to just say, like, in life, statistics are easy, aren't they? Because you can say, right, she ate a burger and then she committed suicide. Burgers can equal suicide. Well, no, they don't, obviously. You just happen to eat a burger. Well, it's not that she just happened to get a sex op, is it? No, there's a lot, you know, in it. But people are not just black and white, are they? They're not just this and that. They're not, like, there's a lot in it. So I don't think it's easy to say, because of this statistic, equals this is wrong or right or anything in any case. But it is interesting that it supports the idea that the operation doesn't lead to mental stability for people who are unstable beforehand. Fair enough. I can agree with that. So, or maybe the statistics are not right. I mean, I don't know. I don't know where the statistics come from. So that's another issue. Yeah, listen to some testimonials, right? So would you rather we had a quick look at this? Because maybe we should do this whole episode on the main channel, and then I've got another one as well. Watch later. See, and this is what's going to happen though, is I'm happy to do it now very quickly, because I'm showing you how it might break down. I want to find my library. Now we've gone from people, you know, you are literally, Vix is asking me to watch this thing and you're asking me to watch a different thing. So if I follow what everyone says in chat, we get dragged this way and that way and it becomes difficult. But I should have, this one is I detransitioned. Here's what they will never tell you. So this is completely the opposite side, isn't it? So I am prepared for this. Don't think I'm, like, you know, being closed-minded, but you have to accept as well, I've already got an opinion, and unless you're going to talk me down from what I consider to be the kindest position, you know, and I count children in this. I don't see this person trying to sex up the children. You know, worst, Gary Glitter equals worse. Jimmy Savile equals worse. So how many people are out there trans sexing up the children versus how many straight up paedophiles are out there sexing up the children? You know, so, but I'm sort of interested. That's another one, isn't it? David in chat. Sometimes you accidentally misgender people because we just make assumptions in chat, and that's just normal life. Like, I don't know. I just, you know, call people he, she, whatever. But these days, I'm always saying on the internet, I'm trying to catch it when I say it. Say they. If I don't know, why not say they? A lot of the time with the gamers, they're playing a game and they're like, oh, he killed me. Oh, he's better. He's got a better gun than me. And I'm like, how do you know it's a he? That's sexism, patriarchy. We all do it all the time. Hey guys. Except the ladies, of course, which are not guys, but I'm going to talk generally to the guys. Like, it's just normal language, but we normalise it by using it all the time. And unless we catch ourselves doing it, we kind of create this environment that's toxic towards women all the time, because we're never ever talking to them or about them or with them is a better way. Interesting point, isn't it? What do you think for the alarm coming up on our phones? It's simply the modern world. I think if you don't have it would be naive to think that the way the world works these days, that you shouldn't have an alarm on your phone for national emergencies. Like, it just seems sensible, doesn't it? That they should be able to, like, it's for two reasons as well. It creates a political conversation when instead of talking about the tax they've stolen, we're talking about this fucking thing on our phones. It creates kind of gives people money to create. Oh, do you want money for doing the job of getting this thing on the phones? Yes, please. It's a very nice job I've got doing this thing. Oh, I'll give that money to my friend. Like, it's all just bollocks. You know, it's this sort of thing like when you, like, you know, your local council get together and they come up with a scheme, and the scheme is to put like fresh cupcakes out on top of all the post boxes, and it's like a lovely scheme, and it's wasted loads of public money, and no one gives a shit. It's like half that, and a lot of people think, oh, it's conspiracy and this and that. It's, you know, we should be worried. You should be less worried about a phone alarm on your phone and more worried about the millions of children in poverty. I keep going on about it. I give a little bit of money to charity myself and then moan about it on the internet. But it surprises me. You know, it surprises me that... Oh, history under beneath. Yeah, people are saying about Emma saying about put in the water. I don't think I specifically picked up that exact terminology maybe, because I've done a lot of Emma videos. But maybe if you watch them, maybe I did. But if I didn't, agree. If she says put in the water, that is a big red flag, yeah.
Hello everybody, welcome back to my channel, my evil layer, my salty super villainess. Welcome back. How are you guys? Just kidding, as always. Don't answer that, I don't care. I have a video for you today, but before I get into everything, I just want to say thank you to all of my minions who clicked the sub button in the last week, okay, to share my knowledge and my spicy topics. But anyways, for those of you who don't know me or are new here, my name is Ryan, or Salty, or Kashipa over on Twitch. I have been a majority of names, and in around 2019 or so, I'm born female, by the way. I'm a detransitioner, female to male, back to female again. And in, like I said, I think like around 2019, it was a while ago and I did not keep track of the dates, but
So already I'm a little bit bored here. But this is a conversation, so I've got both sides. I thought she was going to be like straight into it. Look, these are the facts you never tell you, like, but it's going to be a 30-minute ramble, isn't it?
So I could easily pass as a guy. I did not get misgendered. My voice dropped, actually lower than it is now. My voice has raised slightly, not...
It's weird that I called her she, simply because I see that she presents as a female, but I don't know which way she's transitioned or back.
Nearly enough, though. But, yeah, so I was trans for a whole year and a half, and people who say that you weren't trans, yeah, technically that's correct, but I'm just going to refer myself as being trans before because it's easier, and I'm not going to say, well, I...
Because also, there must be a load of people who don't, like, who are literally legit confused, but aren't really, you know, full trans, and maybe they get halfway down the road and think this isn't really me, you know. That might happen. It doesn't mean that other people aren't legit being trans. It just means there might be some others with a different story. I think that's a wig as well. I don't think that's real hair. I might be wrong. But yeah, so we've got both these videos lined up. So maybe tomorrow we do Autogynephilia by ContraPoints, where she talks about anti-trans propaganda. And then we also look at ID transitioned. That's the next. You know, maybe we do separate. Maybe we do separate videos. You know, maybe we do that. Yeah, that's one. And then this is another one I've got lined up. Don't tell him, because Armchair Detective will be on this, won't he? But we're going to watch this Shannon Matthews documentary. I still haven't got the, you know, I've got this email from Joe, and he wanted to sponsor the stream, and I thought, I mean it as a joke, but I think he'll understand it's a good joke. He runs a bed where, like, it sells beds, and I think if we do a Shannon Matthews episode where we review this cool documentary, then you know, we'll watch the documentary together, and then intermittently I'll do a little bit about the beds, and it'll be funny because, you know, got all sorts lined up. You know, it's not just. So what's Lefty Lucy doing now? Lefty Lucy. That thing. I see what you're saying. That thing on the screen. I see. Lefty Lucy. And someone says they blocked another troll. Fiona says that I don't want people, you know, trolling necessarily. Lefty Lucy does have an issue with getting people a bit eggy, saying things that... This is what I was saying earlier about being kind, about, you know, in public and general life. You know, I'm not very kind to Alan because he's a lying grifter, but in general terms, you know, taking people as you find them and being kind at face value is quite important. And, yeah, but block you if you weren't lefty. Right, check this out. block you if words scare you is one aspect of it, but there's no point, because what you're doing is you're turning people away from you. You're making people angry at you, and it doesn't matter about the politics anymore, and it doesn't matter about what you think about that person in that video. Now, some people in my chat who are quite reasonable, nice people think of you in a negative way and don't want to talk to you. So that doesn't help you. It doesn't serve you in any way. It's like, great that you know, block you, great, but it doesn't serve you. And saying it like as it is one thing, but repeating it and being deliberately or controversially rude, it kind of like being rude. You can say things in a nice way, and you can be controversial and rude, and like they don't have the same effect. So I think it's like I'm talking to them now, like I'm talking to Lucy now, like yeah, but the problem, Lucy, is that we've had it in the other stream before, so now it's a different topic, something different, and it's happening again. So it seems like it's something that's happening because of the way you're saying things. I'm not trying to be rude to you, I'm just telling it as it is. So my advice is, because the problem is if enough people say I don't like the way Lucy's talking to me, then general society will say, let's shut them down, let's not hear this because it's coming out like it's making me unhappy, don't feel it's very kind. So there's being blunt, but there's being rude as well, and like, there's a bit of a difference. Like, you need to learn that line, because otherwise I'll end up having to block you from the chat. You lose your voice. That's a shame. I want your voice. Otherwise, we're losing your voice. And then the other thing is, like I say, if you want people to think about the things you say, then having them think of you as a decent person is a good start point. Do you trust people in life who you don't like? Not really, do you? Like, you trust your friends and people that you respect. So, you need to think about how other people perceive you in order, not like a politician, not in a horrible way, but just, be a bit careful not to push them away before you've even got started. Because, again, I feel it doesn't serve you, it doesn't benefit you, and it doesn't help. Like, yeah. Obviously Broadmoor Intimate, yeah. I won't delete, we'll talk, and then if it goes on too much, people get timed out. And if it gets timed out and then it comes back, it gets deleted. Like, it's not that it gets deleted, it's that you have your chance. Free speech is important, but free speech doesn't mean you're not accountable for the things you say and the way you say them as well. So that's part of our discussion at the end here, isn't it, about these issues. I said, about racism and trans issues. I'm struggling sometimes to say the right words, and I hope I don't come across in the wrong way. But ultimately, if you can trust yourself when all men doubt you, men and women, if you can trust yourself when all people doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too, means that you've got to have the pride in your convictions. You've got to be able to stand strong with what you believe. But also, you've got to be able to listen to criticism and say, okay, if I can trust myself when all men doubt me, I can stand on my convictions, I can do what I want, and I can, I'm going to say this thing on the internet and no one's going to stop me. But if I listen to all their doubts and take them on board and think about how they're going to perceive what I say and why they doubt, I can waylay their doubts, and I can have them join me in a way that they're like, people need to feel like, or they are your peers. It's not that they need to feel like, people need equal respect because they are equal people that deserve equal respect. So if we feel like, any of us feel like we're being talked down to or, shoved in the face, we tend to move away from it. So make allowance for their doubting means to understand the things that are going on and to sort of soften your approach so that the doubts maybe you make clear that they're understood and you can waylay them. Then you can go on with your convictions. But if you ignore people's doubts, if you ignore people's opinions and the way they feel and I don't like what you're saying to me and the way you're saying it to me, like, if you ignore that and just push on anyway, bullshit, arrogant, in my own arse, then you don't, like, your pride and your convictions become your fall. There's pride before a fall. People want to see you fall. And on top of that, it undermines your own position, because part of social conversation is about, like, it's at its best, right? You're at your best when people are learning and enjoying and thinking, oh, this is a really interesting conversation. I learned a lot there. You know, some of the podcasts that you really like. You know what I mean? And it said it's worse when they're rowing and yelling and I fucking hate that twat and they're saying this and they're a fucking twat. Like, that's at its worst, isn't it? So you have an opportunity. You know, you've got a voice here. No, it's not like this isn't, you know, US Congress or anything, but like this is your life and your behaviour, and this is a little incidence of it. So in general, you know, free and frank conversation, yes, but when it starts getting to people and they start feeling unhappy and feels like it's being repeated, and if you at your end, you know, if you're really calm and comfortable, that's cool. You know, a lot of people might be. A lot of people might be, but sometimes I've been there where I feel hot inside because I'm typing and they're type this thing and I want to type my thing real quick and they're typing and I need to type quick. If it gets to that, you stop because it doesn't. What's that? You know, I just think it's not constructive for you. You know, it's almost like a self-destruct pattern, maybe in a way. And like we all have that button inside us to self-destruct, like, you know, fuck this, I'm going to make everyone see my way. Or if not, fuck them, I'm going to, you know, rah, rah. But being calm inside and being able to sometimes take a step back and think and listen about what people say. And yeah, so I think that probably benefits you more, maybe, sometimes. And I'm saying this, there'll be people out there in the world who will think, how dare he say this? He would never back down on that thing he said. We've had that huge row. I know, because I've had the rows. You know, I know, because I've had the rows. I've had the, you know, burn the bridges. We're all human. We all make mistakes. I don't think of you as a bad person because somebody had a row in chat. You know? I don't... A lot of people love echo chambers, you're saying, and not all... Yeah, it's not... But it's not just a point of view, as I'm explaining. It's not just that. Simply the facts and the point of view are one things, but it's if you don't perceive that, if you're being told by a group of people who don't know you that the way you're saying these things is making them unhappy in a general sense, it's not just the perspective and the point of view. And if you don't see that and you refuse to see it, then that's a shame for you. And it might not be that you want to say that in chat. You might not want to back down in inverted commas, but it's not about that. You know, it's not about that. So I'm trying to be careful as well. I'm trying to give you as much of a chance as possible here. So my best suggestion is just to think about it and, you know, come back and see how it goes in the future. But yeah, if you're not, and also if you're not learning, yeah, as well, like if any of us, like I say, if I'm not learning, if we're not learning, like what are we doing? If we're teaching and we're putting our messages down someone else's throat, I don't know. I don't know how. I'm kind of doing that to you here. I'm kind of telling you what I think you should do in your behaviour, in a way, I guess. But yeah, 3 people moaning. You couldn't care less. I mean, okay, like this one's, you know, this one's gone by for you. That's a statement. But the next time that you start making statements where people say, and I scroll back and you've said, you know, something that gets on the edge of being rude, because some of the things you did say were on the edge of being rude, right? Not just statements of fact, but statements that designed to sort of be a bit rude. Then it's the end, isn't it? And like that's a shame. Like, I was hoping we were, you know, making a bit of a connection and moving forward with some stuff. Yeah, and it's also, I'll tell you what's interesting. We're just names in a chat and words on a screen, and so you can't read if someone's saying something angry. Like Sarah M has said, not moaning, just trying to have a conversation, Lucy. And it might come across to you like, I'm not moaning, I'm just trying to have a conversation, Lucy. Or it might be like, hey, I'm not moaning. I just want to have a conversation. You know, there's different ways, but we can't hear any of that inflection. It's just words. And some people type quicker and some people type differently. And, you know, we're from all around the world. And it might be that, and this goes the other way as well, for the people that are angry at what is typed by Lefty Lucy. It might be also that You know, we have to be careful not to take too much personal sting from some of these words. See, like, we've got a bit of a balance. We're getting somewhere. Let's have a poll. What do you want to have a poll on? No, we're not. I don't know what we want to have a poll on. What, like, trans, yes or no? I mean, Buddha Buddy said it there. Tranquility is the pathway to eternal wisdom. It is important that this is your life. You know, this is your life, and these are your feelings. This is your heart. And ultimately, if you are angry and knotted, and you know, you could end up like Armchair Detective. Like, it's much better, and this is why it's so strange to me, this politics that goes on. I get angry when they're spending our money that should go to the children, because that's real stuff. I know they're hungry. I go at my local shop. I've seen the kids and their parents after school. I know who's doing well and who's struggling. You know, I can see it. So that makes me angry. But like, whether someone's wants to be trans and this stuff that's been pushed down, I don't feel like I'm surprised so many people get angry about stuff, and you know, that's your life. Like, you're sat there, there's no trans people knocking on your door giving you shit. You know what I mean? Like, there's no children knocking on my door giving me shit either. But it just seems weird that people get quite het up and angry. And I've been there. Like I said, I've been there having I know what it's like. Yeah, have big rows on Facebook with people. Oh, you idiots on Facebook. We've been through the Brexit. We've been through. Someone even mentioned the the COVID in chat, and I don't even want to talk about those things anymore. People have got different opinions. There's always going to be someone who has a different opinion to me, then, aren't there? Because there's always going to be someone. I'm one of the someones who's got a different opinion to someone else. It's always going to happen. And we've been through it now. It's done. You know, whether people think, oh, it's still happening, or this is happening, or that, it's done. You know, we're not still on lockdown. You're not still being made to have a vaccination. So it's just, whatever you think about it is by the by now. I'm disappointed in some people. I'm more respectful of other people. I'm, you know, proud of others. But it's by the by. You know? It's by the by. I can't hold everyone to account for past conversations and decisions that they had to make. None of us had all the full facts. We can all say that for sure. None of us have been party to any of the full facts. So I'm not going to hold people and say, oh, you've done this, you chuffer, and it's your fault this, and, you know, would you still vote Brexit now? And didn't you think they were ripping you off? And I'm getting into it now, but it's useless to me, isn't it? It doesn't serve me. It doesn't serve you. They're not serving us. I just feel like if we're just normal people together, the best thing we can do is be nice to each other. Like, the most important thing, if you want to have your voice heard, then I'll only listen to it if you're going to be civil. You know what I mean? Like, we've got to try and help each other along, because we're the normal people. What if we don't? What are we going to do then? They're already doing it to us. Like, it doesn't matter who you believe in politically. You know that, like, there are people up there at top end of stuff getting a bit of a good deal, ripping people. Like, do I have to bring up the news stories about the politicians and the things they've done with the money and this and that? I don't know. Have children and I'll change. I mean, you think I'll be more protective of my children, therefore I wouldn't want transgender issues to be, like, on the modern political conversation point, people allowed freedoms and stuff like that. I think maybe the opposite. The question would be, Mary, is if I had a child that asked me, I think I'm born in the wrong body. I'm 9 years old. I think I'm born in the wrong body. You know, I'd probably say wait for puberty, see what happens then. And then after puberty, if they're still like, you know, I'm born in the wrong body here, this is not going. Whether I would then, as a parent, say, okay, let's go for it, help you through that process. I mean, for me, if someone came up to me and said, I really want to drive a racing car, then I'd say, well, you know, if that's your dream and desire, I don't really agree with race driving for a number of different reasons, but it's not my life. So I will support you in your decision to drive a race car. I mean, I remember I used to have had a girlfriend, and I didn't agree with some of the things, you know, that she wanted to do in her life necessarily, like ethically, politically, or whatever. But that wasn't my choice, was it? My choice was, do I love her, and do I want to help her and support her in her endeavours? So it's not like I'm going to drive her to the racist rally and, like, you know, do a sign for her, I hate blacks. No, I'm not doing that. Like, she wasn't a racist. But, like, you know, being supportive of, like, maybe it was about horses. Maybe a horse is a good example. Like, I don't really believe in this But, you know, I'll drive you there and I'll, like, you know, help move the hay and I'll do whatever you want me to support you because I love you as a human being. And these are your choices. And if they're not going to infringe on my rights and my freedoms, like, then I don't really, yeah, like, you might want to ride a kayak and you might want to ride a bike. And, like, you know, it's okay. The worrying thing, I suppose, is the indoctrination of children. What is the poll? Okay, you want a poll? I don't know what poll do you want? What poll is it? Starting a poll. Trans rights, yes or no? I mean, that's a really weird poll, but there's a poll. I mean, see how many people are crossed with trans people. If you know, like, you know, if you're, the thing is, if you want to come on here and say, listen, there's this bloke living next door to me and he's wearing this dress and pretending to be a woman and he keeps going down the park, like, then we've got an issue and we can talk. But if it's just like you're scared of the concept of someone wearing a dress and going down the park, then that's not fair. Like, I think it's a bit, but that's me, you know, that's me. The poll is simply trans rights. It's not whether we're going to talk about them. It's whether, like, you believe in them and, you know, whatever, I suppose, isn't it? That's the poll. It is a daft question. I don't know. I was asked to do a poll and I don't know what the poll should be. So I'm interested to see that it's 50-50. But there's not loads of us here. So it's not like we've got a huge cross-section of society. You know, I think it would depend on which demographic you ask. But I think we're okay. The way we're conversing is okay, isn't it? I mean, it's obvious that I've got my feelings on it, in a way. I'll tell you another one, a good different example. There's an example of a guy in the UK, and I know a couple of cases where someone has been either trans before they were arrested or transitioned during their arrest, and they want to go in the women's prison. And then they're in the women's prison, and then they're caught having sex with the women, and then they put them back in the men's prison. You know, that's an issue. I saw that as a, like, dangerous issue. You don't want to be in there with the men who have done the crimes if you're a woman, do you? But then I suppose if you're a man, you don't want to be in there with the men who have done the crimes if you're a man either, do you? You don't want to be in there with the people who do the crimes because it's prison. So that's the main thing. And like, my solutions to this are simply, we'll just put them in solitary, or not solitary, but put them in, you know, yeah, solitary then. You know, it's difficult, isn't it? It's hard, but they've done a crime, so I shouldn't worry too much about how happy or sad they are in prison, because that's the whole point of prison. So you're going in solitary because it's difficult for us as a society. Yeah, it's bad on you and your trans rights, and this is where people say, oh, but don't you want trans rights? And yeah, I do, but like, in this situation, I think there's other priorities to work out. Maybe we'll fix this, you know, in the future. But for now, let's put them in solitary because it solves all the problems. You know, if you want to be egalitarian about it, the other one's sport, isn't it? Should they compete in sport? Well, yeah, everyone can compete in sport. That's what sport's for. But maybe we'll just have an open competition then. There's the men's competition, the women's competition, and the open competition for everybody. And then you compete in whichever one you want. Oh, I want to compete in the women's one because I'm a woman, but I was born a man. Yeah, you're in the open competition now. Oh yeah, but my rights are. You're in the open competition. Just shut up. Yeah, the end. Like, we don't have to have a debate on that. Then it's fixed. What if Anthony Joshua wants to become Alison Joshua and fight on the women's boxing? He's going to beat up all the women, isn't he? And he could be a... Yeah, okay, well, he can just go on the men's mixed men's and women's boxing scene. Any women that want to compete in the men's game can now compete. The end. You know, open boxing. Yeah, but the women are going to get punched by the men. What if they want to and they want to get in the ring? I mean, what do you want me to do? I mean, the toilets, we can have a unisex toilet. I don't know where else I feel like... I don't feel scared in society that there is some sort of conflict point other than those points, but maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to end the poll there. It turned out that trans rights, yes, but... The other one was when they did women/men, you know, trans people reading stories to children. And again, I remember being a child and seeing men dressed as women. Not like necessarily... No, but it was drag, wasn't it? And that was the issue with the story time, drag. I don't know. We're definitely tailing off in terms of an episode now, though. We had a good old episode ranting on that man, and I've taken us into some really strange territory at the end. But the other one is... let's finish on this. because it's nearly time for nights now, isn't it? Let's just finish on a little bit of this, because, like, bless him. It was his funeral today. His funeral today. His funeral today, wasn't it?
Aye, all right, Barbara. Hey, sweetheart.
No one's got a problem with this.
Help yourself. Oh, come here, gorgeous soul. No tongues, no tongues.
Oh, good, lovely. Thank you, darling.
Anything else you've been doing we should know about?
I've been doing lots. Well, then I decided, I thought, well, you've still got a womb, Lil. I thought, cheap audience in here tonight, haven't
you? But then she's not trans, is she? He's not trans, drag. But, like, it's weird to me, isn't it, that should be fine. But then if you do that, but in your heart you actually believe that's who you are, not fine at all, completely unacceptable, get away from the kids. Like, weird, isn't it? Like,
I'm doing coming for a worm. I thought, well, I'll carry another woman's eggs for her. I don't mean I had a market stall, you know what I mean? No, for lesbian couples who couldn't have children. I had 18, yes.
18 what?
Babies in a period of 3 years. Oh, I was prolific. What? That's what my pelvic floor laminated. I'm telling you. I did, Barbara. I'm telling you. They shot out, seriously. There's lesbian couples all over the country delighted because of me.
Bless him. I don't know if that's... Am I going to get critiqued by the trans community for holding up a drag queen and saying, you know, the nation loves this person? It seems like a double standard to me. I don't know. A lullaby before bed. What's my best? Oh, look, the flare-ups on with Lem Fandango. Detractor community making their own content, detracting. You see, this. I'll show you this, and then we will do a quick
clips. And I think you're doing right.
So what this is here is, this is a byproduct of people who are making laughs and jokes about that Phil guy. Now they're doing memes and jokes, and they've got their own streams, and they talk to each other and just have fun. Phil's not in this stream. They're just having fun making songs.
I think, you know what? I'm standing strong on that. It was tough to hear the thought of the song. This takes more listens to understand. But once you do understand it, you recognize the beauty of this song. It is Cat Song by Zach Burgett, and what a song it is. Let's listen to it. The lullaby. Let's see, how long did it take you, Lemtex, to know this was a good song? Right away? Or when you saw the lyrics,
I just couldn't really hear it the first time, and then I saw like you guys posted on Twitter, and I was like, oh wow, it's like an actual song.
Mm-hmm.
Like maybe if it was Pitchfork judging it instead of you guys, it would have been first place. But
it's
really
beautiful.
good.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Let's get to it.
I never let myself believe this would be easy. Every day's the same to me.
So this is a comedy song about the bloke's wife.
Again. We all make compromises, and I drew the shorter end.
I'll play you a different song to finish. Interesting what you're saying in there, Gene. They're good people, but they're possessed, and they don't realise it. I mean, that's a really interesting aspect. Sue saying described in the Bible. I want to talk about these things before we finish, because you're talking about them in chat now. We're here. I can go on long. That's fine. My question about this sort of stuff is, who wrote the Bible? If we're going to talk Bible, and don't get me wrong, I'm not against Jesus. I believe Jesus existed. I believe he was like a beautiful prophet of God. Maybe. I believe in prophets of God in a way. I've got part of my heart that is able to believe in things and also ask for critical evidence and say, okay, if there's not, but I believe in, I'm okay with certain things. I can live in different, mental places. But my question is, who wrote it? Why do we believe the words in the Bible, and wrote it? I don't want to get you in a big debate, but my question to you, to follow up on is, do you need to know ancient Aramaic? Do you need to know who compiled these different books? Because like people talk about it like it's the book of God, but it's not God that wrote it. Like nobody claims it's God that wrote it, do they? Nobody says this is God writing this. It was all these people who had these prophecies from God, and some people wrote about the people who had the prophecies from God, and then they translated it, and they translated it, and then they translated it again, and then King James got hold of it and wanted to translate. When Henry translated it, he put a load of bits that made him easier for him to have a divorce in it. Like, there's a lot of changes being made to it. So it's okay. We've got a culture of Christianity. I think it's okay to believe in the history and traditions of Christianity and to understand that these people, their prophecies, Moses, Jesus, all those people, but to actually follow the literal word of the Bible seems like I need to have a bit more. No, I'm not happy with that. We've got these problems with the priests having sex with kids, for Christ's sake, haven't we? I'm not saying bad things about religion or anything, but do you know what I mean? Like, not everyone that puts on a robe is a good chuffer. So I just want a bit more. And I loved the priest that came in to talk to us at our school. He was a wonderful man. Like, I'm not saying anything like in my experience, but I've seen it in the world. So people are allowed to believe what they want to believe, okay? But for me, it didn't stand up to critique that I should follow the words in today's translation. If I want to go back and learn ancient Aramaic and and all that, there's a different conversation to be had. But I didn't think, like, even if I believe in Jesus and I believe he existed and I believe in God and everything, I don't think it's fair that I should follow the Bible, because God never says in the Bible that you have to follow this Bible like it's the fucking manual. Like, God gives 10 commandments in the Bible, 10. And they're very basic. So the rest of it, like what Matthew said about something and what John said about something, and they're lovely people who follow Jesus around, but, So to say that trans people are possessed by demons because the Bible says it, I'm going to say no to that. Because I can't, unless you can show me when God came down from heaven and fucking said it, no to it. Like, I can understand it as your opinion, but I can't have it as my opinion because it doesn't fit. Like, I don't see it like that. I mean, pedos maybe more. Like, being an evil person inside, like, doing horrible things, I do wonder about, like, where do they get this? Because I do wonder. Because I find it intrinsically, like, some people kick a puppy or something. Like, how could you? Do you know what I mean? How could you? I couldn't. There are moments where you kind of learn about yourself, I guess. I had to kill a bird once or twice. I can do that. Not because I want to go and kill birds, but because, like, for example, my cat got a mouse and it's suffering and I need to put it out of its misery. So a couple of times I have ended the mouse. I don't like it. It makes me feel sick. It's not like I'm enjoying it. So for people to get this enjoyment, this, whatever out of these evil things, I don't. So I do wonder, but the Bible predicts end times. Well, not all of it does it? Only the last bit, the last chapter, Revelation was done by not John the Baptist, but another person called John who lived out on an island on his own like a nutter. And it doesn't necessarily, predict the truth. It seems a bit contrived in places. Then you've got the issue of, like, you believe in Moses, yeah? Tick, box, tick. Then, because he was a prophet. And then after him, there was another prophet, Jesus. I mean, there were other prophets as well. Isaiah. Was Samuel was Isaiah a prophet? Anyway, like, other prophets. Yeah. Well, there's Jesus, apparently the Son of God, but another prophet to people. And then you've got then you've got Muhammad, peace be upon him, who ostensibly, like all these others, is another prophet. But they say no to him. They say, no, we don't want Muhammad to be a prophet. We want to finish at Jesus, thanks. And he's like, yeah, but I'm a prophet and I've got my book. And they're like, no, that has to be something separate. That's Islam. So now you've got Judaism from Moses, but we don't like Jesus. Not having Jesus. We're Jewish. No more Jesus. And then you've got Christianity, but no to Islam. And then you've got Islam, and Islam will look back and say, I believe. Islam will say, Moses, tick, yes. Jesus, tick, yes. So why no Islam? Islam is yes to Christianity and yes to Judaism. We believe in those things, but we've got another prophet now, an extra one. So it's strange that people choose, if you're going to believe in it and you're going to say, I'm into this, and that's fine if you love Abraham and you love Jesus and that, but not allowing Muhammad. And why not? Because, well, anyone could just make up any old shit and say it's the Bible. Well, that's your Bible. Like, the same criteria must be given to every prophet. I feel it's strange that people don't make that leap, you know, and it's a lovely, beautiful leap to make. And then, like, you know, you can read the Quran, you can make your own decisions, and people have their own thoughts about that, and then we get a different conversation, don't we? But, like, you know, being a good chuff is the main thing, isn't it, Louise? I think the thing that I took from the Bible and the priest and those people, the thing that I resonated with the most was love thy neighbour, treat people like you want to be treated yourself, try and do some good in the world, because there are people that are suffering. The Good Samaritan, you know, someone might be your enemy, but, you know, when they're down, and I'm not going to give Alan any money, am I? But if Alan did get kicked out of home and Alan was in a hostel, then God help me, you know, and this might sound nuts, but I would probably offer him a bed at my house, or even pay for him to sleep at the Holiday Inn. Do you know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't want to see him on the streets getting beat up by people, you know, sucking dicks under the bridge for cash. Like, Alan, I'd help him out. Like, I'd help out people even if they're my enemy. Like, yeah, basic, you know, tenets to live by and stuff. But when will the next live be? It's supposed to be tomorrow, but the longer we go on tonight, the worse it gets for me to get up in the morning, and then I want to try and do an edit, and the weekend we're playing games, and then Monday's thus guaranteed usually, and then I don't know, you know, I don't know. The Satanic Verses, yes, David, I've heard about the Satanic Verses. I don't want to get stabbed like Rushdie, but I know what they are. The idea that demons infected, like they whispered some wrong verses and that they were part and then they weren't part, and yeah. Excuse me, I've heard of that. And if you want to talk mythology, what about don't preach under intoxicants? Yeah, I smoke weed, like, so issue, you know. But like, if you want to talk mythology, right? And I'm not preaching, I'm just talking about where people's beliefs come from and the critical questions that we maybe should ask ourselves about beliefs. And then if you want to come to your own conclusions, that's still fine. It's just that someone said to me, trans people are infected by demons, it says in the Bible. So now I'm saying, can I take this and should I take that and incorporate it into my worldview? I don't on this, no. But no offense, but no. Like, if God wants to come down from heaven today and say it to me, then like definitely yes. But do you know what I mean? There's somewhere between that is where we really are. So, the follow-on was that I lost my train of thought. I'm not sure about that as well, so about money and control, you know. The problem that you face there, see, I'd studied economics, so I know a few things. Money, criteria. Money has to be divisible, it has to be portable, it has to be homogenized. They've written uniform, but homogenized, limited, so it's not like infinite, and acceptable, so that you like accept. So let's go through this. Durable means like it has to, like if I give you a coin, the coin doesn't melt overnight, you've still got it. Yeah. Portable, you have to be able to carry it around because you want to trade with it. There's no point in having money that's like a great big rock because you can't trade that, can you? Divisible, well, my great big rock, and you need to give me some change. So now we need other coins. Uniform, one coin is like another. Can't fake it. Can't just like be, this coin looks like this, but your coin looks different. Well, how do I know it's a proper coin? They're all the same. Limited made sense, didn't it? Inflation otherwise. You can't just have infinite money being printed out. Inflation. Unacceptable. I will take that and say thank you. That counts. So this is what economically money has to do, right? If you remove cash tomorrow, let's say tomorrow, overnight, I just click my fingers, it's gone. All gone. You look in your purse, there's nothing in it. You go to the bank, cash machines are dry. You still got the money. You can trade it on your phone. You can do all this stuff. The chips, things are, you know, people are afraid of, right? You can still do that. What about people who want cash? Oh, well, we're fucked. They can control us. No. In prison, they use cigarettes. And during the economic crash, they use stamps, even matches, because other things can fulfill those same criteria. So, I don't want just the past, but we've got rare materials like gold, copper, silver. That will never, like the rates, the amounts, that it's always going to be portable. It's always going to be divisible. It's always going to be accepted gold. It's always going to be limited in its supply. It meets those criteria. And if something doesn't meet those criteria, then look, gold, silver, co-wire shells. So in some places, shells have been acceptable as money because there's limited supply. We've all agreed that one shell equals one packet of fags or whatever, and bartering, like pockets of people bartering. David says, yeah, well, one of us will decide. Cigarettes are often used. Cigarettes in prisons, it's often cigarettes, but because it fulfills these criteria, it's easy to carry them around. Everyone agrees on their price. They're limited. In theory, they're not that limited really, but in closed economies like a prison, they are. Like cocoa beans have been used. We will just decide on something as a society, and it's most likely to be some sort of gold or silver or precious metal or something like that, or it might even just be a tally card, or stamps are another good one because they've got the stamp costs this amount of money and it's written on it. So stamps cost that money. That's the money. Like people agree that it's money. So the acceptability factor is there. Okay, I don't want a load of stamps, but someone else will take them off me because they're worth that in our economy. So we will, in some ways, Sue, people. What happens with economies of scale with the big shops? This is the problem with the recessions. They've been doing this to us. Yes, I agree with the shops, right? There's a turnover with small shops. They never get going, they never stay, and they close, and then another person comes. The landlords keep getting the money, and that's great for them. The big shops in a recession, what happens is a recession makes smaller businesses go to the wall quicker because the big shops have hopefully saved up more profits. Sometimes they're too big and it becomes a problem because it's lots of costs. But what tends to happen is the smaller retailers die first because it's harder on them, and then the business has to go somewhere and it goes to these other bigger. So recessions weed out the inefficient businesses. It's always been the way though. That's part of our economic system. It's not a new phenomenon. It's always been the way. The recessions weed out inefficient businesses, and the ones that remain soak up the rest of the market. So big shops do benefit from that, and obviously the people that run our economies, they own the bigger end of the scale things, so they benefit from that more. And more independent people doing their own thing, less benefit to them. So yeah, that is true. But it's not a new phenomenon, so it's not like you should be scared of it in the future because it's going to ruin everyone's life. It's already ruined our lives for years and years and years and years. How many recessions have you lived through? I don't think that you need to worry. That's not your bogeyman on the horizon. If it is, then there is a political aspect, a way to move out of that. And there are people that we should be voting against, or for maybe in that way. I agree the political system's broken. I agree with that, but in the simple mechanisms aren't even being done. People voted against their interests in the last general election. Literally against their own, people on the ground, normal people, voted against their own interests, and now things are worse for them. So don't get me started on that. But in terms of money, I understand that in the future people are scared because technology seems to be scary and it's going to be going on the phones and they might have to use a chip. But it doesn't mean that as a society anyone can ever take away money, because in the past when it's been taken away, like prohibition in America didn't remove alcohol. We'll just use something else. It's that simple. Batteries, probably in the future, Tesla batteries or something. But something you can carry around. You beg to differ. Fair enough. I mean, you can think what you want about the future. I can prove what I've said about the past. So, and it's from monetary theory. The reason I'm saying this is not because I just invent my ideas here. This is because I went to economics. I did study economics and sociology and studies in social psychology at university. I didn't quite get my degree, but I did study it. So I know what money, I know about these properties, what it is, how it works. It doesn't need to be facilitated by a central bank to exist, money. We used to have, before money, we had bartering, and then we decided to create our own forms of money because bartering, there would literally have been tally cards, and I promise to pay the bearer on demand the sum of £5 is a promised an IOU, not a real £5. You know, there'd have been, it was measured against gold stocks that existed in banks and stuff. So now the monetary system has changed, yes, but it doesn't mean you can't, like, if you want to trade me some carrots for a melon, like, there's nothing anyone can stop us doing that. And, you know, if the entire economic system collapses tomorrow and you want to trade some, like in Fallout, it's bottle caps. Like, there's always something that we would say, okay, this is the money. This is what we want it to be. This is it. So, you know, a cashless society would change things for the poorest the most. Yes, that's true. And that's why they don't care. And you see, the thing is, I think people think that it's some kind of, that was Knife Party with the comment there. I think that people think it's some conspiracy against them, the poor people, the normal people. It's going to change the poorest the most. That's the same with stealth taxes. You know, like, let's say you put up a small tax on alcohol. Well, it doesn't really matter to the rich people who don't give a shit, but the poor people who can't really, can only afford to, like, if you can only afford 2 pints and they put up the price, now you can only afford 1. So that really matters. But if you're rich and you can afford 20 pints and they put up the price and you can only afford 19, it doesn't matter, does it? So it depends where you are on the scale, how these things affect you. Right, so it's not all fair, and it seems fair because it's only the same percent for everyone, but it's not fair, right? So it's interesting that you should say that, because I think that the people at the top, people think they're conspiring to try. We're going to make everyone run in this, like, you know, future where we can control them and all. I don't think it's like that. I just think they make more money if they go for this thing. They've got, like, people tied up in tech companies, and how can we funnel government money into my pocket? Well, I can't just pretend I want money. I've got to do something. Oh, I'm going to do a project about the money in the future, and I'm going to do my thing's going to be about like creating a modern economy, and then you can funnel the money straight in. Oh, we're a think tank for money. Funnel it in. It doesn't mean that they care about ruining your life. It means they care about getting the money. Do you know what I'm saying? And yeah, if you're saying that this thing will affect poorer people worse and, you know, richer people will benefit more, oh, they're going to be in for that then. They benefit. It's not they care about poor people benefit less. I think they just care they benefit more. And a lot of this, you know, is borne out like that. Like when Boris was choosing his curtains, you know what I mean? Like, I just think people think it's a big conspiracy against them, but in actual fact, the conspiracy is these people are just up there trying to scam as much money as they can, and we get the rough end of the stick. But yeah, free people will be deemed criminals. I mean, are we saying that we'd no longer have a free society then? Like, but we're protected by certain freedoms, not written into a, like in America they've got the Constitution, but you know, we've got certain freedoms written into our, like, we fought for those freedoms in the war, so to speak. They're written into our social contract with the government in some ways. I think I'm 50-50 on that, you know. I'm 50-50 on that. I can understand your idea there, David Williams, that people would, you know, be criminalised, and they well, currently they are. Look at it this way: I smoke weed, and that makes me a criminal, doesn't it? I criminalised, aren't I? It's a choice I'm making, but a choice that's made by, I suppose it's not a class issue necessarily, but you create poverty traps, and then people commit crimes, and then they're criminalised. Once you're in the system, you don't come out of the system. You know, yeah, it's already sort of being done. Certain criminals get away with things, others, you know, blue collar crime, you know, other stuff like that, white collar crime. There's different kinds of crime. But like, yes, talk to me about, like Knife Party saying about not organised to have a big master plan. Like, they just want to get fucking rich. That's the master plan, and they're doing it. And the joke is, this is why I think the conspiracies are being put out by Boris Johnson. They're being put out by Richie Sunak. They're being put out there by Donald Trump, because the people that should be holding them to account are getting eggy about fucking trans people in the bathroom, or they're getting eggy about, like, some of them as far as saying, like, you know, people are eating children's brains and shit, like real weird conspiracy theories going on, like flat earth and all other shit, like all sorts of shit. Like, a lot of it is political, and a lot of it is, I think, motivated to just, while you're angry about all this other shit, like, a lot of people argued about, for example, a lot of people argued about immigrants during Brexit. A lot of it was about border control and immigrants. And really, it's not been about that, has it? Because they haven't fixed the borders. They don't care. They want the people in the hotels so that they can pay their friends with the hotels. Like, all the other stuff that came with it, that's what it was all about. But they made you think about this one little thing. When you were distracted, they were funneling the money. So yeah, once they funneled enough money, they've had their turn on the money tap. They give it to their other mate from the Conservative Party, and they make sure their other mates are all, and it's about funneling the money. Like, we give all our taxes in. How come we're living in such a shit society? Why is everything going downhill? Seems a bit wrong, doesn't it? Talking about GMO and Lefty Lucy in chat. Yeah. We're not protected by European rules now, so they can skank us in loads of different ways. It's about control. That was about control. The same people that are angry now, that are, anti this and anti that, and, talking about the... it's ironic that you've got Andrew Bridgen as the hero of the anti-vax people, when Andrew Bridgen is the chuffer that... Again, it's the people voting against their interest. Andrew Bridgen is saying these things so that he can motivate those people in that way, so he can use them for his own ends. He doesn't care in any way. He's a bad chuffer, but people support him and think he's good because he's saying things they want to hear, motivating a sort of, an anger. Anyway, plans, no plans. They don't stick around long enough to have big plans. Their plan is get fucking rich and fuck off. Laugh at us, shit munchers. That's the plan. When they finished being in politics, they move on to the arms sales. The plan in Ukraine is to have a big war and then sell loads of guns. David Cameron's getting rich off that. I don't know. Sad for us normal people who suffer. I don't even want to get into all that, but I've said this before. Someone else who comes from a foreign, I know that they might be coming for criminal gangs and this and that. Yeah, and like if we don't have a robust police service, then we can't deal with that, can we? But if there's someone from another country, I really don't have a problem with people from other countries wanting to better their lives and live in a more peaceful place. I just don't have a problem with that. If you want to come and contribute to society and get a job, you're not my enemy. Nadim Zahawi was taking all that tax money. He had all those shares in that company. All this stuff. Nadim Zahawi was funneling the electricity from the stables business to his constituents' tax meter. Paying everything on expense. They're all paying it on expenses. Just moaning now, aren't I? Just sort of moaning. These things I worry about as well, because sometimes people disagree with me, and I wonder, I think, are you going to not watch my work anymore because you think, he politically thinks slightly differently to me? And I hope that we're all grown up enough and open-minded enough to have conversations, and we know that we don't all agree, but hopefully the work still goes forward and is good. I hope people aren't cross with me for this. Can we keep talking? I'm trying to keep it going for you, but 3 o'clock would really have to be my cut-off, and I'm missing Genshin Impact. I'm going to have to open Genshin Impact now. So I have to open Genshin Impact. What was I going to say? You asked me all the questions now. Chemtrails, again, I don't believe in them. Full stop. No chemtrails. Ridiculous. If you want to gas a population, then you're going to have to do better than spraying it up in the air like that, because the atmosphere gets less dense as it goes up. So unless it's really dense what you're dropping, and if it was, it'd be like water droplets. And then what are you saying? Or you think it makes its way into clouds and comes down as rain and becomes part of the water table? Is that what you're saying? But in terms of a gas in the atmosphere, it will go up. If it's a gas, it will go up because the atmosphere is less dense higher up. And then it will eventually get dissipated in the vastness of the atmosphere. So if you're going to take a plane, your plane has got to be fucking ginormous to contain the amount of liquid/gas that's going to infect the atmosphere to a point where it could have any effect on humans down below. Especially if you're dropping it from a plane up there. It shows, for me, a misunderstanding of physics to assume that you could, you can see clouds with electromagnetism. You can do that. You can create clouds with electromagnetism. But I don't know if I'm going to have time to get my damn commissions done today now. We'll see. We'll see what kind of commissions they are. I've got 15 minutes. It's really pushing it. It's about climate control and darkening the skies. Again, no. I don't think that could... Like, the amount of territory that a plane can cover and the amount of whatever it can release, you think that's going to create then a cloud, and that cloud is then going to prevent the sun from getting to the earth? Like we're talking about, cloud forming, but clouds are formed from, like, cloud seeding happens when you've got enough moisture in the atmosphere to form clouds, and you seed it, and then it starts to happen. It's a bit like if you've got a very cold liquid and you only need a little ting of ice in there to start the whole process forming around the crystal. But in terms of our atmosphere, you would have to have the right climatic conditions in order to seed them. So it's not simply the case that you dump something out the airplane, the cloud happens. I don't think it's that. I think that's too simplistic an impression of what happens in nature, because you've got all these other chaotic aspects. You've got the atmospheric pressure, you've got the wind, you've got whatever other particles are in the air, you've got the sun. I don't think it's but you're getting confused, David. I think you're getting confused with evidence for, like, cloud seeding is possible, but cloud forming just out of, like, there's times and places where it's possible, but I don't think it's like you fly a plane over England on just any old day and start dropping the clouds. And the fact is as well, you can explain the things you see in the air because of other physics, can't you? About vapor trails and stuff like that can be explained because the disturbance in the air creates the vapor trail. So you're going to ignore that and say that's not happening when we know it is physics. You can prove it, and say it's probably this other thing. So I don't. We could look at evidences if if we can. Again, if you want to show me evidences, I'll watch the videos and I'll be interested enough. I'll be open-minded enough, but I will still be very harsh on requiring proper evidence, because I don't want to poo-poo anyone. And the other thing is, I think some of these ideas are being fed out there so that they can confuse people. To say there are people out there who benefit from these ideas. They get you confused. They get you easy to manipulate, and they feed off it. And it can be people on the internet who have YouTube channels and they want to make money off them, or it can be even more sinister than that in other ways. People who want you anti-political or lined up with a sort of subverted politics, which then they can pump. Once they've got you on that and you're following that, they can pump another slightly different idea into the same space, and then that's part of your ideas as well. So, like, that's dangerous. I worry about it. If we can, and I'm not now. I have to do this now, but. Yeah, I don't, like, for me, I've never seen any good evidence, and I'm open-minded, but I've never seen any good evidence for cloud forming in that way. I don't understand what it really would achieve. Like, I don't see how it achieves anything. Like in the big, like, it seems like to misunderstand. It's like saying I've poured my cup of milk into Loch Ness, and look, I'm clouding the loch, so I'm coming and pouring a cup of milk in every day, and that's clouding the loch. Like, it's just ridiculous. Like, have you seen the vastness of the sky and the amount of planes that we've got going over? Like, what are they going over the oceans as well, or are they just not bothering with that bit? I've got to talk to these hilly churls. Hurry up, Ella. I've only got 10 minutes to do my commissions. They tick over at 3 a.m. If I haven't done them, then I've missed it. This one takes a bit of time because you've got to talk to these hilly churls, and I want to do it right. It's Mohiye, yeah, and then that one, and then they dance. There they go. Look, dancing hilly churls. Can't stick around for this. I think, with chemtrails, right? Chemtrails are this example of this thing where people use this phrase, question the narrative, and it's a really good phrase, question the narrative. You know, people should question the narrative, yeah? Absolutely. So the narrative I'd like to question is, who is concerned to try and make you believe in something like chemtrails? Who is even serving that up to start with? Where's that come from? Like, is it that they want to show you the truth about what's going on in the skies? Or is it okay, that's one narrative, but question that and say, what about if it was a different narrative? Could we have, and then see what the answers are? And if you don't agree, that's fine, but the worry is that people don't question that narrative. They think they're questioning the narrative by believing in chemtrails, but they're not questioning the chemtrails narrative. Fuck off, you hilly churls. Gonna need you to sod right off. Your husband drove the road off the car off the road watching chemtrails. I mean, I don't see a lot of aviation people angry about chemtrails. You know, people who actually fly planes. Or are they all in on it? And what is the chemical? Like, somebody please explain to me what the chemical is and how it works. Because that's a vital part of that. Like, the assumption is that there's a chemical, a gas, a liquid. You know, what is it? Just water? Because clouds are mainly water vapour, aren't they? So, what is it? Just water? In which case, why is it called chemtrails? Because if it's water, what's the chemical involvement? Ask yourself that. It's a chemtrail to seed a cloud, yeah? I was just told it's about clouds, cloud forming. So, what's wrong with clouds? They're made of water. And how do you start them? Well, water then, yeah? So, if they're water, why are they chemtrails? I mean, H2O is a chemical, isn't it, in a way, I suppose? Is it? Or is it a chemical compound? So maybe they're not chemtrails. Maybe they're misnamed. And if they're misnamed, who is misnaming them and why? Seems like quite a sensational name for me. Like, designed to make people worried. Designed to make them question their reality. And when you've got people questioning their reality, they become a bewildered herd. And the bewildered herd is easier to manage. When people question their reality, they become bewildered. And the bewildered herd is easier to manage. And that makes them easy. Then you can ask them to vote for you, and you can ask them to vote for you on a load of nonsense. And they'll still do it, because, you know, they're all confused. Or it might be that, and here's another question, if they're doing that and it's chemtrails, then isn't it a bit obvious they're doing it up in the sky, everyone can see it? Wouldn't they conceal things like that? Wouldn't they do it at night, for example? Like, why are they doing it in the day? Everyone can see it. Or maybe you have to do it in the day for the clouds. But again, like, it seems like, what do you want me to do? Find Nimrod. It's this one. He's drunk. I need to be quick, because I've only got 8 minutes to find him, the fucker. So, you know, I ask all these other questions, and the problem is, right, for me, it's a lot like the Nicola Bulley case. A lot like this. This is why people like what I say on the Nicola Bulley case, is if I can't, you know, if it's not going to make sense, and it's not going to add up properly, I can't have it in my box of facts. Yeah? So, give me a box of facts that make sense, and I'll believe them. But if it's going to be like, you know, I've got these questions that can't really be answered and don't make sense. Like, that was a really good one about, is it water or not, and what is the chemical? And we still haven't ascertained. Yeah, right, what have I got to do now? Talk to Charles. Where's Charles? Where the fuck's Charles? Oh, he's at the bar. Come on, Charles, make it quick if we don't get this done in 7 minutes. I'm not going to listen to what he says. I don't care. Report back. Okay, will do. I'm a grass. Report back. totally grassing him up to Sister Victoria now. He's been out there drinking. Or maybe he hasn't. Maybe his mug was empty. It was just juice. I can't remember. I didn't look. Apparently, this is my quest to grass him up. So, in this game, I'm a knight of Favonius, and we have to do this sort of like business for the townspeople. So my little job. He's at it again, she says. So he's in trouble now. But I've done my little job. So now I believe I can hit the collection point. Strontium, barium, and aluminium. So now it is proper chemicals. Strontium, barium, and aluminium. Well, they sound like heavy metals for a start, so they're just going to drop out the air. Like, how the fuck do you get aluminium and spray it in the air? Aluminium's a compound anyway. It's like it doesn't have a place in nature. Like aluminium, like it's not a reactive metal. That's why we use it. Like we've created it, and it doesn't really like. I'm assuming this mixture with strontium and barium will cause it to react in some way then. But you know, I'd have to do those. I'd have to look into the chemistry more. But I would rather look into the chemistry more than just simply believe it. Do you know what I mean? And right, I've done that now. She doesn't like it when I do that. Ad Astra Abyssosk. Okay, goodbye. I do. Well, I haven't spent my resin. I should really bang the domains. Let's have a quick look. Strontium, barium, aluminium. Strontium dogs. Barium. I thought barium was an inert gas. Strontium. Strontium, look, you can take it, you can buy it in the shops. It doesn't. I mean, most of these things, I'll tell you what annoys me about some of these things, like the fluoride one annoys me. Fluorine, have you heard this one? Places with fluorine, like fluorine's been put in the water and it's bad for you, and that places with fluorine don't have as much tooth decay. Sorry, places without fluorine added to the water don't have tooth decay, so therefore it actually is bad for you. No, it's that they don't need to add it because they've already got it in the water. It's a naturally occurring, like chemical elements are all out there around you. Like, generally, they're all non-toxic and inert. Like, there's not many things that are poisonous, and many of these are compounds that, you know, like, when you get into chemicals, you have to mess with them and fuck with them to make them into things that are bad, don't you? Like, strontium itself, alkaline earth metal, it can oxidize. So, that's all right. Barium. But how are you throwing that out? Barium's another metal, then. Soft alkaline earth metal. Very similar to strontium then. And aluminium is a compound. Isn't it? Like, or is it a straight up? It's a straight up element. Fair play. I thought it was a compound. Is it really just a straight up element? Aluminum. Chemical element. Ale. I suppose it is. Maybe I'm just... It's very late night now and I'm stoned. Aluminium. Straight up. So we're looking at metals. Light, medium density metals. Low density metals. So what are you doing? You think we're spraying those out of planes? What, in flakes? They'll just fall straight to Earth. Jenny's saying it never leaves the body and it builds up. I don't know if that's a fact. And I'll tell you what, there was that bodybuilder, Dorian Yates, who said that it calcifies your pineal gland, and he was wrong. 100% wrong. So you've got to be careful about what you believe on the internet. Just because some people say it and it's the alternative doesn't mean it's right. You've got to question what they're saying. Right, the thing about fluoride in your pineal gland came from Dorian Yates, who's a bodybuilder who took loads of steroids. David, if you're concerned that aluminium's causing a rise in Alzheimer's, then wouldn't you argue that all the exhaust fumes from all the cars have been doing it? You know, we used to have lead in the exhausts in the cars. People lived through that through a generation. So now they're getting old. Like, wouldn't it make more sense, right? You know, we had lead in all the cars, and we had to go unleaded. Those people who lived through the lead, now they're getting old. Like, I imagine that was in that petrol and all that cars and all that. They've lived through it, they breathed it. Now they're getting old and they've got an increased rate of Alzheimer's. I don't know if they're spraying things in the air. I can explain it through what I've just explained. That's a really logical explanation. So, I mean, people argue about the fluoride and stuff as well, but, you know, drop to where, I mean, if you spray, I mean, how are you talking about this aluminium? It's like, it doesn't come as a liquid. If it does, they heat it up to a liquid and fire it out there, and it immediately forms into a solid, into droplets, and then it's dense, so it's just going to fall out the air. And then you're just going to have like aluminium pellets all across the environment. It's impossible that they're spraying those things from the... impossible that they're spraying them from the plane, though, no? Like, they'd have to have something special fitted that could either flake or spray. I mean, they'd be heavy. How much aluminium can you fit in a... Like, the planes have to be built out of light metals, and then they can only take a certain amount of weight. And it's usually a bunch of people and some bags. So how are you going to fit metals that you're going to be dropping? Like, you know, when they pick up water and drop water, they can only like take a little thing of water. Like, you know, when they do over the fires, they can't do so much water that like they can just like go around spraying out all the fires. They can't fill the plane with water. Like, it'd be kind of impossible. Like, you have to question these things. If these are the metals that they're using to spray out the planes, they're only able to take up a small amount of them because of the general weight of the metal. Obviously, that will decrease when they start spraying it out in some way. But you're not going to be able to make a difference on the atmosphere by like, you'd have to have an army of these planes, and they'd have to be going over and going over, like trying to put out a forest fire for it to make even a dent. Imagine how little a dent we can make on a forest fire dropping water out of helicopters. We can't even put out a fire with water, and you think we can conduct chemical changes to the environment entire and create clouds like in huge, like we can seed, like you can seed clouds, look. Definitely seed clouds. Weather modification, change the amount of type or precipitation. So this can definitely be done, right? Definitely be done. Silver iodide or dry ice crystallizes in the atmosphere. That encourages the crystallization of the clouds. But in order for you, like using salts, look, silver iodide, potassium iodide, these things that dissolve, they produce ice crystals at higher temperatures. So it makes it easier for the clouds to form quicker. And also electric charges. I've seen it doing with electric charges. But you have to have a certain amount of stuff in the atmosphere first, and then you seed the clouds and sort of cause it to go off. But if you didn't do that, eventually the cloud would still form, I imagine, because you're making it happen quicker. It's interesting and it's possible, yeah. But for rain purposes, really, to create, that rain drops, the cloud then dissipates. Like, you increase the rate of natural formation. What's the sex of my weed? All the weed is female, apart from some of them that are hermaphrodites sometimes, aren't they? And that's where you get all the female weed from. Like, they don't want the male ones, because the male ones cause the seeds. So all the skunk that we smoke is female, isn't it? But you have to make it go hermaphrodite first. So anyway, I'm assuming lead is bad now. The gases that were pumped out by the cars all those years ago. Here's another example. We don't still smoke in public, do we? I smoke a lot, but we don't still smoke in public. But there was a generation of people who used to smoke more commonly, and then smoking in public stopped. But their health problems and mine, I will probably have similar health problems, I'm aware. Fucking hell, I'm an idiot. But their health problems still happened after the smoking stopped, because it's like a knock-on effect that happens after time. So, I'm less. I'm less concerned with cloud seeding. Like, the logistics don't seem to add up to me. Okay? I know that it can be done and is done in certain areas of the world where it logistically makes sense. But United Kingdom here, Project Cumulus was a UK government initiative to initiate weather manipulation, in particular through cloud seeding experiments between 1942 and 52. A conspiracy theory is circulated the Lynmouth flood was caused by the secret cloud seeding experiments. I don't think at the end of it all, after Project Cumulus, we decided to go on with that. I just don't think we did. But I think the concepts are up and out there now, so I think people like put 2 and 2 together and make 10. But then I actually think that what's more likely is that they're just flying planes and you get like the trails off the wings. I don't know why it has to be a strange conspiracy. I don't know what purpose it would serve even. Give everyone cancer. Bonus. No, they want our tax money, so they want more of you. Why do they think, right, if they want you to be controlled and to die and have all these problems, and everyone thought that these, vaccinations was to kill people and stuff like that, if they wanted that, why would they let, people just have loads of kids and, keep making more people? Oh, they're probably switching off your knackers with this. Oh, I see. I don't know. I think it actually serves them better to have lots more people, because then there's more tax being made by lots more people working in the economy. They can take that money. No doubt, Louise, no doubt metals will make you mad, yeah, but I don't see how that serves a purpose in society. I suppose the bewildered herd then, they literally make you, but then they have to breathe the same atmosphere. This is the other problem. Putting things in the water, putting things in the atmosphere, like Boris breathes the same air. So it doesn't benefit him. You've got to look, careful to think about where the most money could be made and how it can benefit people. And only all it would take is for one person who flies those planes. 'Cause you need an aviator to fly the planes. So in all of this, we're looking at people who can fly planes. Anyone who's got a license to fly a plane, all of them, they're all under the microscope now. And if one of them cracks, it all goes under the thing. Like if one of them says we're doing chemtrails, it's all exposed. None of them ever do. I just think it's silly. It doesn't, for me, it's not like, I'm not. The Georgia Guidestones were obviously placed by some relatively rich religious zealot. Yeah, they got smashed up, didn't they? Clearly man-made, placed by men in the desert for some reason. Men, I mean, people. There's a lot of things that don't add up, and if it doesn't add up enough, I just start to think, fuck it. I think it's there to, like the fluoride thing, like they did tests on cats. I've got to finish this. Your pineal gland calcifies, and the reason it calcifies is because it produces melatonin, and it's made out of collagen, and melatonin causes collagen to calcify. So it itself produces something that causes itself to calcify. And just like you age, and just like me, and my beard goes grey, and just like Alan, who's lost all his hair and now looks like a ham hand, we all age. So as you age, your pineal gland will not calcify, like calcify is the wrong sort of word, ossify is the right word. Not calcify like Dorian Yates said, but ossify is the right word. It will ossify because of the melatonin, and that's a part of the process of it. It's just how it works. And they found that you could reverse that by implanting. What they did was they got cats and they cut the heads of the cats open and took out the glands and implanted them into other cats. Really horrible stuff. And did all these experiments on cats. And they found it out. I looked it up on the internet. I can't be asked to look it up again now. But, if you question the narrative and you dig enough, you find the truth. And so it turns out that that's a natural process. So fluoride, fluorine doesn't affect it. Dorian Yates, the famous bodybuilder and steroid user, was wrong and got confused. And DMT doesn't decalcify your ossified pineal gland. It doesn't. It just makes you feel weird because you break down the links in your brain that connect your feelings. So DMT makes you feel like you've got a fresh start on things because you forget how you felt about things, literally. So, I don't, there's a lot of bullshit that came out through, the Joe Rogan years. See, David, now you're saying you've seen the curvature of the Earth. So, that's interesting, because with some of the things you've said, I would have had you down for some of the, because I've done episodes on Flat Earth and stuff like that, I've seen some of the people that are chatting about that. Like in flat Earth groups, there's a whole group of them. They're grifters as well. You know, like Armchair Detective. Just finish. I feel like I need to finish now today. But the final thing I would, you know, I'll point you in a direction if you want to carry on thinking about this. Now that I'm about to finish, is the playlists. And often I say look at the Madeleine McCann or look at Thus or Nicola Bulley. But I've also got this one about Tartaria Uncovered. This is like my conspiracy theory playlist. I've actually done some about conspiracy theories that aren't on the playlist, which we'll put in a minute. You can just put conspiracy into there as well. And I've done these episodes about conspiracy theories as well. So there's an episode on chemtrails anyway. Like, I can't believe I've spent ages talking about it. I've done an episode on it. So like you can, this is where before like 140, look. Recognise me? No, not anymore, but I used to be a streamer and no one was watching. 142 views on this. I'm so lucky and grateful. You know, today, even on this B-side now, on my B-side stream now, late at night, chilling, no particular plan, just chatting, no particular plan. And I'm getting more views than I got on my main show, on my main channel when I was working hard, you know, a year or so ago, 8 months ago. I've come along. I'm basically very similar. It's a very similar setup, but having all of you here is, you know, I'm so grateful. You know, I'm so grateful. So just understand that as well. Whether we talk and I disagree or agree, I'm grateful. You know. So this is my episode on chemtrails. We're gonna have an open discussion. This video is from Shoe and Tree. This is a popular YouTuber who their business is washing dogs. So I did. It's me talking. And I go through all the, you know, science that we find on the internet. I might be a bit of a, you know, condescending bastard, but I definitely talked about it, look. Definitely had a good talk. I used the BBC article to build it off. Talked about conspiracy theories. What I tend to do in all of these, and what I try to do, like, look, they did release a bioweapon in San Francisco. You know, it's not all like the government are brilliant and they're telling you the truth. Like, sometimes they're bollocks, you know, but say it as I see it. Anyway, what I try to do at the end, that's the most important thing, is bring people together in a way. Like I said a lot tonight, I don't make conspiracy theory videos to say, debunk this, you're an idiot. That's not my point, right? My point is, I want to debunk this, but I think people are trying to confuse you, and I think you're good people. I think you're good, but I think the people with the ideas that, from wherever this comes from, they're not so good. So I think I don't want to make you angry at me and upset, and I don't want you to think that I'm telling you you're stupid or wrong. I think these are logically interesting ideas, and they're interesting tricks. They're like thought tricks that people play on people. And like, if you, through whatever mechanism, decide to change your mind, I'm right here for you. Like, you can join our streams, and we, you know, or you don't have to change your mind. You can still be here. Do you know what I mean? Like, I just think you're good people. And there's some funny ideas, and you are not ideas. Yeah, like, ideas are discussed and people bring them and talk about them, but you, David, are not chemtrails. So I don't treat you with disrespect because you believe or you believe in them, let's say. Like, I'm not going to treat you with disrespect because you believe in them. So at the end of these episodes, I hope I put that across, that I've got my opinions as well, so I hope they're also respected. But I might not be, like, someone might watch that and say, oh, this isn't good enough, you're missing this and you're missing that. So, you know, these days I've got more people in chat. Maybe it's a better conversation we can have today. Maybe we redo it. But we just did a bit there, didn't we? A bit. It'll never end. Like, this chat will never end. What's up now? What's up now, Lucy? What's up now? Are you talking to me or someone else in chat? Marv, you're talking up to Marv. See, look, you're doing it again, though. Look, Lucy, I don't want to finish on this. This is negative. Lucy, back for another pointless rant is rude. You're saying what Marv is saying is pointless. So you're throwing what they're saying in the bin. And that's not fair, because how are we going to have an equal and open discussion if you're going to say someone else's conversation is in the bin and they haven't even said anything? I don't know who Marv is and what Marv has said or is supposed to have said, but I can see what you're saying there is like rude and making it feel like Marv. Who are you saying that about anyway? Back for another pointless rant. Like the point is that it's making someone else feel like negative. Like if someone joins the chat and someone says that to them, they feel, oh, I don't belong here. People are being mean to me. I don't want that. So I don't care if you disagree, but you being mean to people is not acceptable. So I'm glad that we're finishing now because I don't have to actually police it. But please stop it. Brutally honest, Marv, that's you, right? Yeah, I haven't seen you say anything horrible in chat, Marv. So don't worry about it. Like I just, I'm still trying to give people the benefit of the doubt here, but patience is wearing thin on that. I find it so shocking because we've been through it all, and it's still an issue for one person. Yeah. Anyway, I'll answer for that final question there. Scott, do you trust the BBC? I believe they're the most independent journalists we have, and I believe that the journalistic standards of independent, paid for by the people to hold the government to account, it can only exist there. At the moment, it's not being run in the way it should be, and there are a lot of inconsistencies with, what I've said as a principle might not be what happens in practice, but as a concept, we need something like that, so it should be that. So, yes, as far as I can throw them, compared to the other media outlets, more so. But certainly, like anything else that's commercial, no. Obviously, it's ridiculous, but it's not that with the commercial outlets, it's not that there's still a journalistic standard to some media, to some standards, but I understand what their motives are, so I read the news and then through the prism of this is coming from this bunch, so this is what they're trying to say. Why are they saying it? Not I see it, I believe it, it's done. Like, you know what I mean? I follow this other layer on it, so I believe that's okay. I believe I'm because again, I studied sociology. I learned about the Newsgate. Like media is an entire module that I had to do for GCSE and A level. So I've done and then in university, I didn't get the degree, but I read it for a year or so. I understand a bit about media, yeah. They certainly BBC shouldn't have adverts, Fiona. That would ruin it entirely. No adverts. No commercial pressure on the BBC. If you have adverts, then you want to create something that sells the most adverts. Bottom line. Don't you? The BBC should not be that. It should be we pay for them so that they hold the government to account. That's their first and foremost position. Everything else is extra. Yes, I want to understand the news of the day. I want to know what's international affairs. I want to know stuff. Yeah. Inform me. But first and foremost, we pay the media, the BBC, as journalists to hold the government to account. Most important. Sue, I'm sure that Sue, right? I don't know what might have been said earlier necessarily, and I'll tell you what, I'm not going to scroll back through it. What I will say is that if people were being rude to me, like Lucy had been to Marv, I would have been rude to Lucy in chat. So if you're saying that Marv has said something rude in the past, I can understand because Lucy's been mean to him. So I would have been rude to her as well. So I'm not going to go back and read his comment. I can't be arsed with that. Like, we're not having to deal with children. I'm not here to present a creche for people who can't behave themselves. So Lucy has been warned, and it's not going to turn into a, you know, look, Marv's even apologising. So, you know, just fucking get over it. Like, the problem that Lucy has is, in some ways, she's gained some of, you know, my attention, but in other ways, it's turned out to be negative. So, you are marked for, you know, how quick do you want to get banned? Do you want to be banned? Why can you not control yourself? It's sad, isn't it? Because, like, then what people say is, oh, Scott bans people who don't agree with him. But it's not that I don't agree with you. It's something else. Hook up to GB News. GB News I worry about because that is definitely the right wing. That's like the Tory party have bought a news company and now they're pumping shit out at you. So I wouldn't believe anything that you see on GB News. And if you do, then you really need to get your head checked. Again, like the Tory party have bought... Do you know that Nadeem Zahawi runs YouGov and all those shares he was supposed to have given up in it? Like, come on. Like, the right wing run certain media outlets. They pretend to be a news outlet, but they're not. They're a propaganda outlet. Full stop. And people who veer onto a political side of things will go there and will jump on it. And that, so it's an echo chamber then. We said we didn't want echo chambers earlier. And now it's a great big political echo chamber on GB News. All the stories are about this political aspect of things. Like, we're not talking about like, the Newsgate means if I run the news, I have to choose what you hear, don't I? If I run the news, I choose what you hear. So should I make it about homelessness today? Or should I make it about this war in this country? Or should I make it about these pedos? You know, every day a different story. On Great Britain News, we're hearing about what the right-wing Conservative Party paid for, want you to hear, so you think a certain thing. Like, that's the whole point of it. It's propaganda. It's not like... And it can be borne out because you just go and look at it and see what they're talking about every day. Why is every news day about a fucking right-wing political... Like, why is it always that? Why is it always about, like, Britain and nationalism and fucking... How can every day the news be that? You know? David, you think Lucy's okay? Yeah, like, people are always going to agree and disagree with people, aren't they? You know, there are always going to be some people who think, yeah, this one's okay. And there's, like, you know, whatever. As long as both people feel they can exist. And like people have said, if the individuals want to ban each other and block each other, that's possible. But, you know, like, we've got to be able to have these conversations together. And I've got my opinions and I get the loudest voice here. So I'm careful to try and allow you to have your voice. But don't spoil it. What would be the point? You know, this isn't Armchair Detective. We're grown-ups, yeah, exactly. We're all right. But the BBC is telling the truth about chemtrails, right? So it's not that the BBC is making a propaganda article that I'm to believe without logic. I looked in the same way as what I just looked at on the, you know, I looked at what the BBC said and said, oh, okay, let me follow that up. And like, it's reputable journalism. It was backed up on borne out and evidenced. I followed it through and checked it out. You watch the episode and see what you think. In general, yes, Joe, I think the BBC is telling the truth about chemtrails. Because if it was a government plan to put chemtrails in the air, they're the ones who are going to want to hold them to account. That's the whole point. They can't be in on it. There shouldn't be. And why would they... What purpose would it serve? Yeah, it would be sad if people were getting banned, David. So I haven't banned anyone tonight. So... And yes, Lucy, you won't call for the ban hammer because you're the one that's most likely to be banned. And you might have a thick skin, but other people don't need to be treated in a thoughtless way simply because you have a thicker skin than others. It doesn't mean everyone should adhere to your principles. Like, I've got a thick skin, therefore everyone should be thick-skinned. Is just a very self-absorbed way of thinking of it. Right, this has been the issue tonight, so I don't want to get on it again. We're not getting on it again. We're all right, but in general, you know, life lessons are like, everyone feels you've got to be hard and nasty, and you know, on the streets, definitely you've got to watch your back. On the streets, you've got to watch your back. But you know, in this chat, You can be kind to people. It will benefit you a multitude of ways. You know, there's a night of power during Ramadan. They say there's this night of power. And the concept in the night of power is that if you do good deeds, then generally you're rewarded in heaven. If you're a good person, you're doing nice things, generally you're rewarded. On the night of power, your reward is like 4-fold, 10-fold. Your good deeds are multiplied by many more. That's the idea. So it's a bit like that with kindness, I think. You know, it's a bit like that with having patience and giving people time. And you know, I've got on an extra couple of hours tonight. It's only an extra couple of hours, but it is now 3 o'clock in the morning for me, and I could have left this alone a lot earlier. I cannot give you if I want to give you a wrap, it has to be really quiet because it's night time. But I think I remember in my life, yeah, you probably have, okay, you probably remember in your life, there have been moments where someone gave you a bit of time, they took the time, they cared, mentors, friends, and like small little things that, again, like this night of power, ripple out 4-fold. It's kind of the same with negativity. Like if you are mean to somebody, they'll go away and they'll tell people about how mean you were. I don't like that chuffer. They've been a chuffer. Oh, a chuffer. If you're nice to somebody, they might go away and tell people how nice you are. It's kind of double trouble with meanness. Like if you do a bad job for a customer, they're going to tell 10 customers. They're on TripAdvisor. Oh, it's shit. It's awful. But if you do a good job, they're like, oh, that was good. Quite nice. You know, they're not keen to sing everyone's praises, but it is like this with kindness, that if you plant these seeds of kindness, like they can blossom 4-fold, you know. Buying someone a little gift, something to get them started. Like I take the piss out of Armchair Detective, you know. I could improve his art for him by buying him a flamethrower. You know that. You never know. In several years' time, he might have burned his entire house down. But you know what I mean? Like you can ripple out these gifts of kindness, and they make a difference to people. So it's important. You know, it is. Put your profile big. I don't know how, Louise, but I do see you with what you've done, because that is a self-portrait. That Marilyn Monroe, that is a self-portrait. Not of me, of him. Yeah, Mary, it's true. Kindness can be perceived as a weakness, but you know, we're on the internet, for Christ's sake, in chat. This is always. I've had the arguments over the years. Don't get me wrong, you know. And yeah, Marv apologised. Everyone's happy now, you know. I think, but it surprises me that we need to be so angry at each other on the internet. I mean, it surprises me when they're angry at each other in the pub over something stupid, but you know, it surprises me we need to be so angry at each other on the internet. I don't think we do. I'm keeping an eye on chat, Lucy, but I can't be arsed with it as well. Yeah, like in a normal situation, I would have just banned a couple of people and just moved on, because like, you know, if I had a proper point to make, if I was doing an actual show here instead of just rambling at 3 a.m. now, then I would have just banned people and moved on. This is what I mean about these seeds of kindness. I'm really hoping that by spending a little bit of time and care on this, instead of just banning people and moving on, it's not for everyone. This is for you particularly, in a way, Lucy, you know, and for a couple of other people here in chat. Maybe in 10 years' time, when you're watching some documentary that we put together in our, you know, my greatest ambition here is that we can reach 10,000 subs and monetize the channel in terms of doing that memberships on the main channel, start making these YouTube half-hour documentary bits about things, and then maybe even, you know, top grade, end up with a good team of people that can do a good job, and I can say, you know what, we should turn our attention to this and make a bit of a project on it. Maybe, you know, lose some money on it, make a film. We've all got, you know, try and get it somewhere. Whatever, you know, my greatest ambition would just simply be sustainability, having a small team that are making good content, and for that to reach 100,000 subscribers so that I can get my silver play button and say, we did that, and we're doing it, and well done. And then at that point, I can maybe even hand the reins over and say, look, everyone likes me being on the streams, but you like these other people now as well, and, you know, we're making these little mini documentaries, and I'll still come and stream every now and then, but wouldn't it be nice for someone else to have a bit of a go and, you know, do you know what I mean? Like, for my business to operate without me being right at the front driving the helm the whole time, for my business to be creating media with value, that would be lovely for me. So I hope that little things like this can, in the longer term, pay off, because like some of you hopefully might still be here for that long journey. It's not going to happen overnight for me. Nothing ever, like, you don't work hard at something overnight and then it's done. Like, that's not how life works. I'm not armchair detective here, just like, you know, I'll just fucking do this and I'll just fucking do that and then it's done. Win it on the poker, they'll buy my paintings. I believe that I've got to work hard to create something, so it's not going to happen overnight, but part of what we do like this makes a difference. I care, and hopefully, like I say, some of you will be here in that long term. It's like, yeah, you know, we build connections, don't we? We build connections. Fucking 5 hours. All because Alan was an idiot and I had to put him on blast. 5 hours because Alan was an idiot and I had to put him on blast. Incredible, isn't it? This is who else is live right now. I can't see anyone else that I should just dump us on. You know, you can forward your viewers onto somebody else's live, but I can't see anyone else here that you're really going to want to watch. There's a lot more perky people than me, I'll tell you that. Is there a holo live? This is a holo live. This will be really perky. Maybe too perky. Interesting, yeah. Interesting in chat. Nice things that people are saying. I see. It's better to say nice things, isn't it? We feel better.
Like, there's actually nothing you can do.
I think this is the future. These, imagine. Imagine Bugs Bunny, right? Was instead of doing the cartoons that you watch Bugs Bunny, instead of, like, when you were a kid, like when I was a kid, I watched Bugs Bunny. Yeah, maybe I'm too old. Armchair Detective would have watched Bugs Bunny as well, wouldn't he? See, we've got that in common. Imagine you're a young person now and you like these, like, you know, streamers, and these are called VTubers. Like, there's someone operating that puppet, so to speak, and like they're voice acting and acting, and like, imagine Bugs Bunny's talking to you while they stream. It's like really powerful media. I think growing up today, watching this would be something completely different.
Does it sound bit crushed to you guys? The BGM? I wonder if it's my headphones.
Ooh, Ellen. AD had a lot to say to me about me in Patreon. Oh, maybe I should sign up so I could hear what he's got to say. Tell me, what did he have to say before? I really want to knock this on the head and go to bed, really, but I'm intrigued, because I had a lot to say about him, didn't I? I could probably tell you what he said. I could probably imagine the way he's painted it as the narcissist, which is that I'm using him for views because he's in some way better or bigger than me, and is probably more substantial. He thinks he carries more weight, so he's probably belittled me in some way through that by making some critique or subversive. Or if it's on Patreon, it won't be so subversive. It'll be more direct. So he'll say something about my demeanor or character, or like maybe dress sense, maybe my cap. Not really. He's got to pick something, hasn't he? He's got to find a like the way we go at his fat hand, or the way that we can go against his You're telling them that he can't come up with an original idea. Very good, but I want to know what he said. Or are you just trying to make me like, oh, get him in my head rent free? I don't know if you're a real one now. It's very late at night. What did he said? We share the link. You've got the link. Where's the link? You know, fair enough. Let me see. Show me the link. How do you not? Is it because you want to tippies? Tippies. Tippies will really get on his nerves because when we did that first degeneration into madness, I had the tippies going on and I was saying, oh, Alan, you can hear the tippies and it's going to annoy you because it's money coming in which equals support and you want that and it's happening for me and not you. And so he uses that as a lever to say, you give me more tippies than them and then you're beating him, you know, and he rambled on. I'm sure he rambled on. I live in his head rent free now. Like, absolutely. He can't not watch our content because he needs to know. Twofold. He needs to know what I'm saying so he can scrounge it for ideas, and he needs to, like, he even does that now as a deliberate, because of his narcissism. He's going to say, like, I could make a video saying Nicola Bully flew up into space, and he'd be on in a week saying Nicola Bully flew up into space to annoy me because he thinks it annoys me that I'm using his content. Haha, he can't stop me. Haha. You know, he's going to do it because he thinks it annoys me. I live in his head rent free, and therefore, what's my email? I'm going to put it up on the main screen though. So you might as well just... Is it alright if I put it on the main screen? Like now? Or will you be cross about that? If you don't want me to put it on the main screen, then I won't put it on the main screen. But, I imagine... the thing about the narcissism, I'm not an expert like Steve is, but I'm getting that. Or Steve is, nascent expert, he would probably say himself, but I'm going to give him the title of expert. That's why I've got him on the show. Just going to open up my email in this other window. Yeah, the benefit of fighting with a narcissist is you can predict their behaviour. I'll say that. He said super chuffer, did he? Yeah, exactly. He would have to, like I said, when he's on... what's going on? I don't want to sign up. I want to just log in, you chuffer. When he's on his... Can't do two things at once. I'm just not made that way. When he's on his own thing there, he'll be so confident. Because they're people who've already paid as well. So it doesn't I don't want to say your email name if this is you. This one says, no, this one isn't you. This one's someone else. Are you that quick? Truth Justice has sent me another one. You see, I've got this problem. I've got people sending me shit, and I can't keep up with it. You're not Treasure Island sweets, are you? I've bought some sweets once on the internet, and they won't fucking leave me alone. That's somebody else talking about something that somebody else on another channel's doing. Like, My inbox is a mess. And at the time, on top of this as well, I've got all this other spam, that, you know, all the normal spam. And I also get notifications from like PayPal and all these other companies that I just get like notification spam. So, you don't see my email. I know I've already done it. I'll do it again. In the future, somebody needs to get me this link while we're live so that I can just... I would have followed straight on and watched this thing straight. That would have been even better. It'd have been even more angry. Like, we can do it in secret. I'm battery exhausted in the chat there. I'm not super chuff here. I'm battery exhausted. Trubinaural@outlook.com. You can copy and paste that. It's fucking... It's the internet. I'm pushing myself as well now to 4 in the morning, so I'm starting to feel it, but I am interested. Not vile and like, oh, what's he saying about me and all that. Not that sort of interested, but more sort of, I feel like if I don't do this now, I won't end up doing it, so I might as well do it now because we're here, you know. Is it on screen? What? You're talking to each other. You see, the problem I find in chat that I find hard to keep going is like when there's 3 or 4 of you talking to each other in different... And I'm seeing one talk to somebody, but then I'm trying to find who you're talking to as well. And it's like the 2 conversation thing is difficult for me. Have I unbanned you on the main channel? No, not yet. I've been sat here the whole time. Seems like a bit of a rare request, isn't it? I've been sat here the whole time doing this. So the deal is like when I open up the main channel and I look on it, I will have to find out how to unban someone. So you know, bear with me. But it is an issue that I'm quite willing to try and rectify. I don't, you know, if we can unban people, I'd rather do that than keep them banned. You're here now and we've managed to talk it through. Like, yeah. But I don't want to be mean, but it's taken a long time to send me this link. Long time. Did I show... Oh, I'll tell you what I didn't show you yet. I didn't show you the dog's haircut, did I? You'll fucking love this. So I've got this dog, and he needed his haircut. He needed it done. Good, isn't it? So he hates it. He absolutely hates it. It's almost like he's had to go to hospital or something. It's not that. It's just I get so tired of he get all this hair that's on top. I like it. I love his fluffy hair. And I want it on top. Keep it. Like a Mohican. Even his hairy face. He's keeping all his hairy face. I love it. But all the rest of him underneath, I have to bath him. I have to pick bits out of him. He gets matted. It's a right faff. And as we're about to come to summer, right now we're starting to come into the grass season time. You know, springtime. Start to see little grasses coming up, and it's a bit later in the season you get the grass seeds, but like this is going to have to be much more comfortable for him. As it grows through, he'll be fine. You know, he needed a good haircut, so Daddy gave him a right good haircut. Just can't be arsed with it. I just thought this is the best way. Give him a few months, it'll grow through. It's no problem. It's a terrible cut, yeah. In terms of what it looks like, it's not very good looking at all. It's much more functional than anything else. Functional. His bum's all nice and clear now. He's not going to be messing with his bum. You know, he's not going to have bits on him. Functional. And when he lies down on the floor, he looks like himself normal. You don't see any of this underside bit. That's all gone. All the hair comes down and he looks normal. But I just couldn't... I think that was a good job I did anyway. There we go. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for this. This is insanity to me as well. The man spends an extra half hour after his stream that he's grifted. These are for the like, I'm gonna have to get a drink and we'll continue. Dark Side Phil, we say about him that his audience, they call them, I don't say it, they call them dents. It's a community thing. And some other people in the community actually call the people that support him wheelchairs. And I abhor that. I hate that. I don't like that. Just because someone's stupid doesn't mean they're in a wheelchair retarded. But Darkside Phil has got some people that watch him. This other guy that I watch, you know, they are actually autistic. One of them called Jade is really in a wheelchair. It's like a fact. It's not like I'm taking the piss. They really are. And it turns out that people who are neurodivergent, who have got problems understanding the way people behave and emotions, Darkside Phil and his grift, it appeals to them because they believe what he says. Like, he tells them these weird lies and they believe it. Not because they're stupid, but because they're neurodivergent. They can't help it. They're like vulnerable. So it turns out that it's like being a grifter on the internet is like a filter. So most of us normal people are going to see through this shit, aren't we? Most of us are going to do that. We're going to see through the shit. Yeah? So they're gone. And this is what I'm saying is collecting email addresses. Because can you imagine if you're stupid enough to buy into this patron, then you might just be stupid enough to buy a signed painting from him or, you know, whatever else. Read the email. The email just says the link. They just sent me the link. Or is there another email you want me to read now? Another one. I've got another one from Nuff Nuff, I think it is, with some other links, but that's the one. This is the one I got with this. So I wanted to say that as like, you know, a concept, that it's a great filter, isn't it? That if you're in this room listening to this at this point, you've got to the point where you're deciding to, you know, I think it reveals. Like for him, it's like a focused, targeted. Right, these are the people to really target. These are the people that you can really grift. You know, it like creates a funny room. Like we've got a different room. Like I like the fact that you've got people who've got different opinions in chat, and I know it's sometimes difficult, but it means that we get a more balanced understanding of things, and I can listen to what people say and try and work my way through it. I don't have to agree with it. David doesn't always agree. Like David has probably not changed his opinions on chemtrails because of what I said. That's fine. Like that's fine. Like maybe I'll think about it later on. Maybe I'll look into it more. Maybe we'll both come some way from either side towards the middle. I don't know. That's fine. But it's better than like this room that he's in now is like I was saying about Darkside Phil and people taking advantage of people who are less like literally neurodivergent with Darkside Phil. They critique him for having fans who are, they call them dented, you know, stupid. You're so stupid you're giving this man money. We're in the same room here, aren't we? We're in the room of people who are so angry or confused or manipulated or whatever it is that he's done to be convinced by him. So the things he says here are going to be quite different because he knows who he's talking to. He's got a different audience. I'm just going to I'm going to let him start talking. I'm going to grab a drink while I can hear him, so I'm still here, but I'm just going to grab a drink, you know, fill up my cup because this is... My cup do not runneth over, my cup runneth empty. Hello. It seems strange to me as well. It seems strange. Like this is not normal behaviour, bear in mind, on the internet. Not there aren't many streamers out there who at the end of their stream say, there's more things I want to say, but you have to come to my Patreon. This is very out of the ordinary.
Basically, what I'm saying is, I spoke to my solicitor, and she said, "Look, it doesn't matter if you speak about the case or not, because I've got a client who is being taken to court for defamation in America, and she made it into a winner. She reported it every day from the court, and she did it alone. People watched it. She gained over."
Get fucked. Get fucked. That's what I said I would do if you sued me. Get fucked. I said that before. That's another one of my ideas that he's taken on. I don't believe in that. I don't believe his solicitor has said that. Obviously, if his solicitor did say that, then it's... I'm getting angry again, getting eggy. It's late at night. If his solicitor did say that, right, then it's clearly... This is juice now for everyone. They didn't expect this. So next time, we've got to get this quicker, straight up. You can't hear him. Oh, it's because he's turned down, isn't he? He's turned down. Right, sorry, yeah, I'll replay that.
Bang, 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 bang. I can't. I'll just stir up my head now. I hope you watch me on YouTube tonight. Basically, what I'm saying is, I spoke to my solicitor, And she said, look, it doesn't matter if you speak about the case or not, because I've got a client who was being taken to court for defamation in America, and she made it into a winner. She reported on it every day from the court, and she did it along, and people watched it, and she gained over 25,000 supporters.
Yeah, really, yeah. He's just made all that shit up, yeah. That's what I said would happen if he tried to sue me earlier in today's episode. Didn't I? I said it before as well. Is that I turned him up now, haven't I? Should be all right now, shouldn't he?
So stuff it. I'm just gonna.
Yeah, it should be all right now. I said that about if he tried to sue me, I'd make loads of videos about it and turn it into a winner. I didn't say turn it into a winner, but you know. So there's that concept that I've already seeded in his mind already, and I would doubt a solicitor would advise you to keep talking about the case to try and turn it into a winner, because she'd think of you as a loser. So I doubt they would suggest that. The only thing I could think of is if you're paying a solicitor to clean up your mess, then they would probably advise that you keep spewing your mouth off, because then you're going to be back in to pay them more money because you keep spewing your mouth off. So the solicitor just wants either more work or this is a lie, and you are repeating what I said I would do if you tried to sue me to your very closed group now, who, remember, this closed group, that's thoughtful, they're not party to all this, they're already indoctrinated, so you can give them a bit more of the bullshit. Like, you can say things that in public would be called out immediately as bullshit.
Go for it now. I'm just going to go for it. I'm not going to insult the family. I'm not going to nothing. In fact, it's not about the family.
I mean, you just spent 2 hours on the internet talking around this subject without adding anything new. So why are you telling us that you're going to go for it now?
About Kessinger and Chris Watts. That's what it's about. It's not about anyone else. They make it about themselves, don't they? They make it about themselves. I don't. For me, it's all I want is Kessinger to be questioned. It's not hard, is it? It's not too much to ask, is it? I saw her coming.
I don't know enough about this, but this is Chris Watts' obviously ex-partner now. Like, you want her to be questioned for what? Like, isn't that a weird thing? Like, this is some real, some narcissism level, you know, high level narcissism. If that's true, pure, like, it can't be true, can it? You can't really want that. I want you to forget the murder case. Right? I don't need you to reopen the case. I just want you to question this woman on what charges, on what grounds. Listen, American police, this old man in England wants you to. Okay, yeah.
At the house on Nate's CCTV.
Lucy, don't bring it up again if it's over. Let's not ask what we were upset by. Let's just try and, unless you really want to make amends, let's just leave it now. Like, because otherwise he's gonna say it and you're gonna say it and then you're saying it again. Do you know what I mean? Like, let's crack on with this.
And if you're a supporter of mine, you probably believe that's true as well. So what am I supposed to do?
You see, notice there, he mentioned if you're a supporter of mine, you probably believe. He's already thinking this, like I said. He's already got it into his mind that this is the group of people who I can, you know, he's even said it out loud. He's smiling about it while he does it because he thinks this is the idiot group and these are the people I can push around the most.
What is it they want from me? Well, what we want from you, AD, is to stop talking about the case and causing the family pain. Do you think that Chris Watts might have done the maximum pain possible to that family? Do you think a little YouTuber in England makes any difference to that family?
Why are they suing you then? If they've literally directly asked you to stop publicly to the point where they've had to make it into a legal case. Obviously, it does cause them some pain to constantly be going on about it. So I can't believe you'd say that.
Family at all? No. What makes a difference is the haters in their ear saying, he's a bad man.
Do you really think the family have got other people, like third parties, that are whispering to them that change their opinions of what you say on the internet to the point where they want to have a court case?
He's made millions. Why don't you sue him? Oh, yeah. That'd be easy money. Let's sue him.
Do you who on earth believes that Alan has made millions? Why, if he'd made millions, would he be sat on his arse in his fucking attic room churning out this bullshit? Like, he looks like a sad bastard. He doesn't look like someone who's made millions. this cannot hold water. But then it's not designed for us, is it?
Little regard for if I got a house or I've got any money. Well, I would sue him. Oh, how much did it cost? Well, it cost about £50,000 to start with, and it probably end up costing $100,000 plus if he fights it. Oh yeah, let's do it.
Lefty Lucy, I've already warned you once about that. Like, why pester the man and fight? You know, to dredge up the thing that you were arguing about before. Why not just simply we've explained that some of the way you've come across in your statement, confrontational statements, seem to be a bit, you know, just let's leave it at that, you know, and then we can move on.
It's not the police taking me to court. It's a person with a vendetta taking me to court.
So he's smiling there. If you notice, it's a person with a vendetta. He says it's not the police. There's this big smile, and you know why?
Taking me to court.
Big smile there. It's because if it was the police taking you to court, then it's serious shit and you're in trouble. And it's not about raising money for your court case. It's about the fact that you've done a criminal and you're going down, right? But here, it's not that. You can't go down. There's no criminal. If they try and chase you for the money, you can dance around it and pretend. You can even do a bankruptcy or something. You know, they can never really get you, can they, Alan? And you can twist this on the internet as a big thing when really it's a nothing burger that you can, like, if it was the police, it's serious. And because it's a civil case and you believe that you can dance around it, you're happy. You're smiling.
I've done nothing illegal in the eyes of...
Illegal? Done nothing illegal, so it's okay, is it? Yeah. Perfectly in the eyes of the law, not illegal. Yeah, okay, so, you know, I just, like, smeared dog shit all over the front of my house, but it's not illegal, so it's perfectly fine. Obviously, legality doesn't really come into it, does it, Alan, when we're talking about your ethics and whether you're a piece of slime?
The law.
Do I think he's made it all up? Donna, I assume, because I don't know his detractor community that well. I'm going to try and get to know them. We're going to try and talk on these lives. You know, we've talked about that today. If it turns out they've got the facts and it's backed up, then yeah. I mean, I assume legal issues with America, you know, court documents exist. I assume that because it's said by the detractors, because I trust their, you know, they do their due diligence on this shit. He could be making a lot of aspects of it up though. You know, I haven't seen the court documents, I haven't seen the filings, but I imagine filings exist and they're easy to find. So we could discuss it on that. I'm hoping someone else will going to come to me and say he's being sued for this reason because he's done this and this. Because I don't know exactly. I've not been watching that long, you know, but I do trust the detractors more than him.
What I've done is I've replaced Chris Watts in the eyes of Junior. All his hatred that he couldn't speak at the trial. He never spoke at the trial. I think he should have. So
Alan is now trying to invent psychological problems in the mind. Like he's what this is called gaslighting, I believe, where you make people believe something that's not true about themselves usually. But here, like, he's using the same technique for his audience about Chris Watts. So, sorry, about Kessinger, is that, you know, we're talking about a psychological manipulation that he's doing here to make people believe that this is going on in the mind of someone else. There's no evidence for this. There's no documented evidence for this. This is just, I guess, defamation could be a word. Could it? Vix Logic. Depp Heard was interesting, wasn't it? I did watch a load of Depp Heard. That was really good, Vix Logic. I really enjoyed all of that. That was really good. Should have been streaming it, shouldn't I? Wasn't really doing it back then. Or I didn't want to do it in case it was domestic violence. I didn't really want to make content on the back of domestic violence. Like if it turned out that it was domestic violence, then by Johnny Depp, which turned out the other way, didn't it? So still, you know, I didn't really want to make money off that. But
all the
don't mind making it off the death of Nicola Bulley. It's not that I'm making it off the murderers that murdered her.
Anger, there's inside, is pointed at me. I'm not Chris Watts.
You're the victim then.
I live in England. I've nothing to do with the murders.
So why'd you keep going on about them all the time then, Alan? Like, why'd you keep making all these videos about them? You can't have it both ways. I hate this pathetic victimhood that he paints. It's narcissism again, isn't it? I'm such a sad, poor person. I'm poor me, and I should. You need to defend me against these evil people on the internet, and I'm such a vulnerable. Like, you're not. You're not a vulnerable person. Like, you prey on the vulnerable.
But the thing is, They made it about me. And like I said, I'm more
You've made it about you.
hated than Chris Watts and Keston you put together. They haven't got any hate channels. I have. So what's it all about? I'm supposed to make money. I'm a YouTuber. And then there's this idiot called Chuffer on...
Oh, I'm supposed to make money. I'm a YouTuber. Isn't that what I say? I'm unashamedly asking for people to tip, to contribute, so that I can sustain my media creation. You know, we talked about it. I'm not going to go on about it again. It feels like my quite reputable justification as a value proposition. I said it at the start of my other video. I make media, it has value, I bring something to the table, I add something, you see it, you watch it, and if you think it's good and you like it, you know, it's a bit like being a busker, hold your hat out, but it's something in between that and, you know, trying to create a business plan. We might have memberships and stuff, you know, you support it. That's the basic value proposition of any YouTuber. Like, we create media, if you like it, you support it. It's simple as, you know, watch another video if it's good. Not because you sympathy for me or anything, but because it's good. If the content's good, you watch. I can't force you. I'm not there twisting your arm. It's because it's good. Or it's not. People like it, or they don't. Mr. Beast, 1 million views. Doing it right. Don't argue with him. He's a Mr. Beast and this and that. No. The numbers don't lie. Yeah? And my justification, my value proposition, I've worked it out through ethics, and you know, I didn't monetize my other channels before because I didn't want to. I was doing things like the mental health support. There's no way I'm trying to monetize a mental health support channel. And then the other one is, and I did get tips for that sometimes. Sometimes people, you know, graciously gave me a tip for doing the mental, but I didn't solicit it. And like the other one is the ASMR. Never monetize that because vulnerable people, anxious people, don't think they should be watching adverts and being herded into a group to monetize to. So that was just my ethics, but I'm comfortable with the way they are now. But you can't, Alan, you know, you can't now say I'm a YouTuber. I don't like, the reason I'm saying it is because everyone knows that I'm not in here as a true crime detective, don't they? Like, you all know me. You all know me, same old G, been low key, super chuffer. I'm not advertising it as like a true crime detective channel, and I chuff a lot. And we're having fun. You know, let's not go any deeper than that. I make live streams about rabbit hole content on the internet. Don't have to go deeper than that, do I? That's a really simple premise. So my journalistic integrity is, let's have fun. Obviously, I want to be honest. That's me as a person. But my comments, my content, you know, ultimately, you like it, you watch it. We keep doing more of it. You hate it, it's rubbish. We don't do so much of it, I guess. But Alan has set himself up as an armchair detective, as someone who has broached new light on a case, as someone who should be taken as valid, as, you know, you can't suddenly have it both ways, Alan, and say, no, I'm just a YouTuber. I don't have to have journalistic integrity. I'm just a YouTuber, so I can just rip off everyone else's content and say it's my own. I'm just a YouTuber. You know, you can't have it both ways. If I was less tired and it wasn't so early in the morning, I'd be a little more... it's interesting to get a different aspect of my personality. Like, when we did it, and I was excited because he was watching my stream, you know, when we did that one, like, pumping and jumping. This is a different facet of me now, isn't it? And I'm hearing him say my name, something that I told him not to do. And he's afraid to do on his main channel. I left him I did the tweet a while ago, I can't be arsed with it. He said sorry. Sorry, but. I left a comment. Keep my name out of your mouth and my content off your channel. Keep my wife's name out your mouth and my content off your channel. And he's not been able to keep my content off his channel. We've pulled him up on it.
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier. Swish!
Grandmaster Sid Sophos sent tippies. Scott. The man is a pathological liar.
Yeah, he's a narcissist.
Super
yeah.
Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
That's one of the aspects of the narcissism, the lying, the constant lying. Yeah, he's not been able to do that, and he's not been able to keep my name out of his mouth now. But what it proves is that, like, there's some things I can't like, I don't know how to say this. Like, you know he's going to watch this, yeah. So there's some things that I don't really want him to understand fully. Yeah, because he keeps fucking up. Like, he keeps making it worse for himself. Louise, yeah, that sounds horrible. I don't want to, like, I don't know about that, but maybe someone else can show me the clips. I mean, right now is not the right time for me to think about that. It sounds really bad, yeah. So, you know, imagine his life, though, at the moment. He's not able to produce content, and he needs to do some research. In order to produce good content, Alan needs to do some... Like, he's limited in his capabilities. So he needs to do some research. He needs to work. Let's just say he needs to work hard on it, yeah? And he's not doing that. And he's not doing that for a number of reasons. Tonight, he'll be spending that fucking money he's got already. That'll be allocated out. Poker game on the phone or whatever. Or whatever, you know. But Alan... Like, we're making this content about him. When I'm finished... It's been a long night tonight. When I'm finished, though, I don't think about Alan. You know, he doesn't go on in my mind. He's not like a feature of my life. Whereas Truth Justice has the clip on her channel. Nice. This is why I need her on, because she'll know. She'll say, "Oh, that's that clip from this," and she'll be able to pick it out. And then it's so much easier if people that know come on and just show me. Yeah, Alan is disturbed by our presence, and he doesn't know how to deal with it. The thing is, he hasn't got a way to deal with it. There is no way for him to deal with me. Like, I am uncontrollable to him, and I will continue to be so. He'll have his ideas. He probably thinks at the moment that by doing some research and finding out some personal information about me, he can in some way make me fear or threaten me or say something online that might seem this or that, and it might make me feel in some way intimidated. Intimidation is probably his current... He's probably working on an intimidation plan, but it will not stand. Like, he will never be able to control me, and it will never... So for Alan, it's this like unsolvable puzzle. And you can say, "Oh, well, just don't think about it." Then Alan can't do that because he's a narcissist. Like, I'm here talking about... He's watching this now. If he, do you know what I mean? If he could stay up, he's probably watching this now. If he could stay up, Alan can't. Alan's not like, So, yeah, I should let it play. I should listen to it. But I just think it's important. Like I said, he's mentioning my name now, so living in his head rent free.
Cuba. And then there's this idiot called Chuffer on...
I'm not an idiot. He's called me an idiot there. Why am I an idiot? Like, sometimes I make mistakes. I'm a normal human being, yeah. I'm not an idiot. I'm doing quite well at this YouTube now, Alan. I turned my mind to it a year ago. Doing quite well. It's all going well. Got my qualifications in my chosen fields. Didn't get my degree. Maybe you could say I'm an idiot for not getting a degree. Possible. Smokes weed. Bit of an idiot smoking his weed. Oh, well, it's, a vice, I guess, yeah. I'll take that on the chin. But an idiot, like in general concept, an idiot, no. Haven't got myself, like, in trouble with people, like, I haven't got myself binned off YouTube recently, have I, Alan? I'm not on there being a big twat like you are. Like, it's totally invalid, but yeah, I'm an idiot.
On YouTube doing the bully case, right?
Doing the bully case. I'm not doing the bully case. I'm not a detective. He just said, I'm a YouTuber. Super Chuffer's doing the bully case. He's switched things around. This is a classic narcissist behaviour, is he will twist the roles, alternate the roles. So suddenly he's the victim and I'm the thing. So now I'm the detective on the internet who's doing the case, and he's just a YouTuber. Classic narcissism. It's transparent. I'm not doing the case. I make body language videos about the people that present themselves on YouTube. I mean, I could body language this, but it's different. This is narcissism. It's narcissism.
I've seen him today saying he stole my content.
You've seen me today saying that. Is that because you watch my videos? Or is it because you watch our lives? It's not a question. is it? It's not a question. There's my video, body language, analysis and react, friends. That's the thumbnail with the woman in the bobbly hat. We talked about the bobble hats. That's enough, Alan. That's enough, isn't it? Let's get him up. Armchair detective. It's not on this channel, is it? It's on his other one. If you go to his channels, you can find his other... Oh, no, you can't, because he's an idiot. It annoys me. I see. I can't even navigate. Red, there it is, up there in that little corner. There's the thumbnail he's done, and he's talking about the friend and the bobble hat. So it's not like Alan has been out there researching and he's been sat on this video of that friend until, 17 hours ago, is it? What's happened there, Alan? We all know. Everybody knows. I know it. You know it. Everybody knows it. Is that you've watched our video and you've thought, that's an interesting video of Nicola Bulley's friend. I didn't know existed because I'm not that clued up. I'll talk about it on my channel, but I'll just leave it a few days. So I'll make up some other shit about it. I'll put a slightly different spin in my 11 minutes of talking about it compared to Super Chuffer's 3 hours of analysing her and other friends in the context of different times in the investigation and how their stories relate to the investigation. Like, Alan's got nothing. We've got the content. He's got nothing.
Right? His content is a CNN interview with a friend of Nicola Bulley.
Mm-hmm.
And he thinks he owns it.
What? It's not the physical media, is it, Alan? You're not misrepresenting me now on the internet, are you, Alan? Do you think... Has anyone ever heard me say that I own that clip? No. No, Alan. What it is, it's the concept, isn't it? I just explained it, and at no point during my explanation did I say that. Alan is now misrepresenting me to this audience of idiots, or susceptible, manipulated, easy manipulated, previously manipulated. It just... This is a bit sad, isn't it, in a way? To be outright lying like that. To be outright lying. Because I'm not here now saying, oh, yes, he's right. I own that clip. No. No. I brought it to light. I brought up the concepts and the ideas. Just like when Alan took the Scream and painted his own version. Just like when Alan took that thing of Leonardo da Vinci or whatever and did his own... Or when when Alan does his own version... It's like that, isn't it? I've done the 3-hour masterpiece and Alan has done the 5-minute finger painting. So no, you don't think that I think... You don't think, Alan, that I think that I own the clip. That's silly. Let's not play silly nonsense, Alan. This is a coward manipulating. It's sad to see, isn't it? It's sad because we all know that that's not the truth. We know that it's the concept of the lifting the content, that you can't find your own arse in the fucking shower with both hands, Alan. So you need me to guide you around the internet and show you things, and then you can talk about them on your channel. It happened here. Paul Ansell's and Emma White with the teeth. That's me on his channel. My ideas reworked on his channel. Then you've got that shit painting video. Then you've got this one where he says it's a cover-up and it's just a nothing burger. And then you've got Do Police Have Evidence? And it was one thing that someone said ages ago and it doesn't really... Nothing burger. And then you've got my content. It's really transparent, Alan. So this is pathetic.
They're saying he stole my content, right? His content is a CNN interview with a friend of Nicola Bulley. And he thinks he owns it. Because I'm speaking about it and he's spoken about it, I'm stealing it from him.
Yes, that's exactly right, Alan. See how the narcissist is so confident that this happens with people who lie, is they, classic in interrogation. Alan is so up his own arse that when you interrogate him, he will reveal the truth accidentally. Yes, Alan. Yes, that you just said.
Because I'm speaking about it and he's spoken about it, I'm stealing it from him.
Yes. You're watching my videos and then regurgitating the little bits of carrot and sick, going through it. I'll feed that to my audience. Come on, man.
That's like saying any newspaper talking about the bully case is stealing it from the other newspaper that talked about it yesterday.
Kind of, it's different though.
pathetic.
It's different. What they have, Alan, is a news aggregator. Do you not understand the world? They have a news aggregator. So one person will go out and will get a story and then like head off, because it's like all these little, you know, little news outlets all over Britain are like, you know, if you work for the Bristol Evening Post or the Coventry Telegraph or whatever, like you don't have to rely on, oh God, there's this thing about Nicola. Everyone's gonna have to send a reporter out to the Nicola Bully case to us all. They got one person report on it and they aggregate the story out. News aggregation. So that happens in the media, and it is kind of like content theft. It happened recently. Someone gave me a tip today, because we make content on the internet and then the news media just like watch it, look at it, and then sort of regurgitate, just like that, Alan. Some of it is just like that. Happened recently, where they attributed that video to a YouTuber. Mark Williams Thomas did it recently. Mark Williams Thomas has been doing these little videos about the Nicola Bully case, like weeks late, on this weird channel. And he said today, a YouTuber provided a video of them at the Weir, and she's not a YouTuber. She's a person who recorded a video, and her first video on YouTube is this. So she's not a YouTuber. Like, they're getting these things wrong. Like, Alan's deliberately being misleading as well.
That's like saying any newspaper talking about the bully case is stealing it from the other newspaper that talked about it yesterday.
It's not like that, Alan. It's like if someone wrote an editorial. Mine's a 3-hour piece, yeah? If someone wrote an editorial and it had a particular, I don't know, like interview or opinion piece, and then someone else wrote another editorial and said, oh, I've come up with this interesting opinion, and then they read it and they said, well, that's what that other bloke said. So it's not an interesting opinion. You're just like, do you understand what I'm saying, Alan? It's different from if like people are reporting facts. So definitely misleading here and misrepresenting.
It's pathetic.
You're pathetic.
And I've had enough of it.
You've had enough of it. You won't speak about it in public. I've got to find out about this because you said it behind what you think are closed doors. I mean, that's pretty pathetic.
Juvenile.
Juvenile.
Ridiculous.
Juvenile is a word he's brought up because Alan's got a chip on his shoulder with me and him. And the chip here is that he thinks that I'm younger than him, and in some way he's got a problem with his own aging. Like, I represent to him this problem with his own aging. I am this young buck and he is some like old fuddy-duddy fart. So the other day he was using words like man and he's wearing a cap and like he tries to look younger than he is. He tries to cover up his insecurities, and he called me juvenile because he believes, that by ridiculing the fun we have, because that's another aspect of our streams that he can't replicate, having fun, because they don't. His audience do not, and he does not. He's trying to demean us and make us seem like that youth is in some way to be demeaned. But actually, Alan, that sets you on a higher pedestal then for being all serious and grown up, when in actual fact, you're just a twat.
I don't know what other people have talked about and not talked about. I'm talking about what I want to talk about, the bully case.
Really? Is that true? Or did you literally watch my video? How on earth, Alan, did you come up with the same idea for a video as mine a few days later, twice? Like, are you off your fucking head? These Nicola Bully videos, yeah? Like, everyone that understands what I'm saying now will know this. Like, I'm surprised, actually. This is a real juicy part of our stream now, and it's happening like in hour 6 of a massive stream. I'm going to probably have to edit this one off so that other people can watch it. They won't know it's happening. I'll have to edit this last bit out and put it up. Bonus Alan. Right?
What other people have talked about. Not talked about.
He's telling me that he doesn't watch this other stuff. So Alan, right, armchair detective, who in some ways doing some research on the Nicola Bully case, is not watching the media that other people are putting out about the Nicola Bully case. So he doesn't know what the news and media is saying because he doesn't watch it. He doesn't know what we're saying because he doesn't watch it. But somehow he comes up with the same sort of ideas out of nowhere. Like, is it not the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard? Like, there's only a certain amount of people interested in Nicola Bully's stuff, right? Yeah, there's a substantial amount on the internet, views-wise, especially for us smaller channels. I'm hoping to grow. But it's like the same sort of people coming back now. It's not like I'm growing my channel. If I talk about Nicola Bully now, continually, I grow no further because I've reached the Nicola Bully people that are interested. Do you know what I mean? Right? So, like...
It's juvenile.
He thinks that in some way it's possible that he, like, for number one, do you think he's being served my videos on his newsfeed? Yes. Of course he's being served my videos. We know he's watched them. He had my stream open the other day on his channel. So we know that YouTube is going to now serve him my videos. And do you think he's going to watch that? So he's interested? It's just a coincidence then, Alan, that you used the same interview that I used a few days later. Just coincidence then, is it?
It's ridiculous. I don't know what other people have talked about and not talked about. I'm talking about what I want to talk about, the bully case.
Bollocks.
I don't care what Chufferman's seen or said.
Chufferman. No, I'm Chufferman. I'm not Super Chuffer. Chufferman. It's also like a superhero, though, isn't it? It's a strange way of bastardizing my gamer tag, my streamer tag. It's a strange way of bastardizing it. Chufferman. Chufferman. Well, it definitely sees me as an adversary, doesn't he? Like, but here he's changed me from being, I guess, the Super Chuffer, the hero, into Chufferman. Like, maybe some sort of negative. I don't know. It's an interesting way to change my name. He's not quick enough on his feet. Like, he hasn't got things like we have, like armchair defective, or I've seen harmchair or arm hair. You know, he's not like, you know, he's not swift on his thinking, is he? Chufferman.
I'm doing my show in my lane.
In my lane. Get off, Alan. You're on the internet. And you stole my content and put it on your channel, and you watch my stuff, and then you talk about it. So this is the lane now. And fuck all the lanes, Alan. You're in the fucking ocean. There's a swimming lane. I want my swimming lane. You're in the ocean, and you're floundering.
It's gone beyond the joke now. Give me money, but he's a con man. Give me money now, but he's...
What? I never asked for money, have I? Please, Alan, if this is your critique of me, please just show me a clip of me asking for money. Just one would do. Of me saying, can you please tip me? I need money. Like, please tip me. I'm grateful is one thing, but give me money. You know, like, it just doesn't happen. It just literally doesn't happen. At the start of every episode, I will say, this is the means, the mechanism for tipping. I am grateful. But I'm not going to be like, give me money. And it's insane that this man has spent, like, today on stream, we watched him for an hour and a half beg, and he made 300 quid, and he still begged. And I'm the one that's doing this.
He's a con man. It's like anybody with any sense can see right through it.
That's what I say about you. Please explain, elucidate me.
But of course, all the watch trolls pile on him and say, yeah, well done. You were right.
What? Isn't it, Alan, that simply the things that I've said recently, calling you out for your behaviour, has been like, let's go true crime on this. You know, let's go court case. Let's go lawyers. Let's go solicitors. It's a simply provable fact, and I show it and I prove it. Simple, provable. You slipped up when you broadcast my stream on your channel. So, like, simple, provable facts. No defamations. None of that. All the people that for years have suffered with your bullshit see me do it and say, hey, good job. Like, thanks. And I'm like looking at them and saying, hey, look at all what you're doing. Good job. I'm interested. He's scared.
He's a con man. You've done well to pick on him. Well, what's the name of your video? Oh, I did murder.
What? He's not going to try and do a critique of the memes. It's like an old man who's like, I don't understand this picture. Is it supposed to be a dog? Why have you written doggy? Doji? Doji? I don't understand. It's not funny.
Well done. You were right. He's a con man. You've done well to pick on him. Well, what's the name of your video? Oh, I did murder.
I've got no videos called I Did Murder. Are we looking at videos or lives? Let's have a look at videos. This is Nicola Bully or Emily. Paul Ansel first impressions. All seems pretty above board here. No, I done a murder here. We have got that one on the live where, do you remember when it was requested? It was really fun, that was. I done a murder. The video is called This Podcast Gets Out of Hand, Narc's Gone Wild. So now he's watching our narcissism podcasts, and he's probably getting eggy because it's touching on subjects that make him feel eggy. But do you remember that episode? It went wild, and you requested that I changed the thumbnail. I'd done a lovely thumbnail of Jimmy Savile, and you all hated it. So I had to change it. And we did a public vote, and that was the picture that got voted in. I've done a murder. It's actually really funny. I've done a murder. Paul Ansell's, that's the crowdfund for Paul Ansell, isn't it? It's I done a murder. How can you not like that, Alan? I mean, you sour bastard.
Oh, to pick on him. Well, what's the name of your video? Oh, I did murder.
You even got that wrong. God, please do the work meeting next. Have a crack at work meeting. You can't fuck that up.
And he literally blames Emma and Paul for that M word, right?
You just, for the M word, you just said it, murder. I blame Emma and Paul for murder, yeah? That's a theory that you've started touting now, isn't it, though? Isn't it? You started questioning them now, haven't you? Have you? Or now do you not? Which side of the fence are you sitting on today, Alan?
But the hypocritical watch troll.
Ooh. I'm not hypocritical. Super Chuffer's not hypocritical, bear in mind. It's the Watts trolls, yeah?
Trolls.
We call them detractors. They've got a point to make.
Say, we love you, Chuffer.
They don't. Well, they don't. Some people are nice to me on the internet, and I insist, please don't blow smoke up my arse. You know, I'm just a normal person making videos. I spotted this. It's not like I'm like, you know, fucking Sherlock Holmes out here. Spotted you for being a narc. Like, common sense. You entered my wheelhouse, remember? Like, common sense, mate. And they like it, yeah. Why not? Why wouldn't they? Like, I think, is he angered by this? Like, well, he's mentioned it now again, hasn't he? About these, it's you in chat now, isn't it? It's you chuffers. He's mentioned you. Right, you're not my normal chuffragettes. You're not my normal chuffers. My chuffragettes. You are the detractor community for this chuffer. You're his detractors. Armchair detective detractors, right? And he's mentioned you now twice. So the thing that he's not happy with, like he said it, you don't have to have body language with these sort of people because like, I can't. You don't have to say all the secrets. I don't have to teach you all the secrets. It's just obvious. He said it. Yeah, he's scared that there is a community that is calling him to account. These people are right. Like what he's saying to his audience. Remember, like this is for the idiots as well, like specifically. But he's saying to the audience, these people are rallying around this chuffer man. Like that's actually, he's so naive and narcissistic that he doesn't realise that's actually a positive for me and you and us. Like, if what I was saying didn't resonate with people, then I'd be an idiot on the internet like you, Alan. Fortunately, what I've said started to resonate with you. You're saying it is causing you an issue. Carry on.
Some money.
Sorry, what about money?
We love you, Chuffer. Here's some money.
Here's some money. Is that what's the problem? I mean, I was pretty surprised when someone gave you all that money earlier. 3 people, loads of money. They call it whaling on online, you know, whaling. Those people are whales. And if you're a fisherman, why go fishing for little fish? Why have $3 here and there when you want one big whale, one $200 tip, whaling? It's a video game industry term, but it's used for grifters. So Alan's cross because you've been giving me money. Okay. Seems a bit of a petty thing to be angry about, but continue. I mean, I was surprised and kind of saddened to see people giving him money because it continues this, it perpetuates this abuse, abusive behaviour, manipulation, narcissistic.
If I was saying that Emma and Paul...
I mean, obviously he's abusing me now.
Did the M...
Murder, you can say it.
What would the
Pussy.
trolls be saying about that? So the hypocrites is just like...
What do you mean? If you were saying Paul and Emma did murder, then what would the trolls be saying about that? I don't know. What do you mean? It's a weird thing to say. What would the trolls... So we're now having to make up for our own self what bad people would say if you said something that you didn't say. Like what? Please, just make things clear. People who are honest say things clearly. This man confuses us with strange conjecture.
It's sick. It's sick. And all I do is stay in my lane.
Stay in your lane. You're in the ocean. This is the internet. There is no lane. You're not setting rules for me. You're not setting rules for the game. This is YouTube. You do not ascribe the lanes. There is no lane. You're just saying something that you think sounds clever. Like, there is no lane, right? What you're saying is that you do your thing and you don't want other people to talk about it, but your whole thing is to talk about other people and all of their business. Like, Nicola Bulley is not your lane, is it? Like, at what point did the goings-on of the Lancashire Police become your lane? Oh, I'm true crime chuffer. Oh, are you? Right, so you're going to report on all the crimes then? No, only the specific ones that get loads of money on YouTube, really. Oh, is it? So is that your lane then? Loads of money on YouTube lane. Grifting people for money. Oh, they're all attacking me. I need your money. But it won't help, but I need it anyway. Like, what's your lane? So you're not allowed to do painting then, Alan? Because painting's not your lane, is it really? Clearly not. Like, if painting was your lane, then it's the fucking hard shoulder. Jesus Christ. Leave me alone, Alan. This is ridiculous. Not leave me alone. Do more of this. Do more of this. Let's have it head on. Let's bring it out into the open. You know, let's pop this little blister that you're brewing. You know, you're in the wrong here, and it's showing. If you're really angry, I will challenge you to a YouTube boxing match. How about that?
It's no one's business what crimes I cover and what crimes I don't cover. I don't tell people what to say. I don't say to any creator, do that case, not that case. Do this
What?
case, do that. Don't talk about that case. Do
I don't do that either. Nobody's doing that.
this case. Don't hurt the family to that family. Hurt the family of the family I'm talking about.
What? Who's hurting families now?
I don't understand it. How people even listen to them. I don't get it.
Obviously, you are hurting families, aren't you? Because they're telling you directly that you're hurting them.
But the truth of it is, I'm going to try to explain tonight that
The truth of it is, and what you're going to try and explain tonight is, so this is one of these where you love it when someone tells you that it's about to be the truth, because you can guarantee when someone is about to tell you the truth, they usually precede it with, the truth is, and then a little smile. But yeah, go ahead.
we foolishly jumped into crowd justice without reading the small print that they don't pay the money until you've raised the money, right? So our solicitor said they want £25,000.
Not this again.
That's a lot.
Why, how dare you accuse me of asking people for money and then say this?
She said that's the minimum we accept. So we did it for 25k.
It's all about
And then
the money.
We look at the small print and it says,
He's brought me up as like a boogeyman to anger them, to ire them. Oh, poor Alan's being beaten up, and now he's going in with the beg. So it's a narcissistic, like he's using me as a lever to leverage these people. And I've not done any of that he said. Like, I've not said these things. He's twisted the truth to make a trap for fools.
and I donated £200, right? And that's why I said, well, why isn't the £200 come out of my account? Oh, we don't take the money until you've reached the target. So they won't take my £200 until they reach the 25k. So my solicitor says, I want £3,000 this week. I say, well, take it out the crowdfunding. No, it doesn't work.
No, good.
And it's hard to explain. But
And hopefully all those people will be refunded if you don't reach the money. Hopefully that'll happen. Like, he's an idiot because you can do different crowdfunding. You didn't have to suffer that. And I'm glad that you did, because you're a stupid idiot and you deserve that.
honestly, I can't work with crowd justice because I can't pay the solicitor.
We've
Because
you
they're
said
not
all this
taking the
before.
funds. Crowd justice aren't taking the money from it's pledging. You know, if I do a marathon and I
Oh my God.
say to you, Auntie Jill, will you sponsor me for this marathon? And they
You couldn't run a
pledge
bath.
£50. They don't pay it then. They
You're not
pay it
running a
after
marathon.
they've done the marathon. So that's the concept.
Yeah, build up the whole
They
fund. Same with Kickstarter. There are other crowdfunds that will pay out whatever you get. But with this one, you have to get the whole total or you don't get it. We understand. You fucked up.
Will take your pledge. When
Free speech, yeah, Colin Whitehead. Free speech with money dollars. Free speech, but you have to pay me to listen to it. You have to pay me to be able to hear it. Free speech, but only through PayPal and Patreon.
and they've reached 25k. Well, I can't wait for 25k.
Too greedy.
I'm being harassed into a court
This is where
case
greed has got the better of him. Poor bastard. His own greed got the better of him. If he'd asked for a smaller figure, he would have achieved it and had the money. What an idiot. What an idiot you are, Alan. And I know you watch this. What an idiot you are.
And my lawyer wants money now.
Or is this just
So-
a load of bullshit now that you're leveraging people for extra super chats? Because really, it's not about the big lawyer case and the money, is it? It's about the daily grind of £300. All this is a big cloud over the top for the daily grind of £300.
I have to find other money now, and all the money in Crowd Justice sits there. So
you can always just say, I'm sorry, and then like maybe they might stop the court case if you remove the video, show contrition. You know, maybe good people might say, okay, you know, you could always say you're sorry.
But it's not going to work, Crowd Justice. So that's why I've said today that if you can buy a painting,
He's still begging for this money.
that's the way to do it. Buy a painting through.
And he'll try and pretend that there's some value proposition, that there's a painting that they're buying, so it's not begging. You know, not begging, it's a painting they're buying. So I can do it under the table and, you know, it doesn't have to go through the public mechanism of tips. So I can get more of the cash. I don't have to do the tips thing where they take a percentage. So
PayPal, if that's what you want to
just
do.
PayPal me the money.
Of course, you people are always supporting me by being a patron. That helps a lot. So that's where it is. And I thought I'd let you people ask me some questions, because I know it's complex. Court cases are complex. Is there anything you wanted to know? I'll answer you if I can. If I don't know the answer, I'll just
Oh my God, I wish I'd been able to ask him some questions about this.
tell you I don't know the answer. But if you've got a question, if you put a hashtag, I'll try to answer questions about. I only want to answer questions about the court implications. I haven't got mentally. I don't want to go anywhere else tonight.
Although you just started this episode by attacking me, so it seems a bit strange that now you're limiting the conversation. Like, isn't it weird, isn't it? That's a narcissistic trick anyway. Like, we're limiting the conversation. It's a control issue, isn't it? You're allowed to ask me any questions you want about this court case, but only specifically questions about this specific thing, because I can't take any other questions because I can't tolerate it in my brain.
If you've got any questions about how it works, why it works, why...
Like, are we questioning... I've got a question, Alan. Are you pissing the money away gambling? Not just on poker in live tournaments, but do you believe in some way you talk yourself into believing it's some sort of practice that you're doing on your phone? Like, there's loads of poker apps, there's loads of betting apps. Like, are you betting on your phone? Are you pissing the money away from PayPal directly into the phone? Is that what's happening? Because a lot of these people... I've seen it with Darkside Phil. He's got a gambling issue, Darkside Phil has. That's why he needs to grift. It's like a drug addiction, isn't it? The way he's doing this narcissistic behaviour and this pumping for money, it's like a drug addiction. So it's not good enough that he's waiting on the PayPal money. It's not good enough he's waiting on the Patreon money. It's not good enough maybe he's got himself into some debt somewhere or down a hole somewhere, or is he just pumping it into the phone? Like, can you believe that he's saving it up to spend on a solicitor? Saving it up. And where's all the money gone from the last few weeks? Like, have you not made thousands of pounds with these people donating to you all this time? Like, where's all that money gone all these years? What have you been doing with it?
they're doing it, how they hope to get any money out of me. If you've got any questions, I'll answer you. I noticed there was a lot of questions in
Where's
chat
the receipts
that I couldn't answer when I was doing the show, but
show me the receipts.
I'm happy to answer anything now. I mean, they all asked for receipts from me, but they've never showed receipts, have they? Junior's never...
It's insane, isn't it? It's insane. It's insane.
Showed one receipt, and yet they inundate me. Oh, we want receipts, and they're not even giving me money.
What receipts do you want, Alan? What receipts do you want from me? I encourage people to use coffee.com because it's public, so you can see it on the internet. You can scroll down on my coffee.com page and see them, you know, the tippies. That I even said to... I used to be on Universal Credit because I was a carer, and so to get carer's allowance, you have to be on Universal Credit. And, like, for God's sake, £60 a week as a carer, that was fucking nuts, man. Imagine trying to do your shopping on £60 a week. Like, I'm glad that we were on lockdown, really, because I couldn't go out. I just spent less money, but, like, £60 a week, man. Like, being a carer for my nan, so I know I was on Universal Credit, and then they were like, you know, how much money do you make on this? Like, back then I had still a little bit of money coming on YouTube, you know, my AdSense from the ASMR and stuff. And I'm like, look, people give me tips. Here's my AdSense. It's all public. It's all like above board. No, I don't want you to fucking do me for like trying to, like, if I earn an extra £20 on the internet, I don't want the HMRC to be like doing it. I've run a business for many, many years. All my public books, you know, doing my accounts, all that. You know, I haven't got any. You know, I'm not trying to grift and grind. I just do it above board. So it's really lucky for me that all the coffee stuff is like basically public, isn't it? So like all he wants to do is make it undercover and secret and behind the scenes. Where's the receipts for what? For what, you know? For what? Like, I'm not doing any weird shit. I don't have a court case that I'm trying to grind people for money for. Like, what receipts do you want? Whereas with you You've got this smile on your face as you lie to your audience and grift them for money. And the receipts we want from you are apparently now a solicitor's thing. We want to see the court case. We want to see how much it's really going to cost. All this, you know. You can't just say they want to see the receipts. No, I'm going to... Tell me, exactly, Dream Big, I think he plays 20 games on Party Poker. He's too up his own arse to play small. He's got to be a fish. He's got to be a fish in the pond. You know, tell me that £300 he's got today hasn't gone straight into a fucking gambling app.
They're asking receipts aren't the ones that give me money. So I'm going to keep a record of all the paintings.
Paintings. I'm going to keep a record, yeah. So I've written it down on a bit of paper. I got like fucking whatever I said for that on a bit of paper. So it's proof now because it's a painting. Oh, it went through my PayPal. Yeah. Of course, I've got to take off my expenses for that. So we'll take off whatever the fuck I want to make up for that. Yeah, good one, Alan. Come on.
And I'm going to save up that money for the paintings for a barrister if I do have to go to court.
Well, then you've got no problem with this crowdfund, have you? Because you're saving it. So the crowdfund that you can't access is actually good because it's savings. So you want to focus on that and get that topped up and get that done so that when that comes in, it's there for you, the savings. Like, you can't tell me you're saving this money. Like, it's ridiculous. You can't be telling me that. You can't be telling me that. I know from experience with people that do this sort of online grifting, he's exhibiting signs of this addictive behaviour, this need for more. So I maybe I'm wrong, but Alan, the professional poker player, might in some way be gambling the money.
Now, if it doesn't go to court, that money will go to...
You couldn't make it up, could you? Well, he's going to have to.
A fund ready to fight anything. Because I have, over the years, I've spent... I don't know, 15,000 on lawyers and stuff, trying to fight the haters. So that money...
No, you haven't. There's no way you spent 15 grand on lawyers trying to fight the haters. There's no way. My guess is that might be something that he's been fined through some sort of legal system that he's had to pay. Some sort of fine. 15. I can't see him paying 15 grand to fight haters on YouTube. It's ridiculous. Ridiculous.
Stay in my legal fund to fight anything, you know?
So you're going to sell these paintings and you're going to put the money in the bank and just sort of keep it there for a rainy day in case people attack you legally. That's your plan. And you require still approximately 20 grand for that, 30 grand, 40 grand. And there's no way you're going to touch that. That just sits there in case you need to use it for legal fees. I mean, really? I did say that we were going to get some grifts that are designed for not the most smart people in the world. But this is really just what can I say? I don't think I need to explain it. I think he's explained it really badly. It seems really obvious. This is just bullshit. If I give you 20 grand now, are you going to just say, okay, thanks, I'll put that in the bank and save it for legal fees just in case, Alan? Is that what you're going to do? 20 grand. Not going on a little holiday, not buying any new paints. We're not putting it on the horses on the Grand National. We didn't fucking bet any on the Grand National. Come on, Alan.
If it doesn't get used. But there you go. So PayPal's the best way to do anything.
Dirty, grimy
I don't know
chopper.
if anybody's bought any paintings tonight. I doubt it.
Well, of course they haven't.
I'm
They're
in
shit.
a tight spot. I'm in a corner.
Oh, there we go. I'm in a tight spot. I'm in a corner. I could go and work at fucking Burger King. Look at his hat. All he needs is the earpiece. It's Burger King. It's Alan. Can I take your order? You know what I mean? Simple job, Alan. Or you go and work in a call centre. Just go and do a fucking day's work. And you can pay your bills and all that shit. And you're grifting people on the internet. Here's me saying it. I run a YouTube... I'm the same. I'm fucking the same, yeah. Don't tell me I haven't done work in my life. Don't tell me I haven't worked for things that I want. Don't tell me I don't work for things that I want. Working kind of relatively... I had to try and make content of some value. I find this deplorable, Alan.
How do I fight my way out? I don't know what to do. I can't afford a solicitor. We're trying to do it ourselves. So
Repeat beg.
That's it, really, doing it ourselves. And we try to pay solicitors when we got money,
Solicitors.
So we're going to pay solicitors in and out. But in a way, it helps me in my favour because if I represent myself, it makes them spend loads of money and me spend nothing. So the judge will say, well, this man's doing it himself, so we've got to bear with him. So it's in a way, legally, it's better I do it myself.
No, the judge will have no time for your bullshit, Alan. Oh, this man's doing it himself, so we'd have to bear with him. No, what he's going to say is, I wish this man wouldn't disgrace my court.
Again. I couldn't be happier.
Swish and then
Donna Brotherton sent tippies. For a marathon live, your dedication and amazing content XXX. Super Chuffer owes 20 hugs.
Thank you, Donna, thank you. I mean, I didn't realise this was going to go long. I'm glad I stayed for this, but I didn't realise it was going to go long. And I'm not going to get to my bedtime tonight, so that's gone out the window. But yeah, thank you, I really appreciate it. I really do. Alan, I kind of forgot what you were saying, but...
So we've got to bear with him. So
Oh, you've got to bear with him, yeah. Like, the court is not going to have any time to bear with Alan. They're going to say, this man's representing himself. Do you understand the language of the court? No. Shut the fuck up and sit down. Guilty. Do you know what I mean? They have no... Could you imagine? Alan turns up and he thinks he knows better than the judge. And, sorry, Your Honour, but I've got all these troll comments on my phone. Like, shut up, Alan.
it's in a way, legally, it's better I do it myself.
No.
Because it means they're spending thousands and thousands and I'm spending my time. So I'm happy with that. That'd be a good way forward for me.
You're happy with that? To waste your time on a legal battle that you can't win?
Represent myself, and I'll get legal advice when necessary. That's what I intend to do.
All right, legal advice when necessary. So now you don't need the money. What the fuck? All this hours of tonight, Alan. You did an hour and a half tonight on needing the money to pay solicitors that you've already paid. And now you're telling me that you don't need solicitors at all and you're going to represent yourself.
So all I can see them doing is spending money. As far as I know, Frankie owes more money to Cohen Davis than he's paid them. So he's in a bigger hole than me, because although he took £40,000 from you, the internet, to give to Cohen Davis bills, so he says, are £70,000. So he's already £30,000 behind. So he has to sue me just to pay his debts, right?
He's thinking of this like poker. I bet Alan thinks of these things in terms that he understands and therefore makes him comfortable, but they're the wrong analogies to be using in these terms. So we'll see, Alan.
But what he doesn't realise that I don't have any money. So what's the point of suing me? So what he's
The
doing
principle.
now,
The
this is
principle.
like how stupid he is. He's running up more debts in the hope that I'm going to give him the money.
No,
I
no,
haven't
no,
got any money.
no. Like the principle, Alan. They want you to stop. They want you to be proven by the courts. You know, it's just, it's the principle for this man. The fact that he's willing to go through this and this amount of money just for nothing, for no financial reward, shows us that it's about the principle for him. And you don't understand that, and you can't relay that to your audience, because it proves, in a way, that the guy truly, whether he is right or not, truly believes he is. Whereas you, Alan, are not willing to put the buck behind your bottle. Fuck it, I'll just I'm obviously going to lose, so what's the point in spending money on my defence? I might as well just represent myself, is your attitude.
So he's digging a bigger hole for himself. Not that Cohen Davis will get the money off him, because he lives in America. So that's about it, really.
That'd be clear.
What I need is someone with a load of money to go, right, let's wipe them out.
A whale.
That's too much to hope for. But there might be someone out there that goes, free speech.
Free speech. He's counting on trying to leverage some American concept of freedom, free speech. He's counting on this to try and leverage it in. And it's like a wild lotto ticket. But Alan, risk taker, looking for these wild chances. He's getting more desperate. He's hoping someone will wail out and say, Alan, I see you. Here's 20 grand. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
They will take on the case for you, and someone with a load of money will employ a lawyer themselves and sort him out once and for all. But I doubt if that's going to happen. That's like the lottery win, that someone comes up with the money, isn't it?
Isn't it weird the way I can predict the things he says? I have obviously not watched this. You were here live while I got given the link, and now, isn't it weird that I can predict the things he says? It's interesting, isn't it, being one step ahead of Alan?
Yeah. Someone bought a free T-shirt. Yeah, thank you.
Licking his lips, the money.
The more time this takes, the more money they spend, and
He's got merchandise and crap to buy, just any way to grift the money.
the deeper hole he gets in. I've made a decision now to represent myself, so I can't spend any money on it, can I?
So why do you need the money?
All I can do is watch them spend more and more money on it. What I don't want to do is say, I give up, you win. If I let them win by default, then they've won, haven't they? So
Well, what the fuck are you talking about? You just told me that you're not going to represent yourself because you don't want to spend the money because you think you're going to lose anyway, but you don't want to just give up and say you're sorry. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, I tell you what's so weird as well. The best course of action for Alan would be to apologise, even if he didn't believe it in his heart, even if he still thought he was right. The best course of action would be to show contrition online, delete the videos, say he's sorry. But he will not be able to bring himself to do it because he's a narcissist. Yeah, SM, he's now changed his tune, hasn't he, behind the scenes? Now he doesn't need the money. Now he's representing himself because he's definitely going to lose. And I think what he's trying to do, I think it might be manipulation, because he's trying to make, like, Alan thinks that he can give you 2 and 2 and you'll make the 4. So he's like, oh, I'm definitely going to lose. I'll have to represent myself. I hope nobody gives me 20 grand. Do you know what I mean?
what I've got to do is keep fighting, and they have to keep spending. That's all I can do. I can just keep the case.
Or like a nasty, slimy piece of slime, he's just going to try and exhaust their finances for them. Good. That's your tactic then. Financially ruin them before you admit you are wrong.
Going until, if it goes to court, I will employ a barrister for that day.
One day they'll turn up, they'll look at it and say, Alan, what the fuck are you on about? This is clearly all going to go against you. I'll stand there for the day if you want, but I can't expect you to pay me. So pay me now, Alan. Otherwise, I'm not going in. Pay me now. Otherwise, I'm not going in. Like, it's going to go. Like, what are you on about?
I have to countersue, and I can't do it. I'm not legally trained, am I? So I will, if I can collect enough money, hire a barrister for that day. But in the meantime, they're going to spend like $100,000. They need to spend $100,000 over the next 2 years, maybe.
All he's doing is bolstering the case for us to crowdfund the case against him. That's all he's doing.
$200,000 just to get me into court. And when they do, I'll face them with a barrister. And he will show them all the things that Frankie said, how he's going to put me in prison and stuff, when it's a civil case.
No.
He will
No. That's not how that's going to work, is it? You know, we're doing you for the things you've said. Oh, but he said that. No. What about the things that you said? Why don't you defend yourself against them? Because if you can't, then they're going to hold them against you. Like, Jesus.
show you Diem doxing me. We show the judge Diem, his best friend, his lieutenant, doxing me where I live, and the case will be over.
No, it won't.
There's no case to answer.
Yes, there is.
He's done much worse to me and his minions.
Irrelevant.
In fact, people like Diem have helped me because they've given me all the evidence I need.
Don't believe
to make
it.
Sure, I can never lose.
But irrelevant. You can never lose.
The more videos Diem makes, the deeper the hole he digs,
No.
and the more expensive Colin Davis got to spend.
The worse
they
it is
can't
for
talk
you.
the way out of what Frankie and Diem have organised.
No.
They can't. So they've shot themselves in the foot. There's no court date, Nora. There's no court date.
Really?
It's not like that in my country. You don't go, right, Vinicum, get into court. We're taking you to the set. It's not like that. They have to negotiate with me. And I'm negotiating that I want to knock it on the head and not have a court. And they don't want to go to court either. They want me to pay a settlement.
He's saying this with no evidence. That might not be true. They might just be acceptable. Like, you know, it might be that they're not interested in the money at all, and what they want him to do, pay a $1 settlement and say he's sorry and admit in public that he's wrong, and then we can put it to bed. You know, it might be that. He's not going to tell you the truth.
Out of court settlement. They don't want to go to court. It costs a fortune. They
Obviously do want to go to court, even though it costs a fortune. It's you that doesn't want to go to court.
I'm going to need more time to build my case, and then I'll pay to have a barrister to represent me. I've got a lot of material to show a barrister, but now I want more time because I didn't realise that they were seriously thinking they're frivolously taking a man to court who's got no money is ridiculous. I never thought they would do it, but they've done it. So now I have to somehow get a case together on my own. And with the help of the judge, who understand that I'm a layman, he would have to give me every opportunity to make my case.
With the help of the judge.
It's going to take maybe a year, 2 years. 2 years' time, there might be a court case. Might be 2 years' time.
Hope so.
But don't be... They're all celebrating. What for? There's no court date. When's the court date? What court date? When is it?
What are you going on about
What
now?
is it?
Please, Alan, move on.
Where's the proof?
Where's proof?
In my country, you have to prove somebody guilty to win. I haven't got to do anything. They've got to prove it.
All your videos are the
What
proof.
have I done?
No,
What have I
not this
done?
again. Not this, not this, not this, not this.
I've studied the case.
Not this. I'm going to have to speed him up.
I've had death threats. I've had everything. And it's all organised by a person with a high profile. If you're a high profile person, you've got to be careful of the hatred you pour on people. The hatred he poured on me is things like, he's going to rot in hell, he's evil, he's this, he's that, he's going to be in handcuffs. It's a civil case. It's not criminal. Nothing to do with the police. And I've got it all.
If it was, you'd be in jail.
Do you have to go to court in a state in the US? No, it's in England. You can't take me to court in the US. I'm in England. He has a solicitor called Cohen Davis. Look up Cohen Davis on the internet. That's all I need to say.
Why?
It gives me time to save money and sell my paintings. I've got 2 years now, minimum 2 years to get me to court. Maybe longer. Maybe it'll never go to court.
Alan's messing him about.
Because I have a lot. I've got to start from scratch now. I've got to represent myself. I've got to study law.
I don't think they allow you to study law if you're going to represent. Oh, we need. Hang on. Court's going to have to be put on adjourned, case adjourned until Alan studies law.
I study civil law. I've got to get all my witnesses together. I've got over 300 witnesses of the hatred.
I think they do give you some time to put your case together. That might be true, but I don't think they give you time to study law.
I've got to get sworn statements from 300 minimum witnesses. I've got some tonight. I've got to get all these witness statements signed and documented, and I've got to get all that together in files. And then
It's almost as if you need to retain a solicitor.
I've got to document everything. I've got to document everything. All the troll channels, all this stuff with Claire, who lied about being a solicitor, all this stuff with Diem.
I don't think you need that. I don't think that's relevant to the case of your defamation against them. I think what you'd rather be doing, Alan, you fucking idiot, is getting together all the information that you've put out on the internet, looking through it and seeing where you've defamed them and where the things you've said have been harassment. And then you want to get proper answers for that, because they're going to bring that up and you're going to have to answer for that. And when you say, oh, but he said this and he said that, they're going to say, no, Alan, I don't care. Tell me again about the things you said that this court case is about.
Who docks where I live. It's so important.
Oh, yeah. From what I've seen of him, I mean, I don't want to be mean about dyslexia, yeah? And I'm not being mean about dyslexia. But from what I've seen of him typing on the YouTube, I don't believe it. I think he does those posts on YouTube when he's drunk. I don't think it's dyslexia. I think it's that he's drunk. But yeah, maybe he's full on dyslexic. Maybe that, maybe he won't be able to do it. So in which case, what's he even talking about?
It's so important. I've got to do it all. It's going to take years. Years of hard work, but I'm going to do it.
Oh,
They're
yeah.
trying to distract
Hard
me
work.
from my
You better fucking get on with it then, instead of moaning at these people on your Patreon.
job, which means Kessinger goes free, right? That's what they're trying to do. Kessinger goes free. They might as well put a banner up. Kessinger goes free. We're protecting her, because that's what they're doing.
I've got a rumbly tummy now because I'm
By
having
just
dinner.
derailing my work, they're protecting Kessinger. And they say she's done nothing wrong, don't forget. Kessinger's done nothing wrong. If it wasn't for Kessinger, the family would still be alive.
What? Oh my God. I mean, I don't know enough about this case, yeah? Let's get this fair, right? I'm not having any critique about Kessinger or... I don't even know. I couldn't pick her out in the supermarket. I wouldn't know who she is. Yeah, I don't know enough about it. I know Chris Watts murdered his kids, right? So it's not about that for me. What it's about is you're running into a defamation case. I assume it's defamation. Again, tell me if I'm wrong in chat. Other people might know better than me. But you're running into this court case, and you're online saying that if it wasn't for Kessinger, the kids would be alive. Why? Where do you get off? Aside from whether it's defamation or it's this or it's that, which obviously is that's a horrific thing. It's a horrific thing to say. Do you not care? How can you leverage those kids and that murder at this moment? How can you leverage it? They've been dead. They'll stay dead. It's a tragedy. And you just bring it up anytime you want to fucking, fucking, you know, smug bastard. If someone in chat said smug, like, it's just, this is a smug smile of a bastard and a half, isn't it? I need to run a small video. See, there's another name that I didn't know about. Small, see? Get them on the show. Get them on the show. That's what we need to do. I don't just want to watch their videos, which would be cool to do it. I want to get them on the show and have people like say, oh, I first was made aware of Alan when he did this, and then I made this video to point it out, and then Alan's done this and this, and here's this video to point it out, and I'll say, oh, and we'll have a chat, and it'll be fun.
That makes sense to me. Witness statements you send to adsubs007 at gmail.com. The girls will put it in. If you have been harassed by Diem and his gang, please send us a sworn statement or signed statement, and we'll collate them to what I'm doing. This will take years. I'm going to get.
That'd be brilliant, won't it? A load of people have written a fucking email, and that'll go in the court, and then the court will look at that and say hearsay, objection, hearsay, and just throw it straight out.
Everyone's statements. If you've been harassed by any of those gang stalkers, and you have a statement to give, then you're prepared to sign it. Send it to where I've just said. Is in chat. Most of you, like even Mia, like she's a spanner. She knows what's going on. She can make a statement. You've seen what they've done, Mia. Make a statement. It will take me years to get it together. They will have to spend £100,000 to get me into a courtroom, and even then, they're going to lose instantly, and they're going to have to find £100,000 to pay the costs.
Makes you sound like a slimy rat.
And if I lose, what money have I got? None.
Well, don't you think they'll come after whatever assets you have? And don't you think they'll put some sort of like tariff on your future income? Don't you think it'll be the ruining of you, your public image? Like, don't you think it's just important for the principle, and that will scar you as well because you'll be proven wrong in public and in court?
They're wasting their time. And I say to Frankie again, close it down. Close it down now, because it's going to
intimidation, manipulation,
bankrupt you. You can't pay Cohen Davis. You don't have the money. No one's putting any money into your fund. No one believes it's worthwhile cause. And I ask you,
isn't that what happened to you, Alan, and your fund? Isn't that why you couldn't access the money in your fund?
Man to man, closed down.
Man to man on this weird video that I'm only making to my patrons. So can't be expected that they're going to watch this, but strange that you should say it like that here. Cowardly, behind closed doors, just to your patrons.
Tell your Cohen to close it down now.
In fact, why is he even doing this? Why is he even saying this on this video for his patrons?
Because all lawyers do is run up debts and bills. Talking to you, Frankie, close it down now.
Is Frankie a patron?
Let bygones be bygones and move on to people that actually
are. Frankie in his chat?
Sister, who
I look all sleepy. I'm tired. It's 5 in the morning.
Who actually do blame your parents for being involved. Why don't you move on to those people? I'm not a threat to you. I'm moving on to many other cases.
The thing is, I look sleepy now, he looks sleepy then, and I'm fucking 4 hours ahead.
But you're running up bills with this Cohen Davis on a daily basis. I have a letter today, 7 pages, that's going to cost you a hell of a lot of money to get Cohen Davis to answer to. Why are you doing it? I've got no money.
The principle, Alan.
What's the point?
The principle. Do you not have principles?
Now, as far as you go, then you guys can do something. You can stop the hatred towards me.
Yeah.
I don't need to tell you how. There must be ways. You must have ideas. There must be something
paying money, probably. Paying
money.
As
individuals to stop this.
Paying
it's
money.
A vendetta. A vendetta.
A vendetta.
I want to see the day when I can bring Winston back on. I want to see the day where I can walk Winston in the park without looking over my shoulder. I want to stop moving houses because DM keeps doxing me.
Not this again.
I saw Molly Golightly thrown off of YouTube because she's shown a driving license. He's worse. DM's 10 times worse. Yeah, he's still on YouTube. He's made 1,000 videos hating me. He's accused me of... I won't even tell you. It's too awful to say. It really is.
Just so, again, you won't say it. So you encourage people to make up their own assumptions of something that's awful that he's accused you of. That, like, it's just... You're a rat.
What can we do about it?
I'm just going to grab something
to we can do about it?
Chew on.
Anything like... Only legally. I want to do something legally. Now he's living in England. What can I do about it? There must be something I can do now he's in England, right? He says he wants to see me in court. Well, when you dox people and you want to turn up in court and face me in court, remember that you've doxed where I live. It's not Norway. This is England. We have rights. I keep forgetting the name of it. What is that thing called? where you're not allowed to even show CCTV of people and all that. There's a name for it. I can't remember it. Anyway. So, all I can do is ask you to help the best way you can, which is keep an eye on the hatred and do what you can to stop it, you know, legally. Whatever you can do legally. Don't.
You're not trying to mobilise your supporters to go after the people that are against you, are you, Alan?
Data protection. We have a Data Protection Act, and he's broken that by doxing where I live. That's a criminal offence in my country, and he wants to see me in court. He's admitted to a criminal offence, and he wants to see me in a civil court. Well, he'll be in a criminal court. I'll be in a civil court. There's a big difference.
If that were the case, Alan, you would have already done it.
Yeah, it's data protection, and by exposing my address, he actually is facing a prison sentence, not a civil case. All I've got to do now.
Doxing, threatening and abusive behaviour, criminal law. It's not Data Protection Act. Harassment, malicious communications, computer misuse. Data protection is on the data protection there. But I think he's confused about it. I don't think he really understands. And nor should he, because what the fuck does he know about anything? So far, everything I've discovered of him, he's come across like a right fucking idiot. Uninformed, bolshy, begging, playing the victim, narcissistic, abusive, manipulative.
Is find out where he lives and try to get the police to arrest him. So that's my next plan. I know he's living somewhere in England with a woman. So I want to do it legally, right? I want to legally get the police to get hold of him, really. That's what I need to do. It's nothing to do with see you in court, AD. You're not going to a civil court. I want to see you arrested by a policeman. There's a big difference. Now, I know I can't ever get them to understand what they're doing is wrong.
Didn't he reveal his own details? Like, aren't his details a public matter because he was in a criminal case himself, or was it criminal, or whatever? He did the taxing and the tax thing and didn't reveal his taxes, and then the government came after him. You know, his details are public record for that reason.
Maybe the police can get him to understand what he's doing is wrong. Maybe that can work. People choose to hate me. They have to face the consequences.
It's a funny thing with Alan. He calls about all his hate as well. He's made people very angry about the things he said because, first of all, he does something small that is a bit offensive, but, you know, fucking up. With me, it was nick that video. Like, granted, he didn't know who I was, but it's just disgusting behaviour. And then it's the next thing, then it's the next thing. He never, always next, bolshy. He makes it worse for himself all the time.
You don't tell people that hate you where I live. You don't drum up hatred by saying I'm selling children to America with Dr. B.
You're not drumming up hatred here today now, then.
And then give up my address and expect my house not to get burnt down, do you? Do you honestly think telling people that I sell children to America with Dr. B and show my house, you don't think someone's going to burn my house down? Or beat me up, do you? You don't see that? You don't think it's wrong? You think it's okay because I'm a con man?
You are a con man.
You've got a lot to learn about England, do you?
He says these things, he can't help it. He is a con man. He's literally dressed as one. Worse than Arthur Daly. He looks a bit like Arthur Daly, doesn't he? Arthur Daly. In fact, this is kind of who he's like. Weird, isn't it? It's weird the way he looks so much like him. He's so like Arthur Daly, it's unbelievable. Like famous con man. I don't know if you know Arthur Daly. We used to have it as a show on the TV in the UK, and Arthur Daly was like a dodgy used car salesman type who would put a con on and a grift on, and he'd always have an angle on something. He'd always be doing some sort of con or a grift, and he'd have his mate with him to keep. And then there'd be some trouble. His mate would do a punch up. His minder would do a punch up. And then he'd always walk away with the cash. Arthur Daly would walk away with the cash.
You're full of lies. Even your own supporters call you a liar. Your own supporters call you a liar. When you did the countdown to AD's gone, and it didn't happen, and you had to go off YouTube, they all laughed at you. You're pathetic. You're pathetic, DM. Chasing an old man around YouTube for 5 years, you're pathetic.
He's getting angry at this person, DM. I don't know who DM is, but he's getting angry at them. And he's not doing it on the internet. He's doing it behind closed doors to his patrons. It's like it's weird because it's a kind of weird abuse. It's a kind of weird emotional or like mental abuse that he's torturing them with, having to put them through all this shit. Like, and it's kind of like aggressive behaviour. And he's the big macho clown now, while no one's watching, and it's only these women. Oh, I'm a big tough guy, and DM, I'm going to punch you in. And then, like, imagine he meets DM in the street, and he's like, oh, sorry, DM, didn't mean to say that, DM, sorry. Like, you know what I mean? Oh, come on, Adam.
And you can make as many videos as you want. People don't listen to you. They know you're a liar. Liar. Inciter of hatred. Doxer. In my country, you get arrested for that. I thought you were in Norway, but you're not. You need a psychiatrist. Adults acting like primary school. Oh, he did.
You don't need a psychiatrist, Alan, because it's well noted in psychiatric circles that narcissism is incurable through therapy, because the narcissist will manipulate the therapist.
This, oh, he did that. Oh, he's this, he's that. Go, grow up, dear. No one's going to listen to you.
Grow up, says the man who spent 2.5 hours ranting on YouTube. Then, in betwixt, we were greeted with an hour of his old video that he couldn't be asked. He just put his old video on for a bit, and then this is the further bit of rant in the. But he, to others that aren't able to watch this, would say, "Grow up."
But what they will listen to is you breaking the law. Con man by accepting super chat that goes through Google and they take their cut. Pathetic. Con man. It's like easy, isn't it?
You're grifting people into it. Like, why are they giving you money, Alan? Like, what's the? No, let's work it out. What's the value proposition here? Like, we talked about this, about making content and value and stuff. Like, what value is it? Because today you went on and on about needing money for your court case, and then in the Patreon you said you're going to represent yourself and you don't need the money. So it's just fucking ridiculous.
To throw words around. This is cancel culture. Let's throw a word around. Con man.
It's not cancel culture. We're holding a crook to account. He's a con man and a grifter, and he goes after the vulnerable. He targets the vulnerable. And in his case, the vulnerable is like certain people who have got excited about a certain murder case or something that maybe are a certain demographic or something. I don't know. Like, you know, he's got his group. He's talking to them right now.
Man crook. I'm paid by Google. So what's Google? They like the instigators of con men, are they?
You're not being paid by Google, are you? Because you're being paid by the people that pay super chats.
Google are like the head con men, aren't they?
What are you on about? The con is that you're saying to people on the internet that you need the money. And the truth is that you'd be better off working at Burger King.
Crazy.
You add no value to this world. You make it worse for everyone else with all your bullshit.
Yeah, I like Ivor. And she's a good person.
Like, your paintings are a good example of it. You've taken, like, all of your painting stuff. If you scraped it all off the canvas and put it back in the tubes, you know, if you could reverse the process, clean up the brushes, paint back in the tubes, canvases, and you put all that stuff on sale, you'd have better chance on eBay selling it as just paint in tubes. Like, you've ruined the paint by squeezing it out, putting it on the canvases and fucking it up. So you'd be better off. Like, your net impression on the world is a negative.
Ivor's not over fond of me, but she's all for justice and truth. That's the difference between Ivor. She can see wrong, right? Truth Justice, for instance, can't see anything wrong in hating an old man.
Here we go. Truth Justice is getting their shout out. They can't see anything wrong with hating an old man. So, like, again, we get this ageist comment comes out. This idea that because Alan is in some way now old, he is therefore vulnerable and should not be ridiculed on the internet, not be held to account. Like, you know, we shouldn't have done anything about Jimmy Savile after he hit 60. Like, what are you on about, you fucking dickhead?
She thinks it's fine. Whatever they say, it doesn't matter.
Sorry, I shouldn't swear
She's
because
the
it
worst
makes it
one.
harder for your videos, doesn't it, if you're going to clip this?
Truth Justice is the worst. She is the worst. Along with Lizzie, who's the second worst. Diem's a joke.
Hang on, you're all getting your name shouted out now.
She thinks it's fine. Whatever they say, it doesn't matter.
Why is that? Is it because he's asked earlier? So what this has done, right? Remember, what we're talking about is a man who is talking to an audience of people who are like a captive audience here. They're paid money. It's the patron people. You know what I mean? They're the people who really suck up the manipulation. And through this, he's painted a picture of him being the victim. He's gone on and on about this money, and then it's not about the money and this other stuff. He's already got the money at this stage. At this point, no more money is forthcoming. They've already paid into the patron. They don't want to hand over any more. Yeah. So what he's now doing is he said, I don't know if there's anything you can do within the law, anything you can do, but maybe you should try and do something. And then I don't know who you should do it to, but here's a list of names. He's trying to mobilise his little army of flying monkeys to go out and cause trouble for this list of channels. You ready?
She's the worst one. Truth Justice is the worst. She is the worst. Along with Lizzie, who's the second worst.
So it's like saying she's the best and Lizzie's the second best, but yeah, carry on.
Diem's a joke. Diem is just a joke. Everybody laughs at him. It's nothing. Diem is just pathetic. But
we laugh at you. Often you are the butt of the jokes, Alan.
Lizzie and Truth Justice are awful.
I think they're quite good, personally. I found them to be informative and even-handed.
Diem thinks he's clever. No one listens to him. He's a fool.
We're listening to you, aren't we, Alan? And you're a fucking... Like, as fools go, you are the fool's fool. You're a total bin job.
Cancel culture. What makes them think? I can have 1,200 people watching me. I can have 100,000 supporters. What makes them think they can order the 100,000 people not to watch me? Is it like, are they even on this?
You haven't got 12,000 people watching you and 100,000 supporters. You've got, like, at best, you had 400 people watching you. And you've probably got about, like, 12 supporters, like, financial, like, actual, you know, deep-rooted. Like,
planet. Oh, don't watch him. Don't watch him.
It's not don't watch him, don't watch him. Although, like I say, the narcissist starved of oxygen. And I know I'm making videos and talking about it, you know what I mean? I know I am doing that. But for him, the oxygen is finance. The video back and forth might still... I'd have to ask Steve about it. You know, the video back and forth might still exist, you know, without the money. But for him, the internet and YouTube is a resource machine. It's a money machine. He can come on and he can talk shit and do whatever, paint a shit painting. And the reason he's doing it, like I said, is this compulsive gambling aspect of it. Is whether he is compulsive in gambling it away or not. He's got this nature like a drug addict. And so the money doesn't last long with Alan. Like he said himself a number of times, he hasn't got any money. And then he's also said he's saving it up. So both things can't be true. Can they? They can't both be true. I haven't got a house, I haven't got anywhere to live, I'll be out on the street, but I'm also able to pay a bill for an internet and have a computer and a green screen and like what? Like they can't both be true. Like it's starting to venture into the realms of just like bullshit nonsense here from Alan.
Watch me. Is it like, are they even on this planet? Oh, don't watch him, don't watch him. Do you think anybody's going to listen to you, Liam? You're a fool.
But yeah, I think in the long term, he gets starved of oxygen for like 2 or 3 ways. One is that a number of his core supporters either dwindle away, die, or drift off or something, find something else to be interested in, or like because he doesn't have many, it won't take that many to slow it down. And then the other thing is no new support. You know, the amount of us making this detractor content, for me, it's not my constant, you know, commitment. Other people, their channel is more directly about him. But keep it up, I would say. Keep it up. Refine your craft. You know, keep striving for more creative and interesting and fun edits. You know, think about how people watch YouTube and what people will stand for in an edit, so to speak. Like, because we that know about him will put up with a bit more. Like, the punchier, the better. You know what I mean? The more to the point, the better. The more people that know, anyway. The more people that know, the better, because then they won't be fooled by his grift. People on the way in won't be sucked into his grift. He's not got a Chris Watts case again. Like, the Nicola Buddy thing is nearly it for him, but it's not quite. You know, he's a fringe player. He's not, like, no one's coming to Alan through this Nicola Buddy case and saying, would you like to be on our TV show and show your expertise in this case, are they? Do you know what I mean? He's a fringe player. But the next thing, he might not even manage to make the bench fringe player, off in the reeds somewhere. His sustainability on YouTube will dwindle, and when it does, when that finance aspect, because at the moment he's grifting hard and he's desperate, so when that starts to dwindle away and the more pressure that people keep on him from our side, hopefully it'll just starve him of that financial oxygen, and he'll start to think to himself, I need a better grift, because there's a limit to how much money, for Alan it's about the money, isn't it? So when that money starts to dry up, he's going to need to turn somewhere else. He'll probably turn to some other scam in some way, some other grift. He's the sort of person that might end up doing some sort of like financial pyramid sales or whatever. But, there'll be a limit on how YouTube doesn't reward him financially, and then that limit will break it, won't it?
Absolute fool. And that woman, I've left her alone. That woman, I will kill you, AD. I've left her alone. Yet she still churns out videos about me. I don't talk about it. I've left her alone because she can't stop.
Talking about her now.
Obsessive behaviour.
He's talking. Whoever that is, he's talking about her now.
Lizzie watches me every day. Every day. Every second of every day.
You can't watch you every second of every day, Alan, because you simply can't put out enough content. Nobody could even be asked to watch that fucking video you did of your fat hand painting, could they? Come on, Alan, let's be fair. Like, you just churn out some garbage. So I watch it in general, like I'm doing now, on an accelerated speed just to get through it. Like, we have to hold you to account. Somebody does. I'm glad these other people are doing that job, because by God, I wouldn't want to have to. So thank you, Lizzie, if you are putting in that commitment. But really, like, Alan, you're not that special.
If I come on, she knows, and she's watching. She's watching now. She's obsessed. What you've got to ask yourself is, why are these women obsessed with me? Is there a secret, desire to watch me?
Well, isn't it like we've pointed out and state explicitly that you're a clumsy grifter, and we find it abhorrent and immoral, and people want to hold you to account for the negativity and the vile nature of your grift, isn't it that? Hello, Snips. Hello, Snips. I'm on at 5:20 in the morning doing a big special long marathon, which I shouldn't have done. It just happened.
Would they watch me all the time if I was a woman, for instance? I wonder.
What do you mean? Now it's a sexist thing. Now you're accusing these people of holding you to account of in some way. What are you saying? Is it a sex thing? Is it a gender thing? Is it because they hate men, or is it because they want to shag you? Like, which one of those categories do I fall into? Alan, you're making it weird.
She's a dangerous woman, is Lizzie.
Dangerous woman. Do you remember the narcissist will always paint the women in their life as crazy ladies? They're all nutters. The narcissist will have a long slew of broken relationships, all with nutters.
She said that I've got a child that I'm not allowed to see because I'm danger to children. She said that on her channel.
I can't qualify that, Alan. If you're going to make accusations like that, I would I wouldn't be. She said it. I'd have it as a clip. I'd prove it. But it's up to you, Alan. It's up to you.
And yet she asked me not to monetize McCann videos, and she thinks she can order people around me to get me to do stuff.
Oh, I remember, because I heard her talking about this in a recent video. The concept is that when the McCann stuff was kicking off, back in the day when it was kicking off more, they had a group on Facebook, I think, or something like that, and they uncovered some information, and they freely shared the information for the good of the case and for Madeline, and none of them, there was a sort of unwritten agreement amongst the community that nobody monetized their content. Nobody did. And Alan came along and said, oh, here, this looks good, I'll take that and use it on my channel, and fuck you. And they were all like, whoa, that's grimy. We've all done a lot of hard work on this, and you've took it and used it on your channel, and you're monetizing it, and we don't. So it's a bit grimy. And I think he fell foul of the community there, because again, for Alan, the most important thing is there was something of some value there that somebody else had done that he could just take. And he's a narcissist, so why on earth would he not take it? He probably thinks she's stupid for not monetizing her work first, because if she had, he would have found it harder to take it. But it doesn't matter if it's already been monetized, like my stuff. He could still take it.
Well, I don't listen, Lizzie. I do what I want to do. Why don't you just get lost? Stop pestering my people.
Are you talking to her, or are you talking to your people?
Just get lost. We don't want to talk to you. We don't want to hear from you.
This is really banal, pathetic. Like, if you're Lizzie and he's told you to get lost, I'm sure you're feeling the sting right now, aren't you? Of this aging narcissist telling you to get lost. I'm sure that one's going to, you're going to wake up in the night, aren't you? You're going to wake up in the night, you're going to run to the bathroom and have to switch on the light, wash your face. Are you sure this is... Did he tell me to get lost? It's going to, like, suddenly the mirror will shatter and so will your mind. Delayed action. Alan told me to get lost. The sting.
You have no power over me.
You have no power over me. Is it about power and control then, Alan? Is that what it's about? Making it into something weird again. I wonder what his sexual proclivities are, because it can't be like... We know that he likes... I mean, I'm just going to say this because apparently he went to Thailand. I say apparently, it's factual that he said it. I've heard him saying it. We can get the clips. Alan went to Thailand and he had his photo taken with a ladyboy. Wanted his photo taken with a ladyboy. Wanted to get that done when he was in Thailand. I wonder what his sexual proclivities are, because there's some weird dominance and control aspect of things with Alan.
You think you have power over me, because what you do, what you don't.
Choo choo. It's the narcissist train stopping off at power and control, domination, manipulation. Choo choo.
Hello.
Chuff out those nostrils. Have a chuff out those nostrils, Alan. See what you can do with that.
Anyway, so if you do want to help, the idea is buy a painting, or that's it really, buy a painting.
Oh, it couldn't get more Ricky Gervais, could it? I'm going to play that one at full speed. I'm wasting my life away here, aren't I? This is now getting on for 6 in the morning in my world. I might as well just stay up all night now. Tomorrow's stream is fucked because we did this, but no, it's worth it for this moment, to be honest, because...
So if you do want to help...
I mean, I'm not like... Wait, Alan's not in my head rent-free. It's not like tomorrow's stream is ruined because I'm doing this. This is golden content. Beautiful moments that were worth doing. And Alan has provided by being a fucking idiot. He's played right into our trap. Which is that just to let him be himself and then critique it because he's an idiot. So this is Ricky Gervais 101.
Anyway, so if you do want to help, the idea is buy a painting, or that's it really, buy a painting.
Could you not imagine Ricky Gervais saying that on The Office? So if you do want to help, the idea is buy a painting. Or, well, that's it really. Buy a painting. I thought that was gold. I thought that was brilliant. Do it again, Alan.
You have no power over me.
You've no power over me.
You think you have power over me, because what you do, what you don't. At all.
You've no power over me.
Anyway, so if you do want to help, the idea is buy a painting, or that's it really, buy a painting. That's the only way I'm going to get out of this.
Petisticus.
I can only do it by giving you stuff. I have to get something back.
Buy the saintly artifacts of Petisticus. Look at him. He looks like Harry Seacombe. That's a screen grab. We'll have that. That's a screen grab. I'll have that, Alan. I like that. I'll keep that in my got a little folder of pictures of Alan that I masturbate over. And then I use it as like what you call it, like a sacrifice, so that I can appease the demons, and they'll never leave him alone. Obviously, I'm joking. This is just part of my law for Petisticus, Sanctus Petisticus. Right. He got baptized. He got bishoped, didn't he? I'm not putting the. Oh God! Not if. I'm not putting the full rig on. Not again. I've got that. I'm not putting the full bishop hat on. Recording this one, it goes out live and it records itself, Fiona. So it just goes out live, and then it stays up.
There's my art. That's. I mean, I could say if all my supporters gave me £1, we could get out of this, but it don't work like that.
Apparently, you don't need that money because you said you were going to represent yourself. So that's all up the wall. Nobody's going to give you £1. Why don't you fuck off? Like, it's the most disgusting condescension. Could you imagine if on a live stream I said to you, if you all gave me £1, we could just fuck this off. We could finish this quickly. I'm going to go on live stream tomorrow, right? I'm going to do a Madeleine McCann one, right? Everyone's going to turn up. Oh, he's got something to say about Madeleine McCann. If you all just gave me £1, we could just fuck this off now. Deal? Can I have £1, please, mate? No, can you fuck off? Have you got £1, mate? What's wrong with you? Have you got a crack habit? Do you want me to buy you a sandwich? No, mate, I'd rather have the £1. Fuck off. It's like, could you imagine being in the pub with Alan? Could you imagine being in the pub with Alan? Snips, today, Alan, on this video, you didn't see it earlier, wait, we're at 28:28, I'll come back to that. He accused me of grifting for money. Alan accused me of grifting for money on this video. Wait.
It's a person with a vendetta taking me to court. I've done nothing illegal.
Come on, Alan.
Coming out of the house on Nate's CCTV.
When does he get into it with me and the money?
You're a supporter of mine. You probably believe that's true as well. So what am I supposed to do? What is it they want from me? Wow,
right,
what we want from you, AD, is to stop talking about the case and causing the family pain. Do you think that Chris Watts might have done the maximum pain possible to that family? Do you think a little YouTuber in England makes any difference to that family at all?
Why are they suing you then?
If I said to my 100,000 people, give me £1 each, we'd be all right. It won't happen.
What the fuck, man?
It's raining again. I couldn't be happier.
Louise Magill sent tippies. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Get that dog. Get that fucking knife fight with a doggy. At what point could you imagine? Could you imagine anyone else? Have you ever seen any other person on YouTube? Come on, with no, like at this point as well, he's had 300 plus on the super chats on the live stream. He's got them on the Patreon. These are the people that are giving him extra on top for nothing. There's no extra. This is the extra. He sits here and begs you for money extra. Like, there's no extra content. And what you get after all that money is, why don't you all give me £1? Could you imagine anyone else in any other aspect of your life saying, if everyone gave me £1, we'd be all right? But it's not going to happen, is it? And he turned it into a joke. Pretend it was a joke. I'm passing it off as a joke now. I'm just joking about that. Just joking about everyone giving me £1, by the way. Just joking about that. If everyone gave me £1, please. I mean, this is real gold. Like, I'll tell you what, the detractors, dark side Phil detractors, the detractor community at large. I want to let you all into a little secret here if you're watching this. There's a thing called Kiwi Farms. It's a bad website, isn't it? Ooh. They made some people commit themselves in the old, kill themselves off, bin themselves off. Some Kiwi Farms people bullied some people and then they killed themselves, and it's like a bad thing. But it's like saying some people on Reddit did something and Reddit is bad. Well, there are lots of different parts of Reddit. It's not all the one page, is it? It's not all the one community. So Kiwi Farms has got some other people on it who use it as like a forum for talking about these sort of people, these grifters and stuff. If he ever got on, if they ever got a hold of him, I swear some of the detractors, if they weren't so busy watching Dark Side Phil rubbish, if Phil had a quiet week, if Phil got knocked off YouTube, this guy, I could push him up the list. Because he's a fucking right one. If everyone gave me £1, we'd be all right.
We could get out of this, but it don't work like that. There's my art. That's. I mean,
it's my art. This is his art now. This thing he's about to do now is his art. The art of the con.
I could say if all my supporters gave me £1, we could get out of this, but it don't work like that. If I said to my 100,000 people,
and he would say that he didn't say that because he said it as a negative. I could say it, but I didn't say it. But you did.
Give me £1 each. We'd be all right.
If I said to all the people, give me £1 each, we'll be all right. I've never, like, isn't it honestly, honestly, Grandmaster Sid says the £300 came from his daughter. If that's the case, then that's tragic, isn't it? Absolutely tragic. Well, I don't know anything about that, so I don't know if that's true. You're just saying it in chat, but if that were the case, it would be tragic. I'm responsible for what gets said, so I don't know if it's a fact. So I'm going to say, oh, you know, careful with the old knowing things. But I love the idea that everyone might give him £1. It's like literally begging, isn't it? It's like literally begging. Literally.
People, give me £1 each. We'll be all right. It won't happen. It won't happen.
No.
It's just a weird thing that people don't do that.
It's weird that people don't do that.
We do have merch. Yeah, we do have merch.
Yeah, shit merch that's useless, licking your lips when you think about the money. Dirty man. Dirty man.
It's raining again.
Why have a channel
I couldn't
just
be
hates
happier.
Snips sent tippies. I'm only pitching in tippies so we can all be alright. Super Chuffer owes 10 hugs.
She's giving me 10 hugs. That means 9 of you don't have to give me £1 now, so we can all be all right. Thanks for the tippies, so we can all be all right. If only everyone gave me tippies, it would be all right.
Somebody. If somebody wants to watch me, they're not going to listen to some old idiot called ID, are they? Oh, IDEO. IDEO says I'm not allowed to watch you. Oh, right.
What?
DM says I'm not allowed to watch you. Oh, right.
It's not that, Alan. In fact, we quite enjoy watching you because you're such a plonker.
Helen says we're not supposed to watch you. Oh,
What we want you to do is shut your fucking mouth with all the lies and deception and the grifting.
right. Helen says you're a coward and you can't stand up nothing. Helen.
We want the people that watch you to understand who you really are so they can see for themselves what a dirty, horrible man you are and then maybe stop giving you money.
I'm not a coward.
You are a coward. You're saying this off camera where people can't... You think they can't see you?
I will stand here in front of Frankie until he wastes every penny he's got.
You'll stand here in your upstairs bedroom on the internet, right out in the streets like a real man in your upstairs bedroom on the internet.
Because I will never give him any money, ever. Not 1 penny.
Brilliant. You might be ordered to by the court though, and it might just go through the penal system, and then you'll be like, I didn't really give it him though. I gave it to the court, and then they gave it to him, so it's not me giving it to him. So I still get to win that one.
I promise you that, Helen. Not 1 penny. He can spend as much as he wants.
Been through
That's
this.
fact. I'll never pay anything.
Been through this.
Because I don't have anything.
He doesn't have anything again.
Ever.
Ever. Ever. What does that mean? What that means, Alan, and careful what he reveals. He's really careful not to say this, but he said it nearly a couple of times, is that Alan does his own books. And Alan is probably a sole trader or some shit. Well, I don't know what's going on with his tax now because, obviously getting caught by the tax for not doing your tax properly and getting turned... So you can't become a business director for 6 years or whatever. That's bad. But Alan probably does business expenses. He probably says his poker playing is an expense. It's part of his business because it makes him money. He's a professional. So everything he can put on the expenses tab, including that time that ladyboy stuck his finger up his bum in Thailand, all of that goes on expenses. And he's never got any money at the end of the year. It's all gone. Expenses. Sorry. No tax for me. All gone on expenses. And he thinks that's some sort of scam he's running against the tax companies, the government, us, the rest of us who want that tax money to pay for our services. He thinks it's a scam he's running against the rest of society. But what it does is, it means that he's actually never got any money because he pisses it all away on frivolity and in the moment. And so he's not got any security or stability in his life, really. And I think he might have some stuff bunged away that he thinks no one can get a hold of. But actually, through his endeavours to try and cheat every little last little penny here and there, he's going to make himself more liable for something that could end up biting him worse. So he's a naive idiot, but I'd much rather just pay everything up front and honest, and it's easier that way. Of course, when you run a business, you can. I can spend as much on expenses as I can, in a way, can't I? Make the business bigger and better. But also, if I do that, I can't get any credit and get a house and stuff like that. So you need to also balance it out and say, maybe I want them to take some tax because I want to turn a profit and I want to be a legitimate contributor to society and I want to legit get my own stuff. Whereas Alan's like, I'll never have anything because I'll always spend it. He just said it then. I'll never have anything. That's his technique. That's his tactic. Spend it as soon as you got it. Don't let him get it.
But pay anything. Because I don't have anything.
Because I don't have anything. Apart from the stuff you've like managed to squirrel or hide, I don't have anything. Yeah.
Ever.
Ever. Never will.
So what's the point?
How can you say in the future, ever? What do you mean? You don't have anything ever? Or what you want about?
You had a criminal case and got me arrested, I'd be scared. You got a civil case.
I told you that earlier. They're the words I said. I said he's not scared because he thinks there's no police involved. There's no, like, he can't be brought to justice properly. So he's not scared. I said that. Now he's saying it.
What's the worst that can happen?
Exactly,
Mr.
Alan.
Vinicum, you owe Frankie Rusek £60,000.
And you're proven wrong in public and, you know, you're forced to stop. Otherwise you can incur more future penalties.
All right, then. Will you take a check?
That's funny, isn't it? That's funny. The way you can evade justice like that, isn't it? That's the face of a nice man. Nice man evaded justice. Thinks he can evade.
What is the point?
I'd love to play poker with Alan because I'd win every hand. What about that, Alan? We do a poker match and a boxing match. Do you know the other thing, Alan? You should come on my stream. You should come on my stream and talk to me. You know? I don't think he's got the balls to do that. What about a snooker match? We'd have to be in the same room for that, Alan. Poker match, poker team, poker player. What about a boxing match? What about that, Alan?
If I was doing something wrong, the police would be involved. He's like talking off the back of his head. Civil cases are a waste of time. Even if you win, you don't get the money.
He's repeating himself now.
Don't they understand that?
Jupiter's Delight says Snips. Yeah, good point. He's laughing all the way through this, isn't he? Like, he's a proper con job.
I don't suppose Cohen's told him that. Oh, Mr. Cohen, I won £60,000 off Armchair Detective. Can I have it? Oh no, you have to go to court again now to try and get the money out of him. That'll be another 30 grand, please. Oh no, I've won. I want the 60.
He's trying to intimidate these people into thinking they can't get anything. Like, he believes their motivation is money, so he's trying to make the major prong of his attack this leverage about money. He doesn't understand this is going to ire them more rather than put them off. It's going to aggravate them. They're going to say he thinks that we're into this for the money. Like, you see, Alan is they're going to say he thinks we're into this for the money, and because we're into this for the principle, this is making us more angry. So now we are never going to back down, even if I have to work at Burger King myself or sell the house or whatever. I'm going to make sure that Alan Vinicum has to stand up in public and say, sorry, I was wrong, I will delete the videos, or incur further court problems.
No, the court case is only...
Yeah, sword fight, Snips. I'd fucking ace him in a sword fight, yeah. I mean, there aren't many things that me and Alan would compete at where he would stand good chance of winning. Let's just say that. There aren't. I can't think of any off the top of my head. I'm sure he'd feel confident in the poker arena, but I feel that I read him too well.
Mr. Vinicum owes you £60,000. Actually getting it is a different thing, right?
I mean, it's not hard to read, is it? Greedy, fat, arrogant bastard.
And 2 days down the line, oh my God, they're so stupid. I almost feel sorry for him.
That's a condescending way to put it, isn't it? That's a really condescending attitude to take.
He thinks he's going to get money off me. All he's going to do is run up more dates, and Mr. Cohen is going to go,
oh, here we go.
Well, Frankie, that'll be another £20,000.
Has he actually got anything to say? Really?
Mr. Vinicum, we want...
Is it that he wants to stay online so people can maybe give him more money? Is that all it is? You know, it's just about wasting time for Alan now. It's just about I've got to go online and say something, and I'm good at talking, so I just sit here and just talk and like just go on and on.
£60,000. Oh yeah. It is a joke, isn't it? It is a joke, really.
You're a joke, you fucking...
Doxy, Heidi tried to contact you. What for? To tell you not to support me? Why does she do it? Why is she donating her life to me? Why is Diem donating his life to me?
You've angered people over the years to the point where they want to hold you to account on the internet because they feel there is no real, other than the court of public for like the public court, you know, the public forum. Other than that, there is no real accountability for people who just simply grift on you. Like, people are stupid enough to give you money, and you do this blag, and you say these nasty things, and you make people unhappy, and you twist it round so you're the victim, and then people give you... Like, other than the court of public appeal, you don't really seem to get your comeuppance, do you? People feel that... And the reason is that, like, he does. Like, every day is not a win for Alan. Let's get this straight. Every day is not a win for Alan. So, you know, people think about karma. Karma's a funny thing because it actually kicks in when you die. You go on to the next life, Buddhists believe, and your karma will kick in then. So you better not have killed fucking loads of animals and ate them because they're all going to be there waiting for you and they're going to be really fucking cross. Yeah, and you're going to have to come back as like all those animals that you ate and then you're going to get ate yourself and it's going to be bad. But otherwise, if you're a vegan, you get to come back as your own dog. Or some shit. So, anyway, look, for Alan...
Why is she donating her life to me?
For Alan, it's not people that are donating their life, right? It's not their life, but he's hired these people enough to cause this desire to hold them to account. And it's like a snowball effect. Like, it's weird with YouTube, right, and social media, because it's like a snowball effect when it goes well. Like what we're doing, I'm lucky. I said this earlier. Like, bear in mind, this is now like nearly 6 a.m. for me. I've got over 160 people here. Okay, less than we had earlier when we did the main live when it was still daytime. But it's marathon stream. I've got 160 people here. 8 months ago, I was streaming to 160 people maximum. That's my total views on a video. I was streaming to a lot fewer people, so I'm just magically snowballed. It's been great. I've got to keep it going. I've got to keep working on it. But for Alan, it's working the opposite way. What happens is, like, somebody like me, completely new, outside the box, become exposed to him, initially through his own ineptitude at stealing my content, but, you know, if he'd been a really good... Imagine if someone I really respect... Like, imagine if ContraPoints had ripped my video and put it on her channel. And when I discovered it, I've been like, oh my God, ContraPoints has ripped my video. And then I'd said to them, ContraPoints, what's going on here? And they'd said, oh, sorry, I didn't realise it was your video. I'm really sorry. Didn't mean to do that. I made some money off it. Do you want... Should I give you that? Or do you want... Like, and I'd be like, no, you can give it to charity. And can we be friends? I really admire your work. But with Alan, I like looked at all the stuff he had done, and I was like, fuck this guy. Like, just this guy looks like a nightmare. And then... Like, so I'm just one example. The more people get exposed to him, the more people that see him, like the snowball works in the opposite way. Like, why do people devote their time to Alan? It's not to him, it's to holding arseholes to account on the internet so that more people don't fall into his trap. Like, it's like a public service, it's like a public good. They're doing it for the good of the public. They're not doing it for you, Alan. Like, we're not here to pay lip service to King Alan. What we're actually doing is we're creating a warning signal. And I believe that. Maybe I'm wrong. You know, also, let's be fair. What am I doing? I'm creating a load of silly nonsense and drama for views, and I'm beating up an old man on the internet because he's an easy target, because he had a go at me. So, like, you know, I started out by defending myself. It's one of these... Okay, this feels like what it is. It feels like a fight. Where initially I was defending, like, I'm on the train and I'm minding my own business, and someone's grabbed my fucking newspaper or something. They don't know it's me. It was sat on the seat next to me, and I'm like, mate, sorry, that's my newspaper. And he's like, fuck you, your newspaper, is it? No one owns the newspaper. It's my newspaper. Fuck you. And then I've been like, right, mate, give me my fucking newspaper. And then it's got argy-bargy, and he's gone over. And now I'm just fucking laying into this old man on the ground on the train. I mean, he wants it to feel like that, doesn't he? Like he's this poor victim. But in some ways, intellectually, it's got to this. Do you know what I mean? And this is what it's like with all these other people. It's not like everyone's jumping to his aid. All the other people on the train are going like, fucking yeah, get him. He had my fucking newspaper. This guy fucking took my chips. What a twat. Like, you know, every time he gets on the train, he fucking takes somebody, does something. He's always, all through his life, everybody he interacts with, in the main, other than the people he can manipulate, and this is the thing about the narcissist, they can manipulate maybe like, you know, 20-30% of people. The rest of us, we all get it and we all see through him. But this little core group, oh, they, you know, manipulated. Why am I wearing a wig? This is the Bishop Fringe. He is Polititcs. I've sanctified him as Polititcs. And sometimes I wear this. I've got a bishop outfit over there that we did a cosplay with for fun. And this went on far too long, so I had to put on the fringe. I don't know. I should have made you tip me $100 so I could wear the fringe, but I just wore it out of choice. To be honest, I feel more like myself.
Why is Liam donated his life to me?
You get PIP for it, Fiona, right? My cousin gets PIP, and they tried to take it off him, the fuckers. Like, oh, it made me so cross. We had to fight a court battle there for, like, basically to make sure he managed to maintain his independence payment. It's unbelievable. Don't start me on that. My North American viewers are having a great time at the 420 evening. Yeah, stoned out of your minds in America. Everyone in America is like, it's Get Stoned Day. In England, we do the date the other way around, so it's the 20th of the 4th. So it's not anything special.
Why is Frankie vandalising my life? Why?
He loves it. He's smiling. Did you notice that? Vandalising, laughing at the concept. Look, that's what he thinks. Why is Frankie? He loves it, the narcissist. In some way, he gets some gratification out of this. You know, in some way he does. In some way he does. And in some way I play into his hands here. I know it's part of it. You know, I understand that it's part of it. That if we could, either he would be switched off from YouTube or, you know, everyone would switch off from him. He'd just dwindle and die, yeah? I think dwindle and die is easier than initial big switch off, but, you know, no oxygen for the narcissist. He'll get really eggy and kick up a big fuss and then he'll fuck off, yeah? But I know that part of it is if we make content about him and talk about him, like he's going to watch every second of what I'm doing here. Every second. Every second. You know, he's going to watch it and he's going to fucking love it on some level. Oh, they're talking about me. And he's even going to think this in some way elevates him, like he's this special person they talk about. He's the ridicule of he's the butt of our jokes. He's the scrapings of the barrel. He's like an example of how not to live. But he's going to think he's some special thing. It's a bit like the Undateables. You know, on the not the autistic ones, like I feel sorry for them, but just the fuckers, the weird ones. Like, no, in the Undateables, you always feel sorry for them at the end, don't you? Or whatever, feel happy for them. Like, you get on their side. He's a bad chuffer anyway. You know, we're watching him like we watch reality TV for a car crash moment. We're laughing at him. But in some way, he gets this gratification out of it. We're talking about him. So you have to realise that we're playing this game like I'm on YouTube. Yeah. So I have to accept that I give him that gratification. Like Alan gets his little hand tug. He gets his little willy tugged from me a little bit sometimes, doesn't he? Because I'm talking about him. Oh, he fucking loves that. Oh, Alan loves that. Oh, he loves me now with my fringe ladyboy. Don't you, Alan? Oh, do you want me to do the voice? Do you want me to do the voice? Chicky Chang Wang, Alan. Do you want me to do the Chicky Chang Wang voice?
Again. I couldn't be happier. Swish and then
Snip sent tippies. Happy birthday at Sharon Green. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Happy birthday, Sharon. I don't know how Snips knows it's your birthday. Oh, you're saying it in chat. Have a good one. Have a good one. This is not your birthday present. This is just fucking ridiculous what's going on now.
Vandalising my life. Why? Why?
Why? Why?
Yeah, Posner. Yeah, Posner. Right, so there's this thing, Posner had this on the network, and he threw out Frankie and all his cronies. He threw them all out because they were vindictive. So Posner would be great, but for that I need Dr. B. And I don't want Dr. B dragged back into it because I fear for her mental health as well.
Don't know what's going on.
I can't drag Dr. B in it because I can't.
You imagine she was ugly. Some old biddy.
I mean, like, you can't get sued for telling the truth, right? They do realise that, don't they?
Dr. B, this is the avenue into Dr. B, right? Dr. B admitted that she was offended that Alan didn't assume that she was attractive, like her profile picture. And Alan said, I didn't really look at your profile picture. I just always assumed, well, I just sort of, and she and I both know, Dr. B and I both know, assuming that was that woman that was on his show the other day. That woman, anyway. That woman, I'm talking about that woman that was on his show the other day. Truth, Justice will know. She'll edit it properly. She and I both know that what he meant was, I thought you were like some old woman, some of these old biddies that are in my pay pig division. That's what I thought you were like, some dumb old woman. I didn't realise that you were an attractive younger person. Usually, they don't come here and believe my shit. And she was nearly offended that he didn't, make these positive assumptions of her. And she nearly saw through the narcissist's manipulation. That, usually, he said, usually I say something nice about people's hair. Like, which means like I've got a sort of pre-made compliment that I give people that they like it when I say the compliment, so that I can worm my way. Like, she nearly saw his tricks, she nearly understood. She was like offended, and she was like, why didn't you make these positive assumptions of me? And the reason is because he doesn't, because he's a narcissist and he doesn't think positively of you. But that's your avenue in for Dr. B. Like, she understands it. It's there for her. She just needs to follow it through and just look at all this other stuff. And she will. She's a smart person. It'll take her some time. It's like, having to realise something that's right on the end of your nose. And when you see it, you're like, fucking hell, that's been right on the end of my nose the whole time. She'll see. She knows. She knows it in her blood. She knows it in her soul. Most people will.
Yeah, but you said this. You said this. Oh, yeah, I did. Yeah, it's true. I don't care how many videos they make. I've got some of my spanners that take notice of what they say. I don't take notice of what they say. I might see it.
You literally watched my stream live on your stream. You literally watched my stream live on your stream. Look at that hand. What's going on with his hands, man? Imagine you have to... That's why he wins poker, is because no one wants to sit and look at his hands. He's been touching the cards. I'm not picking mine up. So can we have a cleanse? Can we have a... Sorry, sir, COVID restrictions aren't enforced at the moment. Yeah, but I'd still want you to do the cleansing on the cards, because look, he's been touching them with those.
But I don't appease them. I will never appease them. I will never reach out to a troll channel and try to negotiate with them.
Look at him smiling and laughing. What are you on about? Negotiate. Negotiate. Do you want to come on? Do you want to talk, Alan? Do you want to get on? Come on, defend yourself. Do you know what I mean? Talk to me. We'll do a show. Scott and Alan hash it out. Scott and Alan, what can we call it? Scott and Alan's happy hour. Scott and Alan's happy hour. We'll do an hour. That's it. Just an hour. Bang, bang. Scott and Alan's happy hour. What do you reckon? You seem pretty happy. He's had his money.
That's stupid, isn't it? That is a stupid thing to do. No.
You're stupid.
And I don't publicise their videos because they'd like that, wouldn't they?
What? You can't publicise my videos. You've got about 10 people. Like, most people who are exposed to your stuff are already exposed to my stuff by nature of just the YouTube algorithm served it because of Nicola Bully. And quite a lot of people came and said they liked what they saw. Some people are a bit eggy about what I said about you. Like, it's irrelevant. Like, you've got... On this chat, that's your... Like, this is your... this is the dark side channel, isn't it? But you've got 80,000 subs, of which not 10% will watch your stuff. So I don't need you in any way, Alan. I just literally don't need you. I do this on my B-side channel as like I said before, a passion project. I started this one tonight because I thought, oh, he's doing this stupid live. He's going to look stupid. This is easy pickings. Do you know what I mean? Like, come on, Alan. Come on. It's just gone on too long now.
I'm not going to do that either, so...
Reading the comments.
The thing is, Iris, right? I'm going to highlight what you said here.
Yeah, not everyone gets the beauty of that. So echo chamber it up. So these people give F money so he can get more money. Strange lot.
So
isn't that just exactly the premise that Alan set up for his channel?
These people give Frankie money so he can get more money out of me. Yeah. The trouble is they're not giving him any anymore. If you look at his fund, it's not even moving. They're not giving him any money. He must be like perplexed. He said like years of them giving him money and they're going, no, we're not giving you any money.
That's what's happened to you. That's why you're going on this baby rant.
So he's like, well, hang on a minute, I've got to pay Colm £70,000. I've only got 40. Well, tough. You have to raise some more. Oh, good luck with that.
Does the bullshit never end?
So I guess that's it. I better go to bed. I have a lot of thinking to do about how I'm going to raise this money.
There's no money to raise. You're going to represent yourself, so there's no money to need to raise. I imagine being gaslit by the narcissist, man. Some of the people in our chat when we did Thus, I don't need to even show it you. You know I've got the main channel, Super Chuffer. You know Thus. When we did the narcissism stuff, we had people in the chat who had been through relationships with narcissists, and sometimes they said, I've got to dip out now because this is triggering me. And I was like, I'm trying to just gloss over these topics and have a bit of fun and talk, and okay, be a bit serious at times. So I hope you don't want to leave, like, fucking hell. But now I realised, like, I didn't really understand because I was doing my show and talking about narcissism. But now I realise when you're being gaslit by the narcissist, and this is just him doing this, just saying two different things in the same half hour, and it's too much for me. Like, it makes me unhappy inside to think that he does that to people, and it gets worse than that. To think that it's worse than that. Like, how do you know what to think? Like, I'm trying to follow it, just following. Let's just say I want to support him here now. What he's told me is he needs my money for this big court case. It's important. He needs loads of money. In fact, so much money that we can't help, and that it's not even worth him fighting. He might as well just piss them around for years and make them spend their money. So he's going to represent himself, so he doesn't need your money at all. And we've come back round to needing your money. Like, you're right in chat. I haven't been exactly following, I've just been, trying to get through this, but I think you're right in chat.
Time, he's got a bill from Cohen for £200,000, and I still haven't got any money. So, oh dear, it's funny, isn't it? They don't know the difference between civil and criminal. Criminal is when you break the law.
Alan, with you, there is very little difference. You're very rarely civil, but you're quite often criminal.
Right. I haven't broken any law, so they have to go civil because they couldn't beat me down with YouTube. They couldn't beat me down with...
I mean, you do have a past record of breaking, like, what would you call the tax thing? What would you call that? Would you call that breaking the law? Was it law about the tax? Were they tax laws, or were they just like guidelines?
Break the law, right? I haven't broken any law, so they have to go civil because they couldn't beat me down with YouTube. They couldn't beat me down with the police, so they've had to go to the last resort, which is civil. Do you know what civil's about? Money.
I was troubled by the amount of laughter he was giggling. He's tittering and giggling when he's saying I haven't broken the law, because it's a sign of deceit, and it worries me that, I mean, I don't want to linger over that too much now because it's only one little weird sign at the end, and I can't, it'd be all conjecture, but the laughing, I will go.
Because they couldn't beat me down with YouTube. They couldn't beat me down with the police, so they've had to go to the last resort. And criminal. Criminal is when you break the law, right?
No. Criminals when you break the law, right? Like, it makes me think that he's got something in his mind that he's laughing about that's making him laugh, Jupiter's delight, and it's something criminal that he's doing or done, that breaking the law specifically, and he's laughing about it because nobody knows that he's done this criminal act.
The difference between civil and criminal. Criminal is when you break the law, right?
Right, what's that manic laughter for when you're talking about that? Like, massive sign of deception, red flag. I don't know what specific. I'm just saying it's a sign.
I haven't broken any law.
He even brought his hand across to touch his nose, covering the face. Like, any good body language analyst would say, we're now getting the believe me expression.
So they have to go civil because they couldn't beat me down with YouTube. They couldn't beat me down with the police. So they've had to go to the last resort, which is civil. Do you know what civil's about? Money.
No, it's not. It's about holding you to account. We've talked about it over and over. It's about principle. You said it's not about money because they can't get any money.
That's what civil's about, money. It won't, even if they win, it doesn't stop my YouTube.
It just stops you making money off those particular videos and pumping out any more of them. So it's not about money, is it? It's not about closing down your YouTube, Alan. It's not some personal vendetta they want to, like, it's about, well, it's become personal, hasn't it, because of all these things you've done. But really what it's about is the reasons that they've stated in the case to make you shut the fuck up and stop doing this. You know? Principle.
Stop anything.
Is he on drugs, says Fiona? It's quite possible. Like, I don't know, right? I'm not, again, this is complete conjecture, but quite a lot of narcissists have drug problems. Quite a lot of the time it's because they've got addictive personalities, but also in today's day and age, they kind of think that cocaine is like this glamour thing, and like it goes around a lot, coke. You know, people sniff it in all the dirty clubs these days, and the poker players want to stay alert and awake, and, you know, I don't know, he's a drinker, isn't he? I don't know. I wanted Scott to see what AD accidentally showed Ari his porn. Has he ever showed his porn, has he? That'd be interesting.
It just gives them a piece of paper that says I owe him £60,000. But then he's got to pay 50,000 to Cohen, right?
I'm repeating all this again, Alan.
It's sort of blackmail.
It's not blackmail, is it? It's going
It
to
sort
court.
of is blackmail, yeah.
No, it's not blackmail, is it? It's nothing like blackmail, is it? Taking people to court. Like, he's completely above board. So you'll notice as well, the amount of times I've had to stop him and say, no, this is bollocks, no, that's bollocks, no, this is bollocks. He just talks bollocks all the time.
Couldn't be happier. Swish, and then
Emma White sent tippies.
Emma White.
Is Alan single? I want to suck his farts. Super Chuffer owes 3 hugs.
Stop that doggy. Emma White likes a bit of Alan. I bet Alan likes a bit of Emma as well. I bet they'd make good, fine bedfellows, wouldn't they? Why don't we do this? Look, why don't we do this? Me and Alan at Marsh Farm Hall interview Emma White, and Paul Ansell. What about that? A round table, me, Alan, Emma, and Paul. What do you reckon to that? I reckon we could make fucking loads of money. Emma, Paul, Alan. Me and Alan can do, like, Alan, I'll tell you what, Alan, it doesn't realise this, and I'm assuming he's still watching this. Alan's got an opportunity here to actually make some bank. Grifting off these old ladies isn't going to get you the kind of money that you're talking about, you know. The kind of money I'm gonna look for, you know, like Netflix money, you know what I mean? Alan, we could go another step up. Like, you just need to step up your game. I can pull my end. I don't think you can do yours. But, like, you know, I could produce that as well. I've got the cameras, I've got the kit, I've got the know-how, I've got the gear, I've got the idea. Alan hasn't got any ideas, so he'd have to ride my coattails as normal. But, you know, I've just set that up the idea now, hasn't it? Me and Alan, we'll have a head-to-head. We'll face off, chat it out over the table, and then we'll bring in Emma and Paul, and we'll take, you know, then we'll both be grilling them. I'll be against, it'll be me versus Alan and Emma and Paul, and Alan will be against me, and I don't know what he'll do with Emma and Paul. The work meeting. We'll call it the work meeting. We'll just call the programme the work meeting, and Channel 5 will pick that right up. We can have Dan in as well. He can tell us about how he saw his face smashed in. The work meeting, and it'll involve a boxing match with me and Alan as the headline. Paul and Emma are going to be doing some wrestling. We get the amount. If you want to make money, Alan, and you do, that's the thing, isn't it? You want to make money. Like, why not? Why don't we do something and make some money? You fucking idiot. Of course, he can't afford to make money, can he, really? I don't know what his game is, really. He said he's going to spend it all anyway, so... Like, well, you want to make proper money? A couple of grand. What about this? Like, how much money do you think we could make if me and Alan did a public debate? Like, we turn up at... You have to buy tickets and you have to come in. You can't, like... You know, it's not like... We'll record it and put it on the internet, and then people will charge money to watch it or some shit. What about that, Alan? You know? Alan versus Scott, head-to-head. Like, we could actually make money, couldn't we? Not if I don't do it. I mean, I kind of need Alan to do it as well, but in the long-term future for me, it's going to go well. Like, upwards, going to go up. Alan probably made quite a lot of money tonight, to be fair. He made a few, yeah, look at me, I've got my 3 ladies who gave me £300, so I'm doing well, Alan. But, proper money, Alan. Couldn't we organise an event, you and me, head to head? Couldn't we do a YouTube boxing match?
We'll be thinking about it. Well, thanks very much, guys. I'm going to get some sleep. I hope I'll give them something to think about. Sue a man with no money. Very good idea. Sue a man with no money. That's a brilliant idea. See you later, guys.
Everyone else is stupid. Alan is smart. Oh, thank God it suggested this to me. This is a brilliant palate cleanser. I don't care about the copyright music. I'll have to cut it out later. This is probably the wrong thing for the moment. Cagaway Len, Toulalon and Tenor. That was Toulalon and Tenor. There's a dance cover. That wasn't Cagaway Len doing the dance. That was the song. That'll get me copyright now, and I'll have to try and erase that from the 7 and like nearly 8 hour stream, like massive ordeal of a stream. 8 hours now. We ticked over to 8 hours, and I ruined it at the end with copyright material. So, how'd you like them apples? If you're watching this back, tip me on coffee, because for Christ's sake, I've just ruined the monetization. And that's it now. That's it. 8 hours. That's it. I really should go to bed. It's now 6 in the morning. I've ruined my life for this wank. Not this. You know, Alan, he's a twat. I've ruined my life for this. No, it's all right. You know, I'll just get my sleep pattern back tomorrow and deal with it. I'm supposed to be doing a live today. I don't know how that's going to come out, but thankfully I've got those wonderful videos that are pumping the views. So everything's all right. And we've done this. So, you know, this exists. This counts. You be good, my little puckos. You be good. And remember, if you can't be good, then you're naughty. So this guy, proper naughty. You, good. Good. This guy.